Chapter 39-31. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan had come here to take down Longting Mountain Villa. No one knew the importance of Longting Mountain Villa better than them. If it weren't for the incident in the past, Longting Mountain Villa would have fallen into their hands long ago. Fortunately, there were spirit beasts guarding Longting Mountain Villa. With Yu Zishan's strength, it was impossible for him to take that thing. This was also the reason why they weren't in a hurry. They just wanted to find someone to help them look after it. Now they were going to take it back. When they came here, they thought that with their help, Yu Zishan would obediently hand it over. However, the situation had changed. The only thing they didn't expect was that Yu Zishan actually dared to fight them head-on. He didn't give the Medicine King Valley any face at all. What was this called? One had to know that if the Medicine King Valley released a word, who knew how many companies and martial artists would rush to do things for them. However, the importance of a place like the Longting Mountain Villa could be imagined. The Medicine King Valley did not want to sell it to too many people, so it had not been publicized. Yu Zishan laughed and said, "If I offend you, then so be it. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I'm already so old. Longting Mountain Villa is mine. If you want it, then show me your strength. Don't scare me here." A rumbling sound was heard. Yu Zishan made his move. He directly mobilized the power of the formation and used his strongest attack. Although it wasn't as strong as when he dealt with Lin Fei, it was still enough to make a master tremble. Yu Zishan wanted young Master Lin to understand that he wasn't a freeloader. He believed that young Master Lin wouldn't just stand by and watch. Who said that Yu Zishan wasn't smart? He was actually very smart. He was definitely afraid. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Medicine King Valley. God knows how many master-level experts wanted to have a relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan, do you really think that you can defeat us by relying on the formation? You could in the past, but not this time. Wang Yuan snorted and raised his hand to shoot out a ray of light. This ray of light instantly split into 5 rays and rushed into the ground. Suddenly, a sound came from the ground. It was no different from a small earthquake. The originally powerful attack disappeared completely at this moment. The condensed array formation attack seemed to have been blocked by something inexplicably. Before it could unleash its true power, it vanished into thin air. Yu Zishan let out a muffled groan and retreated a few steps before regaining his footing. Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. This was the result of the backlash from the array formation. You actually have such a thing. You're not bad, you actually know about this. Do you think our Medicine King Valley is just a bunch of idiots? Wang Yuan said disdainfully, your formation is just a basic formation. 10 years is more than enough to crack it. I wonder if you've accepted your fate. At this moment, Wang Yuan had a look of absolute certainty on his face. Yu Zishan smiled bitterly. Your Medicine King Valley is really something. Using 10 years to research and break my array, you're really something. Yu Zishan did not hate them. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had curried favor with Wang Yuan. Otherwise, he would definitely be finished today. Perhaps he would not even have to celebrate his 80th birthday. Yu Zishan's strongest attack method was the array formation attack method. Now that it had been broken so easily, it had lost its strongest deterrence. 10 years ago, Yu Zishan had relied on the array formation to crush them and obtain Longting Mountain Villa. Who would have thought that 10 years later, it would be like this? If you take the initiative to hand over Longting Mountain Villa, I can let you go. After all, you are a famous person in the East Sea. If you die here, it would be a pity. Wang Yuan was very clear about Yu Zishan's strength. Although he had lost the array formation attack, the methods of a cultivator were still difficult to guard against. If possible, he would take back Longting Mountain Villa. If not, he would not make a move. This was the strange thing about cultivators, and also the reason why they were not easy to deal with. If it were a martial artist, they would not hesitate to attack and kill him first. There would be no need to talk so much nonsense. But for a cultivator, this was not good. They might suffer a great loss. A master's counterattack before death could definitely kill one of them and make them accompany him in death. Yu Zishan laughed. Your Medicine King Valley is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you came too late. In Longting Mountain Villa, You are no longer me. You are still my master, right? I am very disappointed and helpless. Yu Zishan walked towards Lin Fei and stood behind him like a servant. Wang Yuan and Wang Yuan were shocked. They suspected that they had heard wrong. How could Yu Zishan give Longting Mountain Villa away? One had to know that their people had been watching Longting Mountain Villa's every move. They were worried that it would be snatched away by others. Even those who had ideas were beaten up by Medicine King Valley until they gave up on Longting Mountain Villa. But now, these words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on them. Yu Zishan, you are talking nonsense. Longting Mountain Villa is still in your hands. How can you be willing to give it away? Wang Yuan sneered, do you think we will believe you? Young Master Lin, I have disappointed you. They are from Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan lowered his head. Seeing Yu Zishan talking to a young man, Wang Yuan noticed the young man beside him. Although he had noticed this young man when they came in, he did not have any aura. He was no different from an ordinary person, so he did not pay much attention to him and completely ignored him. But now, they were a little dumbfounded. This young man was called Young Master Lin by Yu Zishan. What kind of joke was this? Did he think that they were 3-year-old children who could be easily fooled? Lin Fei did not make a move. He could tell what Yu Zishan was thinking at a glance, but he did not stop him. If a lackey wanted to show off, how could he not let the other party show off? Otherwise, how could he prove that he was the big backer? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Yu Zishan's attitude. After all, Longting Mountain Villa still needed someone to manage it. Yu Zishan was the most suitable person to manage it. Moreover, he was a cultivator comparable to a master, so he could solve a lot of problems. You did not hear wrong. Longting Mountain Villa now belongs to me. Medicine King Valley is one step too late. If there is any cooperation, then we can talk about it. If you want my Longting Mountain Villa, then you should go back. Lin Fei said indifferently, announcing the ownership of Longting Mountain Villa. Young man, whose child are you? Did no one tell you how powerful our Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan said coldly. His mind was quickly searching for information about this young man, but he could not find such a young man. Chapter 39-32. Wang Yuan couldn't believe it. How could there be a young man in this world who was not afraid of their Medicine King Valley? Hearing the 3 words Medicine King Valley, who would not tremble in fear and tremble in fear. But the current situation didn't seem right. In the East Sea, as long as one was a martial artist or a member of the upper class, they would more or less know about the existence of Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they were part of the upper class. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with these guys. Medicine King Valley was nothing in his eyes. I'm in a good mood today. Get lost. Go back and tell the higher-ups of Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is mine from now on. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I don't mind going to Medicine King Valley to see what I can do. What? Wang Yuan was furious on the spot. Do you think Medicine King Valley is a place you can go whenever you want? Brat, I don't care who you are. This Longting Manor is mine, said Lai Shisan, who was standing beside Wang Yuan. Lai Shisan, who was standing next to Wang Yuan, wasn't in the mood to talk. He took a step forward and slammed into Wang Yuan like a mountain. This was a show of strength to Lin Fei. Longting Villa is yours to take? Do you really think our Medicine King Valley doesn't exist? Lai Shisan didn't believe that this guy had any strength. He dared to talk big here because of Yu Zishan. Now that Yu Zishan was no match for them, Longting Villa was not in their pocket yet. Seeing that the other party didn't dodge and Yu Zishan didn't move, Lai Shisan revealed a cruel smile. Crack, 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 crack. Lai Shisan's collision felt like he had slammed into a mountain or even a big iron plate. Countless bones in his body were broken in an instant. Everything happened too fast. Is this the confidence of your Medicine King Valley? Lin Fei smiled faintly and kicked Lai Shisan away. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his face darkened, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. That crisp sound directly exploded in his heart. Lai Shisan suffered a big loss. This was the only thought left in Wang Yuan's mind. This person has such a strong physical body. He can actually make Lai Shisan suffer such a big loss. When did East Sea have such a powerhouse? Is he a physique training grandmaster? Wang Yuan instantly lost his composure and his face turned solemn. A physique refinement grandmaster was quite terrifying. If one wanted to defeat one, they would need at least 2 grandmasters. If the current situation was not good, they would need at least 3 grandmasters to defeat this young man. Medicine King Valley naturally had information about physique refinement grandmaster. It was not an easy task to become a physique refinement grandmaster. It required constant hard work, a long time, and a large number of medicinal pills to assist the body. Under normal circumstances, few people could cultivate to this level. As a result, when a physique refinement grandmaster appeared, he would become very famous. Why you are a physique refinement grandmaster? Wang Yuan secretly analyzed the results and could no longer remain calm. He took a deep breath and stared at the other party. Lin Fei said, "Whether I'm a physique refinement grandmaster or not, you'll know once you try. Why don't you dare? Is this the confidence of your Medicine King's Valley? Weren't you talking big just now? Elder Wang, let's go." At this time, the 3 masters at the peak of covert power who were standing outside looked eager to have a try. This was a chance for them to show off. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to nod, the 3 covert force experts rushed over from 3 directions. They were very experienced in combat and it was obvious that they had dealt with many people. "Forget it, you're too weak." Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. The 3 covert strength experts were sent flying. Cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was as if a piece of art had been shattered. They fell to the ground and wailed in agony. Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. Then he saw the 3 covert strength experts flying backward. That scene sent chills down one's spine. As a grandmaster, Wang Yuan was also in the middle stage of the transcendent state. But at this time, his pupils shrank as he realized that this person might really be a physique refinement grandmaster. The grandmasters of Medicine King Valley were quite powerful, much stronger than the grandmasters outside. But now, they were so vulnerable in the hands of the other party. It was not an ordinary grievance. If this was not Longting Villa, Wang Yuan would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "You should have injured the disciples of Medicine King Valley. Are you really not afraid of Medicine King Valley's revenge?" Wang Yuan said with narrowed eyes, but in fact, he was afraid. Lai Shisan's strength was similar to his, but he was seriously injured. If it was Wang Yuan, the result would be the same. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. "Hey, you're also a grandmaster expert. Why don't you make a move? What's the point of just talking? Why don't you take a palm from me? Only if you can hold on will you be qualified to talk to me. Take a palm from you?" Wang Yuan's heart trembled and his hair stood on end. He saw a figure rushing up and the other party's hand slammed down heavily. He subconsciously reached out to block it, and a torrential force directly crushed him. Bang 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 bang. Wang Yuan also flew backward. Along the way, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood, and countless bones were broken. In the face of the torrential force, any resistance was useless. "Okay, the matter is settled. Now you can go back and tell Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is not something you can own. You're lucky this time. I won't kill you. If I come next time, I don't mind killing a few grandmasters here. I believe it will be very interesting." Lin Fei did not look at them and said indifferently, "Little you, make a call and get an ambulance to take them away. This is my place after all. It's not good for them to die. I'll get someone to send them away right away." Yu Zishan witnessed with his own eyes how vulnerable these 2 grandmaster experts were. His heart was full of pride. "Who asked you to be so smug? All right, you've suffered a big loss." Looking at their injuries, Yu Zishan felt that they would not be able to go back without a month or 2 of rest. "Our family's backer is truly formidable. He is invincible within the Grandmaster realm and seems to have defeated quite a few Grandmasters. Could it be that our family's master is at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm or at the peak of the Grandmaster realm?" Yu Zishan didn't even dare to guess. After dealing with such a small matter, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. After all, it was just Medicine King Valley. If they really did not know what was good for them, he would go there himself. Maybe he could broaden his horizons. After Lin Fei left, Yu Zishan also found someone to send the 2 of them and the remaining 3 people away. Remember, next time you come, behave yourself. When my young master gets angry, even I am afraid, let alone you guys. Yu Zishan finally felt relieved and no longer felt sullen. This was the benefit of having a backer. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering now. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan were in so much pain that they could not speak, but they also knew that they had really kicked an iron plate this time. This matter could only be solved by the higher-ups. Yu Zishan, you will regret it. Yu Zishan and Lin Fei returned to the banquet hall again. Those who were originally paying attention to them were also in disbelief when they saw the two of them coming out with smiles on their faces. Nothing happened? How could it be possible? Foster father, we brought people here. Is this guy causing trouble? As long as he says the word, we will kill him in minutes. How dare he cause trouble here? Yu Zishan's several foster sons were all in the banquet hall. As soon as they heard that something had happened, they immediately called their men to wait. Yu Zishan's smiling face immediately stiffened and his expression became ugly. He roared, "All of you get out! Who allowed you to come out?" Chapter 39-33. In the banquet hall. Those who had been paying attention were shocked when they saw this scene. Chet, how did it end up like this? No one could believe that this was real. Was this still the Master Yu Zishan? In their memories, Master Yu Zishan was a cold and emotionless person. Anyone who was targeted by Yu Zishan would end up in a miserable state. Hence, there was a saying in the East Ocean, it was better to offend a grandmaster than to offend Master Yu Zishan. Furthermore, Master Yu Zishan was actually reprimanding his own godson. This was a very rare thing, especially in such a situation. He didn't seem to care about his godson at all. The adopted sons were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect such a situation to occur. This wasn't right. Their godfather would never speak to them like this. Now, they were even doubting whether their godfather was their godfather. What was going on? Scram! Do you still want to stand here and embarrass yourselves? Yu Zishan snorted coldly. Those godsons' hearts skipped a beat as their faces turned pale. They staggered and left without saying a word. Things happened quickly, and they were resolved quickly as well. A drama had ended just like that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that it was real? Bai Tiancheng wasn't feeling well. After all, he had been paying more attention to this young man than anyone else. There weren't many people who dared to be impudent in the Longting Mountain manner. Furthermore, none of them had a good ending. However, when this kid and Master Yu Zishan came out, Bai Tiancheng knew that something was wrong. This kid was walking in front while Yu Zishan was walking behind him. It seemed like a small difference, but to those who were paying attention, it was obvious that something had happened. It was hard not to notice. How could this be? Could this kid be a young master from a big family in Yanjing? If not, why would young Master Yen be afraid of him? Bai Tiancheng's breathing quickened as he panicked. He had just offended this kid. What if Yen Tianheng, who had always treated Yu Zishan as his biggest hope, was also paying more attention to this matter than anyone else? As long as that kid was defeated by Master Yu Zishan, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. But when he came out, Yen Tianheng's entire body trembled, and he broke out in cold sweat. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. That kid, how could he be so strong? While the two of them appeared calm and collected, Yen Tianheng knew very well that this was Grandmaster Yu Zishan lowering his head. If he did not lower his head, how could he be acting like this? He was very good at judging people. Yen Tianheng really wanted to leave now, but he did not dare to. That faintly discernible gaze landed on his body like a needle. If he could, he wouldn't want to come here again even if he was beaten to death. This time, he was really tricked to death. The changes on the field gave rise to the same feeling in many people's hearts. This time, another powerful person had appeared in the East Sea. Many people remembered this person and did not want to offend him even if they were beaten to death. Who knew what kind of background this person had? If they offended such a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. The birthday banquet continued. To everyone present, tonight was destined to be an unforgettable day. Yu Zishan's birthday banquet was actually interrupted by someone. However, this old man was still smiling. It was hard to imagine what happened after that. But no matter what, The appearance of this young man made everyone remember that there was such a person in the East Sea. "Are you all right?" Bai Xingnan was also very nervous. She only heaved a sigh of relief when Lin Fei returned. She did not care about the people present and hurried over to ask. Lin Fei smiled and said, "I'm fine. Look at how good I am now. I just chatted with Master Yuzishan. After all, we are in the same circle." With Bai Xingnan's intuition as a woman, she felt that Lin Fei's words were not true. It was as if she was lying. However, she did not probe further. It was fine as long as he was back. "Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I won't dare to do it again. As long as young Master Lin appears, I definitely won't appear." Yan Tianheng tactfully walked over. At this time, even if he lost face, Yan Tianheng had to come over and admit his mistake. If he did not, he would be finished. He had to have the right attitude. No matter how stupid Bai Xingnan was, she realized that her boss was more powerful and mysterious than she had imagined. Lin Fei glanced at Yan Tianheng indifferently. This glance caused Yan Tianheng's entire body to go numb and his heart to shatter. "Consider yourself lucky today. I'm in a pretty good mood. You know the old rules. Within 3 days, I won't say anything unnecessary." Yan Tianheng was already prepared to throw caution to the wind. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely do it within 3 days." Only he felt extremely bitter in his heart. He was going to have to bleed again. This time, he didn't know what he could use to repay the debt. Yan Tianheng had already decided that after this matter was settled, he would immediately scram back to Yanjing. The East Sea was too dangerous. In just a short period of time, he had practically emptied his entire fortune. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still alive. As for making things difficult for Lin Fei, Yan Tianheng would not dare even if he was given 100 guts. He was already scared out of his wits. Yan Tianheng's initiative made everyone realize that this person called Young Master Lin was definitely someone with a powerful background. Those who had thoughts about Bai Xingnan all subconsciously wiped away their cold sweat. They had almost offended a top-notch young master. This was asking for their lives. Yan Tianheng left. However, another person walked over. This person was none other than Bai Tiancheng. This person's expression was extremely complicated. He was terrified and uneasy. The guy that he looked down on just now had actually turned over a new leaf and became an existence that he had to look up to. Bai Tiancheng even suspected that if he made things difficult for this Lin Fei, he wouldn't even need anyone else to do anything. Yu Zishan would not let him off easily. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The only thing that made Bai Tiancheng feel fortunate was that his daughter had really good taste. She had actually found such a boyfriend. Moreover, it was a person with a huge background. He was even more powerful than that Yan Tian. Now, comparing Yan Tianheng to Lin Fei, that guy was just a piece of trash. If Yan Tianheng knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. After all, he was still a young master. "Uncle, do you think I'm qualified now?" Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Bai Tiancheng, who was walking over. "Remember the mobile website, Chapter 2685, Uncle, am I qualified enough? Page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3934. Bai Tiancheng could only smile bitterly as he thought to himself, if you're not qualified, then who is? This pair of eyes of mine is really useless. If it wasn't for my daughter's good eyesight, I would have really misjudged him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. If even you're not qualified, then I'll be the first to disagree." Bai Tiancheng said with an ugly smile. Bai Xingnan tugged at Lin Fei's clothes. "Big brother Lin, can you not scare my dad? My dad is very timid." Although she said that, Bai Xingnan was very happy. It was rare for her father to be scared. She laughed in her heart. "Who asked you to introduce me to someone? All right, now you've embarrassed yourself all the way to your grandmother's house." A hint of happiness and warmth appeared on Bai Xingnan's face. She believed that at least this time, she would be able to help her solve her problems for a long time. Her father definitely wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her anymore. Bai Tiancheng didn't dare to get angry at women anymore. He had been in business for his entire life and had seen many people, but his eyesight was not as good as his daughter's. He thought that young Master Yen would be very good, but compared to Lin Fei, the difference was really too big. Bai Tiancheng could guarantee that after tonight, the entire Donghai would know about Lin Fei. Based on the relationship between Lin Fei and Yu Zishan, as long as Lin Fei asked, Yu Zishan would definitely help without hesitation. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Tiancheng had good eyesight. He knew that there was such a thing, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of Lin Fei's background. "Xingnan, what are you saying?" Bai Tiancheng said, "Young Master Lin, you're right. My precious daughter should find a qualified man to be her boyfriend. Otherwise, I won't be interested in ordinary people." Bai Xingnan was a little embarrassed. Bai Tiancheng was thick-skinned and quite good at talking. Lin Fei indeed didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Tiancheng. After all, he was Bai Xingnan's father. He just needed to say a few words. As for other things, it was pointless to bully him. After all, he was Bai Xingnan's boyfriend now. "Daughter, have a good chat with young Master Lin. I have a few friends over there. You young people have fun." Bai Tiancheng found an excuse and left. He had no choice. Facing someone who even Master Yu had to respect, Bai Tiancheng felt a lot of pressure. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. Apart from the top families in Yanjin, he had never experienced such a situation in the East Sea. After Bai Tiancheng left, a lot of people surrounded him. They were actually there to gather information. This made Bai Tiancheng put on a smile. Only he knew what it felt like to be forced into a corner. This son-in-law had a huge headache. As the father-in-law, he was also under a lot of pressure. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh. His daughter was awesome, but this was too awesome. "Am I a good boyfriend?" After Bai Tiancheng left, Lin Fei laughed. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes and said, "You almost scared my dad to death. I haven't seen my dad talk like that in a long time. But to be honest, I have to thank you. I believe that after this, my dad won't have any other ideas. But I'm also in trouble." Bai Xingnan seemed to be complaining about something. However, she didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she sounded very relaxed. Because she could finally let go of this matter. A while ago, Bai Xingnan had been unable to eat or sleep well because of this matter. Now, she could finally have a good night's sleep. No one would disturb her, and her father wouldn't say anything about it either. Unlucky? Lin Fei didn't understand. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes again. "You men know everything else, but you're so lacking in this area. You're my boyfriend now. Tell me, who else in the entire Donghai would dare to pursue me? Don't you think I'm unlucky? I won't be able to find a man in the future." Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Today, almost all the famous people in the East Ocean had gathered here. He believed that they all remembered Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, they definitely wouldn't dare to let their sons pursue Bai Xingnan. This was simply asking for death. "It's fine. If you really don't have a boyfriend, then I don't mind taking you in. After all, how can someone as powerful as me not have a bunch of women by his side?" Lin Fei laughed. Bai Xingnan burst out laughing. "You're really thick-skinned. How can you say that? You're a scumbag." At this moment, outside the Longting Villa, the Yen Huang team's chief, Tai Zhan, walked out with a serious expression. He had seen everything that had happened just now. He wanted to investigate this young man's background even more. After getting on the car, Tai Zhan also saw Zhao Rou sitting in the car. "Chief Tai, the banquet hasn't ended yet. Why are you back first?" Zhao Rou was a little confused. Tai Zhan was curious why Zhao Rou was sitting in the car. Shouldn't she be in the Longting Villa at this time? Then why are you in the car too? Zhao Rou naturally wouldn't say that it was because she had just been teased by a man. It was such a shameful thing. Until now, Zhao Rou still hadn't come back to her senses. How could she have encountered such a thing? That was a stranger. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, she would have found a crack to hide in. "Turn on the surveillance cameras in the Longting Villa and find me someone," Tai Zhan ordered. This was not an ordinary car. It had been specially designed with a series of high-tech equipment. It could be said to be the most advanced technology in the East Ocean. Just the equipment in this car alone was worth tens of millions. This was also because the Yanhuang team was rich and overbearing. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to keep up. The subordinate immediately turned on the surveillance cameras, and the scene in the banquet hall appeared. Taizhan stared at the screen and quickly searched. Finally, he pointed at one of them and said, "Lock on to him and pull up the information as soon as possible." The person in charge of the operation was also shocked. They could also hear that the chief's tone was different. This was a very rare thing. "Chief Tai, what happened?" Zhao Rou was also very surprised. After all, this was not the chief's style of doing things. Since when did the chief pay attention to such a person? One had to know that the chief was usually responsible for keeping an eye on the masters in the East Ocean. The matters below were usually handed over to them. It was not like now. It was strange. When this person was pulled up, Zhao Rou, who had just finished speaking, was secretly shocked. How could it be him? Isn't this the man I went up to hit on? But why is he in the chief's eyes now? Did the chief see it just now? Chapter 39-35. Director Taizhan didn't notice Zhao Rou's little trick and said coldly, "It's this person. Investigate everything about this person immediately. I want to know everything about him since he was a child. I want to see all his information in the shortest time possible." Director Taizhan had never been so eager to see a person's information. He always felt that there was something wrong with this person. The Lin family in Yanjing seemed to be quite influential, but it was not a top family. Taizhan had never heard of an expert from the Lin family who could reach the Master Realm. Otherwise, the Lin family's influence would not be limited to this. No matter what, this guy's surname was Lin, so he had to investigate him. After all, it was impossible to cultivate a Master Realm expert without a lot of resources. There must be a force behind this Lin Fei, and such an unstable force must be dug out by Taizhan. The next step would be to better deal with Lin Fei. "Director Tai, this person is very young." Zhao Rou asked cautiously, "Is he another playboy from someplace?" Taizhan shook his head. "It's hard to say for now. Anyway, you just need to know that this person is not to be trifled with." A Master Realm expert was definitely not to be trifled with. Zhao Rou was even more confused. This person was about the same age as him. Was he really that powerful? Although Zhao Rou had attacked him before, she only thought that the other party was slightly stronger than her. But now, from the director's tone, it seemed that this person was very powerful. Zhao Rou suddenly became curious. After the banquet, Lin Fei came out with Bai Shengnan. Because Bai Shengnan drank a little at the banquet, her face was a little ruddy, and she looked very cute. "I'll send you back." Lin Fei took Bai Shengnan to the Bentley Toyota. Although Bai Shengnan didn't drink much, Lin Fei could also see that she was in a good mood today. She didn't drink much today, but she was still a little drunk, so he didn't feel at ease letting her go back alone. Anyway, Longting Villa was already in his hands, so there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. "Big brother Lin, I don't want to go home today. Take me for a ride." Bai Shengnan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, blurted out. Bai Shengnan didn't know why, but she always felt very comfortable when she was with Lin Fei. She felt carefree and didn't feel any pressure at all. This feeling wasn't very obvious at first, but as she spent more time with Lin Fei, this feeling became more and more obvious. To Bai Shengnan, Lin Fei's aura was extremely mesmerizing. This kind of aura was like a poison to women. After experiencing it, she would never forget it. Under normal circumstances, Bai Shengnan would rarely say something like this. After all, she was still a strong woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage the company in an orderly manner. Later on, there were some problems, but this was inevitable. Lin Fei was in a good mood today. After all, he had obtained the Longting Mountain Villa and knew that there was spiritual water below, which was a good thing. "Okay, no problem. My girlfriend has asked. How can I refuse? I'll definitely be a bachelor for life." Lin Fei smiled. He started the Bentley Tianyue and stepped on the accelerator. "I'll take you for a race. Let's experience what it's like to fly." Although the Bentley Tianyu wasn't a sports car or a supercar, in Lin Fei's eyes, all cars were the same. Racing was nothing more than daring. As long as you were daring and fast, you could race anywhere. Some people might say that this was something only ignorant people would say. What daring and fast could race? That required a lot of racing skills, okay? But to Lin Fei, this wasn't a problem at all. 200 kilometers per hour and 300 kilometers per hour were actually the same thing. In Lin Fei's hands, any car would become an obedient little white rabbit. It wasn't like a fierce tiger or lion in other people's eyes. The Bentley Tianyu shot out like a ray of light. In the beginning, Lin Fei didn't dare to go too fast. He was afraid that Bai Xingnan wouldn't be able to adapt. But after driving for a while, he realized that Bai Xingnan wasn't as bad as he imagined. Instead, she was full of energy. Faster, faster. Bai Xingnan yelled under the influence of alcohol. She was completely different from the strong woman she usually was. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. He stepped on the accelerator again. He turned into the nearest road according to memory. Because it was nighttime, there weren't many cars on this road. And so, Lin Fei became completely unrestrained. 140, 180, 200, 230, 240, the Bentley Tianyu's speed kept increasing. It was like a ghost on this dark road. So fast, so fast, so fast. Bai Xingnan's tone became anxious. This was the first time in her life that she experienced the feeling of speeding like lightning. The repeated turns and acceleration greatly stimulated Bai Xingnan. She didn't know that racing was this fun. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so good at driving. I'm starting to wonder if you're a professional racer. Bai Xingnan grabbed the armrest with one hand. Her face was red, but she didn't panic at all. Instead, she was ecstatic. Lin Fei could tell that Bai Xingnan had been suppressing her emotions for too long. This time, she was using the alcohol as an excuse to let it all out. It was good for her body. Hee, what racer? You're thinking too much. Do you think there's a racer as good as me? It's impossible. In Lin Fei's hands, the Bentley Tianyu was like a rabbit. It would turn and go as fast as it wanted. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. Then are you the god of racing? Bai Xingnan asked again. I don't believe it. God of racing? Lin Fei felt that this title was quite nice. After all, with his ability, driving wasn't that easy. I quite like this title. Then I'll be the god of racing, East Sea's #1 god of racing. I'm happy today, so I'll let you see the true strength of a god of racing. Lin Fei smiled. He was also in the mood to play. Then, great god of racing, hurry up and show me. Bai Xingnan clapped her hands. I'll also be a racing girl for once. Ordinary people don't have this opportunity. Lin Fei laughed out loud. It's my honor to have you as my racing girl. Since it's like this, let's go. The god of racing is going to fly. The Bentley Tianyu sped up again and charged into the night. There seems to be a car in front. Quickly overtake them. Quickly overtake them. Bai Xingnan suddenly pointed to the front and saw a few taillights. She became happy like a child. Overtaking is my forte. Watch how I overtake them one by one. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 2687, Racing Old Driver Takes You Racing, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3936. Wang Guang was a rich second generation in Donghai. He was different from other rich second generations. He had no interest in showing off his wealth, but he loved racing. Basically, he would invite 3 to 5 groups of people to race every night. In his words, it was called Fast and Furious. Especially after a certain movie became popular in the past few years, Wang Guang treated racing like eating. Every night, he would feel uncomfortable all over if he didn't race. Tonight was the same for Wang Guang. Of course, tonight was different from the previous nights. There was going to be an exciting racing competition on Mount Pan not far away. Wang Guang was driving a Ferrari now. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour was nothing to say. He was very familiar with this section of the road. He came here almost every day. Not only did Wang Guang go alone, he also called 2 friends. The 3 cars chased each other on the road. It was very lively. Not only that, they also had a short-distance communication device in their car. They could only know the situation on the road in case of emergencies. Brother Guang, it seems like someone is catching up. A modified Mustang next to him said through the pager. Wang Guang looked through the mirror and saw a bright light behind him. It was definitely a car light. However, he didn't think much of it. It was probably some people rushing to Mount Pan to watch the racing competition. After all, there were a lot of racing experts on Mount Pan tonight. As long as it was a racer in Donghai, including the second-generation young masters, they would basically go to watch. They met several groups along the way. If you want to pass through us, you'll have to ask us first. Laughter came from another car. It was obvious that they had a bad idea. Since there weren't many cars on this road at night, the three cars were almost side by side, occupying the entire road. Therefore, if the people behind wanted to go to the front, they could only obediently follow behind them. As for overtaking, they didn't even need to think about it. It was easy to get into trouble. Wang Guang didn't pay much attention to the cars behind him. Right now, he wanted to rush to the top of Mount Pan and have a good battle. After all, he was very confident in his racing skills. Especially since there were a lot of experts tonight, this was a rare opportunity to fight. They're here so soon? After a while, Wang Guang suddenly realized that the light was getting closer and closer. Then, a car appeared. When the car got close, Wang Guang was completely stunned. F***CK, it's actually a Bentley Tianyue. Is this guy using a Bentley Tianyue as a race car? To speed. Wang Guang recognized the car behind him at a glance and was also quite surprised. Tonight was a racing competition. Most of the cars would be used for racing. Who would use this kind of scooter? Wang Gang was speechless. Of all the cars he could drive, he chose to drive a Bentley Roadster. Furthermore, it looked like it hadn't been modified. Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson. Of all the cars he could have driven, he just had to drive a Bentley. Does he really think he's a god of racing? Wang Guangda laughed. In the remaining two cars, they also burst into laughter, directly blocking the road again. It was basically impossible to rush through. Big Brother Lin, these guys are so mean. They're purposely blocking our way. Bai Shengnan pouted unhappily like a little girl. Wang Guang and the other two lined up side by side, blocking the road. It was indeed very overbearing, especially for Bai Shengnan, who had just drunk some alcohol. Without a doubt, it was very unpleasant. Lin Fei was also quite surprised that he actually met a racing expert here. Normal people wouldn't dare to do something like this, because if they weren't careful, a collision between the three cars would cause an accident. Interesting. This is really interesting. Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry, I'll immediately overtake them. Aren't they just a few racers? Just a good time to play around. From the looks of these cars, Lin Fei could tell that these people were all racers, and their skills were pretty good. To be honest, Lin Fei had never crossed paths with a racer before. In the past, when he heard the words racer, he would think that they were pretty good. They were proficient in everything, such as turning and drifting. Who knew how many people were envious of them? Back then, Lin Fei could be considered as one of them. Hold on tight, I'm getting ready to overtake them. Lin Fei smiled as he stepped on the accelerator. The Bentley Timberlake once again approached. Wang Guang was also very playful. The three cars lined up side by side, not wanting to let the people behind them overtake them, so they obediently followed behind them and ate dirt. However, Wang Guang still underestimated the people behind them. They actually stepped on the accelerator as if they were going to rush over. Brothers, stop them for me. If you want to go over, have you asked for our permission? In the next second, the three cars began to move, blocking the road. It was basically impossible to cut through unless one had the ability to slip through the gaps, but that was completely impossible. However, they still underestimated Lin Fei's ability. When the three cars began to move, a wide path appeared in the middle, just enough for one car to pass through. Of course, this wide path only appeared for a split second, and it required really sharp eyes and quick hands. However, they did not know who Lin Fei was. He was an undying realm expert. Any vehicle in his hands would turn into an obedient little white rabbit. Moreover, to others, even if their eyes and hands were quick, they would not be able to pass through. However, to Lin Fei, it was as easy as drinking water. Vroom vroom. The Bentley Timberlake's engine let out a roar, and with a swoosh, it actually passed through them like a sharp sword. The whole process didn't even take a second. After the Bentley Timberlake passed through, the three cars lined up again, blocking the road. At this time, they could only see the tail lights of one car. It wasn't over yet. That car actually popped a head out and gave them the middle finger. "You're all so weak, so weak. Go home and sleep." Wang Guang didn't have time to react, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. They really overtook them. While they were shocked, they saw a woman shouting at them, and they instantly became unhappy. F***ck, that woman is too arrogant. Chase after them, immediately chase after them. No matter what, we have to stop this car. Who dares to laugh at us? Those who could afford to modify cars were all rich people. Moreover, they all had money and backgrounds. This time, they were actually laughed at by a woman. As men, how could they tolerate it? They simply couldn't take it lying down. It had always been them being arrogant. Since when was it someone else's turn? Chase after them, you must catch up to them. Wang Guang stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. He wanted to let that car know that Donghai's little prince's ability wasn't a joke. That's right, Wang Guang himself was known as Donghai's little prince, and he could run 100 meters in 2.3 seconds. Chapter 39-37. Wang Guang and the other two madly stepped on the gas pedal, trying to overtake the car. They wanted to see who the driver was. How dare he ignore them? "Brother Lin, I think they're catching up. I think I got into trouble." Bai Shengnan turned her head and sat in the passenger seat. She looked a little scared. Bai Shengnan had done that because she was having fun. Normally, Bai Shengnan wouldn't say something like that. However, she was really happy just now, so she couldn't help but poke her head out and mock them. After she shouted, she realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. After all, those three cars were worth a lot of money, so they must have belonged to someone important. Although Bai Shengnan wasn't afraid of trouble, it was still troublesome to talk about it. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Those guys behind us won't be able to catch up even if they have 100 guts. As for looking for trouble, let's see if they have the guts." Lin Fei didn't care about the three cars that were catching up. Instead, he purposely let go of the gas pedal. When they were about to catch up, he stepped on the gas pedal again. To Wang Guang and the others, this was definitely a slap in the face. It was a blatant provocation. But no matter how hard they chased, the modified car was still eating dirt behind the other party's Bentley Toyota. Every time they tried to overtake another car, the other party seemed to know what they were doing and would easily change lanes to block their path. None of the three cars could overtake it, and they were always being suppressed by the Bentley Toyota. After a long time, even they started to feel pressured. They felt extremely sullen. This guy is an expert. Wang Guang was forced to retreat again. Although he was a racer and liked racing, he didn't want to risk his life. Therefore, every time the other car blocked his way, he could only retreat. It was impossible for him to charge forward. This made Wang Guang, who was driving, roar, "What the hell? Why are we in such a situation today? Brother Guang, what should we do now? This guy seems to be an expert. We can't overtake him. Are we going to eat dirt behind him?" Wang Guang was also bitter. He had finally gotten out of Donghai, but he still encountered such a disgusting situation. Since when did experts become so cheap in Donghai? One could be found anywhere. What else can we do? We'll just follow him obediently. When we reach Mount Pan, we'll teach him a lesson. Wang Guang was also at his wit's end. He couldn't catch up to it. To think that one day he would be overtaken by a Bentley Toyota. If news of this were to spread in the industry, he would really become a laughingstock. The other party's Bentley Toyota was just a luxury car. It wasn't even considered a real luxury car. However, such a car had actually caused them to be covered in dust. Time and time again they failed. Guang Wang even suspected that he was driving a fake luxury car. What a useless guy. You can't even catch up. Lin Fei shook his head. "What do you think? My skills are pretty good, right?" Bai Shengnan said with a look of worship, "You're really the god of racing. You're even better than I thought." I think those guys are going to curse you right now. Who told them to be so cocky and block all the lanes when it's not easy to drive? They deserve it. Lin Fei drove for a while, but seeing that they didn't catch up, he stopped by the side of the road. Brother Lin, why did you stop? Bai Xingnan asked worriedly. Lin Fei laughed. That's boring. It's not easy for us to come out and have fun. Now that we've bumped into a racer, it would be a pity if we don't have some fun. Those who knew Lin Fei would definitely be able to tell that he was looking for trouble out of boredom. Wang Guang and the others finally caught up. When he saw the Bentley Toyota parked by the roadside, he immediately got angry. He quickly stopped at the side and rolled down the window. Guang Guang saw a young man and a woman in the Bentley. However, he did not recognize the young man at all. He was really very young and did not look like a racer. However, his skills were indeed very good. Kid, you're very cocky. Before Wang Guang could say anything, two young men with dyed hair got out of the two cars next to them and shouted at Lin Fei in the Bentley Timberwolf. They were all filled with anger. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. I'm very cocky because I'm stronger than you guys. With your speed, I waited for you for half a day and you still didn't catch up. How disappointing. Guang Guang and the others felt as if they had been slapped in the face. How could there be such a guy? He actually stopped by the roadside just to show off. That was too crazy. Did he not know who they were? Kid, what are you so cocky about? Didn't you just drive faster? If you're so good, let's go to Lupan Mountain and compete. The blonde man sneered. The other young man with a mohawk hairstyle also said, What's so good about this place? Didn't you just beat us? There's a racing competition on Lupan Mountain tonight. If you have the guts, let's go and try. Lin Fei really didn't know that there was a racing competition on Lupan Mountain. Bai Xingnan had heard a little about Lupan Mountain, so she explained to Lin Fei in a low voice, Big brother Lin, I know about Lupan Mountain. I heard that it's a holy land for racing. The place is like a winding mountain road, and it's exciting and thrilling. For many racers, it's a racing heaven. However, because of the special nature of the place, many people die every year. Even so, many people still risk their lives to try it. 2 years ago, a member of the Bai family died there. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he could meet 3 racers tonight. So that's what happened. There are a lot of experts there? Guang Guang and the others looked at him as if he was a weirdo. You don't even know that? I thought you went to Lupan Mountain. After hearing their words, Lin Fei confirmed that there was indeed a racing venue not far away. Since he had encountered such a thing, Lin Fei felt that he had to go and take a look. Bai Xingnan said worriedly, Big brother Lin, that place is very dangerous. Why don't we not go? After all, I've already experienced Fast and Furious. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not Fast and Furious. That's the real Fast and Furious at Lupan Mountain. Besides, I haven't had my fill in the car yet. If I don't teach them a lesson, how will they know how good I am? Guang Guang and the others had learned something new. There was actually someone who talked about teaching those experts a lesson. F***CK, if you want to teach them a lesson, they should teach you a lesson instead. It's fine. With my strength, it'll be a piece of cake for me to beat them up. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator. With a rumble, the Bentley charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, only its taillights remained. This bastard is too arrogant. Guang Guang clenched his teeth. Let's go too. When the time comes, we'll keep an eye on this bastard. Chapter 39-38. Mount Lupan was already crowded with people. One had to know that tonight was a big day on the mountain. Almost all the famous racers in East Ocean were here, including many rich second generations and nouveau riche. The entire mountain was filled with a lively atmosphere. Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Ferraris, big cows, small cows, and so on. Almost all the luxury cars in Donghai could be seen here. People stood together in 2s and 3s. Accompanied by special car music, the top of the mountain seemed to have become a lively event. The appearance of the Bentley Toyota didn't attract much attention because it was too ordinary tonight, similar to a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Wow, it's so lively. It was Bai Xingnan's first time to come to such a place. The lively scene was an eye-opener for her. As a strong woman, Bai Xingnan was actually a good girl in her bones. She had never seen such a scene before. It's indeed interesting tonight, Lin Fei said with a smile. He stopped the car at an empty space. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan got out of the car. After they got out, a young man not far away noticed them. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a watch on his wrist and was wearing branded clothes from head to toe. When he saw Bai Xingnan getting out of the car, he thought he was seeing things for a moment. The young man was called Zhang Hui, a member of the Zhang family in East Ocean. The clothing business was quite influential in East Ocean. Although it hadn't reached the level of the top 10 families yet, it wasn't far from it. As long as he managed it well, he would be able to make it in another 10 years. Therefore, when Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan got out of the car, Zhang Hui noticed them immediately. Bai Xingnan's temperament was different, and she was a member of the Bai family, so people would more or less remember her. Haha, looks like it's my chance to show off tonight. I didn't expect Bai Xingnan to come to a place like this. God is on my side. Zhang Hui was quite good-looking. He was considered one of the best second generations. He had managed his own business and network at such a young age. Zhang Hui was overjoyed when he saw Bai Xingnan. Zhang Hui more or less knew that Bai Xingnan was going to marry a disciple of a big family in Yanjing, so he didn't go to the Longting Manor tonight. However, he didn't expect that Bai Xingnan would come here instead. However, when he saw Bai Xingnan walking with a man, Zhang Hui was very unhappy. This is the woman that I have my eyes on. I can't afford to offend the people in Beijing, but you're just a brat. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Hui was also a scheming person. He did not go up directly. Instead, he called his underling over and arranged for someone to go up and inquire about the situation. After all, there were a lot of people at the top of the mountain tonight, and the competition was about to start. If he accidentally offended someone, it would definitely be a big iron plate. Zhang Hui did not want to cause trouble for his family. This was also the reason why he had been living comfortably. He was cautious and always bullied those who had no background. As for those who had a background, he would rather curry favor with them than offend them. This was Zhang Hui's way of doing things. It was Bai Xingnan's first time coming to a place like this. She looked around, and it was an eye-opener for her. It was rare to see so many luxury cars gathered together, and from time to time, she would hear about some amazing racer. Sister Xing, why are you here? While Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan were strolling, a figure ran over and smiled at Bai Xingnan. Little Yong, you're here too. If your mother finds out that you came to a place like this, you'll have a hard time. Bai Xingnan recognized the person and teased him with a smile. Bai Yong was the young man who had come. He was also a collateral disciple of the Bai family. He had a good relationship with Bai Xingnan. When Bai Yong saw Bai Xingnan coming over, he was actually very nervous. He was not afraid of anyone but Bai Xingnan. Bai Yong had braced himself to come here. Fortunately, Bai Xingnan did not try to tell on him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Xingnan, don't bully me. I only come here occasionally, but I definitely don't know how to drive. Don't worry. You also know that I don't have the guts to do that. Bai Xingnan believed in Bai Yong's words. After all, this was Mount Pan. Bai Xingnan had personally experienced it when they came up. It was indeed a very dangerous place. If they were not careful, they would crash and die. That's what you said. I won't say anything about it. But if you really want to participate, then I'll definitely call your parents, Bai Xingnan warned him. Bai Yong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. Sister Xingnan, you came at the right time. Our East Ocean's racing god, Qin Wushuang, just arrived. I heard that he's going to challenge the #1 racing god in our country today. Also, a few racers from other countries have come to compete on this Mount Pan road. Bai Xingnan had naturally heard of Qin Wushuang. Why is he here too? Bai Xingnan was not in this circle, so she naturally did not know. Bai Yong saw that Sister Xingnan did not seem to know much, so he explained, Sister Xingnan, it's quite interesting. Do you know who organized the racing on Mount Pan Road tonight? You won't be able to figure it out even if you're beaten to death. Bai Xingnan really did not know who was the organizer tonight. She glared at him, Brat, you've got guts. Hurry up and tell me, Then I'll call your parents. Just as Bai Yong was feeling proud of himself, he immediately surrendered and did not dare to say anything else. Hee, the one who's holding the Mount Pan Road race tonight is the number 1 beauty of our East Ocean. Number 1 beauty? Bai Xingnan was obviously very surprised. Why would she hold a car race? Bai Xingnan had naturally heard of the number 1 beauty in East Ocean. She was just like her name, a true beauty. She was a special existence in East Ocean. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's said that she personally said that whoever wins against her can have a meal with that person. As for the specifics, I'm not sure, so as you can see, Qin Wushuang and the others have all come to eat with that number 1 beauty. Of course, if they can go one step further, that would be even better. Bai Yong laughed mischievously. Lin Fei, who was at the side, also found it funny. The number 1 beauty here is really influential. There are actually so many people here. Could it be that she's an outstanding beauty? Everyone loves her. Just from the luxury cars on the field, it could be said that they were worth at least a few $100 million, and the organizer was actually a great beauty. This was indeed a bit shocking and unexpected. Brother Lin, don't doubt me. That beauty is indeed beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a very powerful background. In our East Ocean, she can be considered a special existence. Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you can even have a meal with her. This is the dream of all men. Forget it, I'm not interested in this. I'm just here to see the experts. Lin Fei shook his head. Bai Yong said, Sister Shen, this friend of yours is quite interesting. The number 1 beauty in our East Ocean is the number 1 beauty. She's known to be invincible in our country, and she's also at the top level abroad. There are not many people in our country who can compare to her. Chapter 39:39. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know that the number 1 beauty was so good at racing. Lin Fei knew that it was very difficult for a woman to improve her racing skills. She needed to put in a lot of effort and talent. Without talent, no matter how hard she trained, she would never be able to improve her racing skills. Then I want to see it even more. Lin Fei said with a smile, I want to see it too. Bai Yong didn't dare to ask who this person was, because he had appeared with Sister Xingnan. He knew that his sister Xingnan was going to Longting Villa tonight. Now that she had brought another man out, Bai Yong was full of admiration. Friend, you should be able to see the power of the number 1 beauty later. Look over there, they are all waiting for the number 1 beauty. Many of them are the top racers in our country. Bai Yong pointed at the group of people not far away, many of whom were dressed like racers. Bai Xingnan also saw those people, but she shook her head gently. No matter how good they are not as good as my brother Lin. When the time comes, my brother Lin will definitely sweep them all away. Bai Yong seemed to have heard wrongly. Since when did his sister Xingnan say something like that? Could it be that this was really her new boyfriend? Sister Xingnan was too amazing. Wasn't she afraid of her family talking about it? Wang Guang and the others finally came up. They thought that they could follow behind her, but in the end, she just flicked her tail and ran away without a trace, causing them to sulk for a long time. Little Wang, why are you only here now? The show is about to start. Seeing Wang Guang and the others coming, Zhang Hui couldn't help but frown. After all, Wang Guang was his lackey, and he was still hoping that this guy could help him tonight. Don't mention it. Wang Guang smiled bitterly. I met a ghost tonight. So he briefly told them what happened on the road in the future. Zhang Hui's mind stirred. Are you talking about a Bentley Tianhua? If that's the case, then you're lucky. Do you know who's sitting in the car? Yes. It's a Bentley Tianhua. You said that a scooter can drive faster than me. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Guang Wang ridiculed. Oh right, he really didn't know who was in the car. Zhang Hui said, the one sitting in the car is the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Xingnan. Don't you think she has a powerful background? You still have the nerve to settle the score with her. Fortunately, you didn't make a move. Otherwise, you'd be finished. It was that Bai Xingnan. Didn't they say that she never came out to play? How could she race with a man in a car? Wang Guang broke out in a cold sweat after he heard it. He was ready to find someone to settle the score. That's why I say you're lucky. Of all the people you could have offended, you chose to offend the 100 Victories man. Fortunately, he didn't cause you any trouble. Wang Guang naturally knew about Bai Xingnan, the daughter of a wealthy family. More accurately, the Bai family behind her was very powerful, a top family in the East Sea. Brother Hui, didn't I hear that the Bai family is getting married to some big shot tonight? How did he escape? Wang Guang was also a well-informed person. He was full of doubts. I'm not sure about that. Zhang Hui shook his head. It's fine if you have a grudge against that car, but you must not have a grudge against Bai Xingnan. If you want to find someone, go find that man. I'm guessing that man should be an ordinary person, and definitely not someone from the Bai family. Just as Zhang Hui finished speaking, a lackey ran up from the side. Brother Hui, I just saw Brother Leopard and Brother Fei come. They seem to be in a bad mood. What? Brother Leopard, Brother Fei and the others are here. Hearing that, Zhang Hui immediately became excited. Quickly take me there, quickly take me there. Not far away, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei walked out of a top-notch sports car. The two of them came here purely to vent. They still hadn't recovered from the incident at the banquet, and they didn't even know what their foster father had eaten to actually tell them to scram in front of so many people. This made them feel very uncomfortable, and they had lost all their face. Especially since they hated that Lin Fei. They didn't dare to make a move in the villa, so they could only find another place to vent. Since they wanted to vent, there was no better place than this winding mountain road. They were also racers and their level was quite high. Moreover, they were also martial artists. Although their talent was average, their abilities were much stronger than the average person's, and they were also very famous in the East Sea. Moreover, with the addition of the Longting Villa, it was impossible for them not to be powerful. After knowing that the two young masters had arrived, many people took the initiative to greet them, just to get familiar with them. However, seeing that the two of them seemed to be in a bad mood, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Zhang Hui could be considered to be relatively close to them, and could also be considered a lackey, the kind of lackey that they were more satisfied with. Little Hui, you came at the right time. Go find two girls, beautiful ones with long legs. Hearing this, Zhang Hui was flattered and nodded repeatedly. No problem, I'll go find them right away. Tonight, we have a lot of beautiful girls here, big breasts, long legs, as many as you want. If one isn't enough, we can still have two. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei laughed out loud, and the haze in their hearts dissipated a lot. You're really good at things. As long as you do your job well tonight, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Zhang Hui felt that today's luck was pretty good. He had fawned on them to get more benefits. With Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei's help, he was not afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to get some money. After Zhang Hui left, Yu Longfei was ready to go play. After all, he had a stomach full of grievances today. If possible, he didn't mind finding someone to step on and vent his anger on. Wait, that brat actually came too. When Yu Longfei walked around, he actually saw Bai Xingnan, the young lady of the Bai family, and Lin Fei in an inconspicuous corner. This time, his face immediately darkened, and he became furious. Yu Longfei ran back immediately. Big brother, guess who I saw? I saw that Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan. They caused us to suffer at the banquet, and this brat actually dared to come here. Yu Longfei didn't dare to offend Bai Xingnan, but he would never forget that Lin Fei for the rest of his life. Every time he bumped into him, nothing good happened, and he was filled with anger. Yu Longlai also burned with anger. Are you sure that brat came? You didn't see wrongly? I remember that he should be at Longting Mountain Manor. When did he come? Although they said so, the two still sneaked over, and they really saw Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei chatting and laughing. It really is that brat. He beat up young Master Yen in our manor, and even made our foster father look at him in a different light. This brat is quite famous. Yu Longlie's face was terrifyingly gloomy. However, no matter how capable he is, since he dared to come to Mount Pan, I will not let him return. Yu Longlie's bones revealed a ruthless intent. Yu Longfei was afraid of Lin Fei, but when he heard that he could kill Lin Fei, he also became happy. Then how do we do it? That brat seems to be quite skilled. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match. Yu Longlai said confidently, we definitely won't do it, but we can ask someone to do it. This brat must have come here to race. Maybe he wants to show off in front of Bai Xingnan. Since he wants to race, let's kill him on the racetrack. Don't forget that this is a mountain road. Yu Longfei's eyes lit up. That's right, this is a mountain road. Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3940. Young Master Lai, did you say you want to deal with that guy? Qin Wushuang was flattered when he saw Yu Longlai. After all, he was one of the young masters of East Sea. Even if he didn't come from a top family, no one dared to ignore the Master Yu behind him. If he offended Master Yu, not only would he be unlucky, his entire family would be in trouble. Although Qin Wushuang was not born in a big family, he was still a rich second generation. Naturally, he also knew the meaning of the 3 words Master Yu. He could offend anyone, but he definitely could not offend the master of the Longting Villa. Thus, when Yu Longlai arrived, he immediately bowed and flattered. Yu Longlai personally found Qin Wushuang because he wanted Qin Wushuang to deal with Lin Fei. One had to know that in East Sea, Qin Wushuang was the only one with good driving skills. Furthermore, Qin Wushuang was a local, so Yu Longlai wasn't afraid that Qin Wushuang wouldn't make a move. Yes, it's that kid. Yu Longlai nodded. As long as you can make something happen to him, no matter if he's dead or alive, I'll help you solve your urgent problem. I heard that your father's business is in trouble. I can make the decision and lend your company 30 million. Qin Wushuang also knew about his family's situation. Because his business had been expanding recently, it was a bit troublesome for him to circulate funds. Now that he heard that he could lend his company 30 million, how could Qin Wushuang dare to refuse? He immediately agreed and patted his chest, promising, "Young Master Lai, don't worry. As long as that kid dares to get in the car, I'll dare to kill him." Qin Wushuang had done this kind of thing many times, but he hid it very well. Normally, no one would be able to tell. Furthermore, he was very familiar with Mount Pan. He was very clear about the place and the most suitable place to make a move. You should know what to do next. Yu Longlai said, however, you must not offend the woman next to him. You should know that. Qin Wushuang recognized that woman. Wasn't she the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Xingnan? Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely take care of that kid easily, and I won't let anything happen to that woman. Qin Wushuang had already thought of a countermeasure. Wasn't it just to make that woman not follow him into the car? This was too simple. All he had to do was provoke him a little, and that kid would obediently fight with him. After Qin Wushuang left, Yu Longlai said, "Look, it's that simple. We don't even need to do anything. Qin Wushuang alone is enough to take them down." Yu Longfei laughed. Big brother is still the best. When that brat dies on the mountain road, he asked for it. In any case, there are many people who die here every year. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. Who would say anything? At the same time, a red Ferrari rushed up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Bing Qingye is here. Someone shouted, and everyone stared at the red Ferrari that was coming up. When the red Ferrari appeared, the roaring sound made many people's eyes light up. This was a modified red Ferrari. Not to mention other things, just the price alone was very high, at least more than 10 million. At the top of Mount Pan, the red Ferrari was the most eye-catching. Everyone knew that the driver inside was the #1 racer in the country. The red Ferrari drew an arc and came to a stop. The car door was pushed open. A pair of long and slender legs came out of the car. A woman in white came out of the car. She was tall and slender, and with those long legs, it was hard not to be noticed. As soon as she came out, she instantly suppressed everyone. That cold aura was like a snow lotus. Just by standing there, it made people feel unapproachable and sacred. The #1 beauty is indeed the #1 beauty. This aura is too strong. Yeah, I have to admit it. The #1 beauty, Bing Qingye, lives up to her name. Seeing the #1 beauty Bing Qingye came down, everyone was stunned by her cold aura. No one dared to go up and disturb her. After Bing Qingye got out of the car, a red-clothed girl wearing sunglasses also got out of the passenger seat. Compared to Bing Qingye, this girl had a completely different aura. Her red lips were like flames, revealing a fanatical passion, forming two extremes. Huofeng Phoenix is here too. Another person cried out in alarm. Is she the number one beauty? With such a big commotion, Lin Fei naturally also noticed it. However, when he saw the woman in white, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and smile. Her aura is not small at all. Bai Shengnan, facing the woman in white, also felt the other party's powerful aura. This was something she couldn't compete with. She said faintly, "Yeah, she is the number one beauty Bing Qingya. Isn't she very beautiful and moving?" Bai Yong, who was next to her, was entranced, almost drooling. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "What number one beauty? I don't think there's any difference, except that her aura is a bit cold. However, this kind of woman doesn't have much of a feeling when playing with her. She's just like an ice cube." Bai Shengnan laughed and looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. "If you say that, you will be beaten up by everyone. That Bing Qingya is our East Seas goddess. She has a lot of fans. Not to mention others, just the second generation here are all her fans." Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "So what if she's a goddess? She's not even the same. She's not as good as the one next to her. She's passionate and flirtatious." Bai Yong thought that he had misheard. This Sister Xingnan's friend really knew how to talk nonsense. Wasn't he afraid of offending Bing Qingya, the number one beauty? It should be known that those who had bad intentions towards Bing Qingya or tried to make a move on her didn't have a good ending. Even that Huofeng Phoenix next to her wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Even if Bai Yong was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. The red-clothed woman next to the Ferrari, Huofeng Phoenix, suddenly turned her gaze and looked in Lin Fei's direction. With a passionate smile on her face, she actually stretched out her hand and made a cut on her neck. She looked extremely valiant. This scene attracted many people's attention. When they turned their heads, they found that it was a stranger. As for the woman next to her, many people recognized her. Wasn't she the Bai family's daughter, Bai Shengnan? Who is that kid? He's so brave. That's right. He actually dared to talk nonsense. Isn't he trying to offend Huofeng Phoenix? Hee, there's going to be a good show later. Huofeng Phoenix isn't someone who's easy to talk to. If you're not careful, you might end up suffering. The second generation present all knew that the red-clothed woman's background was unfathomable. Moreover, her temper was as fiery as a raging fire. Who knew how many people had suffered at her hands? Therefore, some busybodies named the red-clothed woman and the white-clothed woman as the ice and fire twin. It could be seen how terrifying these two were in everyone's hearts. Bai Yong was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. His whole body was trembling. That was Huofeng Phoenix. Who would dare to offend her normally? But now, with that gaze, Bai Yong couldn't remain calm anymore. Even the Bai family's identity couldn't protect him. Lin Fei, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. He just watched quietly. Chapter 3941. Our chance is here. After this, Yu Longlai suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity. If he could leave a good impression on the ice and fire duo, he would be able to get closer to them. The ice and fire duo's background was unfathomable. Yu Longlai had heard from his adoptive father that these two were super snobbish people. Offending them would not end well for sure. Yu Longlai had heard his adoptive father say more than once that they were not afraid of anyone in the East Sea, be it the White Gang or the Black Gang. However, the ice and fire duo could not be offended. Even Yu Zishan himself was afraid of them. "Miss Huofeng Phoenix, if that brat dares to talk nonsense, I will go and tear his mouth off for you right now." Yu Longlai jumped out and shouted at Lin Fei. That's right, today is the race day. How can this kind of shameless person affect everyone's mood? Yu Longfei also jumped out. "I'm willing to help Miss Fire Phoenix get rid of this guy." Although they could not see where Lin Fei came from, they did not believe that his background was as big as Huofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya. Moreover, there were many second-generation young masters here. If everyone worked together, they would definitely be able to take care of him. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei took the initiative to jump out and take the lead, instantly gaining everyone's approval. For a moment, everyone was looking at this strange man aggressively. "Little Ai, you are very good this time. I will leave everything here to you." You handle this eyesore. The woman in red, Huofeng Phoenix, closed the door and pulled Bing Qingya to a place not far away, because there was an RV there. The woman in white, Bing Qingya, did not say a word. She just followed Huofeng Phoenix and left. She did not look at Lin Fei from beginning to end. Huofeng Phoenix's words calmed everyone down. Since this lady had spoken, then they should quickly take care of this guy. If they could leave a good impression, they might be able to reach the sky in one step. Who didn't know that Huofeng Phoenix was a forthright person? As long as things were done well, there would definitely be benefits. Therefore, they would rather curry favor with Huofeng Phoenix than offend Huofeng Phoenix. This was because once the irascible Huofeng Phoenix made a move, it would not end well for them. Countless precedents were enough to prove this. Sister Shen, we seem to have gotten into trouble. Bai Yong shrunk his neck. Seeing the people surrounding him, all of them had powerful backgrounds. His breathing quickened. What was going on? He had gone to great lengths to go up the mountain to greet them, and now he had encountered such a situation. Now, Bai Yong didn't know whether to leave or stay. He was like an ant on a hot pan, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Bai Xingnan was also a bit nervous. After all, these people were surrounding them, and each of them looked like fiends. Don't worry, it's fine. There won't be any waves. Lin Fei was still very calm. What a joke. I haven't even gotten angry yet, so when will it be their turn to get angry? Miss Bai, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please stand to the side. Yu Longlai came up and said, this daughter of the Bai family couldn't be offended. Yu Longlai also gave 100 likes for his calculations. He had easily obtained the approval of Huofeng Phoenix. With Huofeng Phoenix's support, this brat would definitely suffer a bit today. As for resisting, perhaps when the time came, Huofeng Phoenix would personally make a move. Bai Xingnan said resolutely, I'm not going anywhere. No matter what, she would stand together with Lin Fei and face this together. Lin Fei patted Bai Xingnan's shoulder. I see that you haven't eaten anything tonight. It just so happens that there's food over there. Since it's still early, why don't you go and eat something? I'll have a good chat with them. I believe that these people are definitely easy to talk to. Many people wanted to laugh. Did this brat not know what kind of situation he was in? Chatting with them, did he really think that he was a big shot? Bai Xingnan looked into Lin Fei's eyes and felt a lot more at ease. She nodded. All right, I'll go and eat something first. I'll wait for you to come back. Lil, Bai, accompany your sister Xing'an. Lin Fei said to Bai Yong. Bai Yong had long wanted to leave. He nodded repeatedly, okay. After Bai Xingnan and Bai Yong left, Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. While I'm still in a good mood tonight, scram as far away as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind rubbing you on the ground again and again. Bai Yong, who had only walked a short distance, staggered and almost fell. Oh my God, is this guy trying to offend all these people? Even a super second generation can't withstand the attacks of these people. Sister Shen, what's the background of this friend of yours? Bai Yong asked uneasily. Bai Xingnan also heard this, but she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She smiled sweetly. You just need to treat him as a very mysterious person. That's right, mysterious. In Bai Xingnan's eyes, her boss was filled with a mysterious aura. Even now, Bai Xingnan couldn't see this person. Mysterious? Bai Yong rolled his eyes. Ha! Yu Longlai laughed loudly. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? That's right. You should be the one to scram. You don't have the right to speak now. Just kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe if Miss Huofeng is in a good mood, she might spare your life. Everyone put on a front. After all, Huofeng Phoenix had already spoken. Who was afraid of this kid? Even if he had a powerful background, he had to obediently bow his head in the East Sea. This was what they thought when facing Huofeng Phoenix. Lin Fei sighed softly. You guys still don't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only rub you on the ground and teach you a lesson. It's been a long time since I fought someone. Today, I can have a good fight. Since there are so many punching bags, it'll be a waste if I don't fight. Lin Fei threw down these words and rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Bang 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 bang. A shocking scene happened. All the rich second generations and nouveau riche who surrounded Lin Fei were smashed to the ground one by one. That scene was as satisfying as it could be. Countless people screamed. In less than 3 minutes, 20 to 30 people were lying on the ground, wailing nonstop. Everything was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Among them, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were even more miserable. God knows how many bones in their body were broken, and the ground was smashed to the ground. You guys don't listen to me, so this is what will happen to you. Lin Fei smiled slightly. I don't know if this feels good or not. If you don't, we can continue. Not far away, the woman in red and the woman in white looked at each other in surprise. Interesting guy. I didn't expect him to be such a hot-tempered guy. This time, he doesn't take me seriously. Chapter 3942. This scene caused everyone on Mount Pan to be shocked. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. More than 20 people wailed in pain, especially Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei. Their miserable appearances made people suck in a breath of cold air. This was too cruel. Where did this strange man come from? He actually dared to beat up these people. Was he not afraid of being ganged up on? Hofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya were also slightly surprised, especially Hofeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered person. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel that it was fun. It seems that some people didn't listen to my words. Hofeng Phoenix looked at the young man. Are all the young people these days so arrogant? Bing Qingya, who was next to her, said coldly, Why do you want to fight again? Or are your hands itchy? I know your temper. Fire Phoenix laughed. Actually, I also want to make a move, but this isn't a good place. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Do you really think I'll be the same as I was a few years ago? Bing Qingya said coldly. I thought you wouldn't be able to control yourself. It seems that you've suffered a lot these years. You've learned your lesson. Hofeng Phoenix shook her head. This is all in the past. Qingya, don't talk about it anymore. But you initiated this race. Do you really want that? If those guys knew, they might be heartbroken. Bing Qingya looked away. Regret? There's nothing to regret. I've chosen anyway. Hofeng Phoenix couldn't say anything to her best friend. Everyone had their own difficulties. After Lin Fei beat them down, he shook his head. No one dares to come up. They're all a bunch of cowards. They talk big, but in reality, they're too weak. Originally, everyone wanted to show off in front of Hofeng Phoenix. But now that someone had suffered, the rest didn't dare to rush up. They were definitely looking for trouble. As a man, what's the point of using force? At this time, a person jumped out. It was none other than Qin Wushuang. If you have the ability, let's fight on the road and see who's stronger. Qin Wushuang did not forget Yu Longlai's words. Even if Yu Longlai was injured now, if he could cripple this brat, he believed that Yu Longlai would be extremely happy. Perhaps when he was happy, 30 million would turn into 50 million. Hearing this, the others realized that they didn't have to fight. This was the mountain road. If they had the ability, they could fight in the car. What's the point of beating people up? Let's have a fight along the way. Otherwise, we won't accept it. They might not be good at fighting, but they were very good at racing. Not to mention the others, just Qin Wushuang alone was enough to suppress them. Qin Wushuang stepping forward undoubtedly gave the people present a chance to vent. Naturally, they wouldn't say that they were afraid that the fellow would cripple them. How could Lin Fei not see that this was their way of provoking him? Especially this Qin Wushuang guy, there was even a trace of hostility in his tone. He might be able to hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from his eyes. You guys are only good at talking. Isn't it just a race? That's easy. Even if you don't say it, I still want to see your power. Since I'm bored, I'm bored. Lin Fei laughed. If anyone wants to fight, feel free to come. I'll give you a chance to show off. Qin Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. Hee, this guy finally fell for it. When we reach the mountain road, I'll definitely kill this brat. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei who were on the ground were also helped up. However, they looked very miserable, and their injuries were not light. However, when they heard that Lin Fei was going to go on stage, in a short period of time, they seemed to have forgotten about the pain. This Qin Wushuang really knew how to do things. Lin Fei didn't look at Taoist Qin Wushuang. When he saw that Hofeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya had already boarded the RV, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This incident made everyone know that there was such a person at the peak of Mount Pan. He actually dared to fight against the two young masters of the Yu clan, and he didn't even take Hofeng Phoenix seriously. This made countless people remember this guy. As for those who were injured, they were all helped up. Their eyes were all fierce and evil. They didn't attack again, but instead, they all made calls. No matter what, they must take revenge on this matter. They must take revenge ruthlessly. Brother Lin, are you really going to go racing later? Bai Xingnan asked. Of course. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think that they're very powerful. Lin Fei laughed. Later, don't get on the car. After all, the mountain road isn't ordinary. Bai Xingnan nodded. I'll listen to you. All right, is there a place to place a bet? Lin Fei smiled and asked Bai Yong. Bai Yong was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Now, he didn't dare to look down on this friend of Bai Xingnan's. He was really too domineering. This must be a martial artist. Only a martial artist could not put these people in his eyes. Yes, there is a betting area here. Bai Yong nodded repeatedly. Lin Fei laughed. Then bring me there. I'm bored anyway. Let's place a bet. If you have money, you can place a bet too. You can even make a fortune. Bet? In his heart, Bai Yong didn't think that Lin Fei would win. After all, the people at the peak of the mountain were all very strong. Although they weren't good at fighting, their driving skills were first class. At the betting area, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He directly placed 100 million Chinese dollars. This also shocked many people. Because if he won, the betting area would have to pay him 1 billion Chinese dollars. This was also the reason why they didn't think that Lin Fei would win. If he didn't earn money, then he would be a bastard. If he didn't take a bite of the fat meat that was delivered to his doorstep, they would feel that it was a pity. In the end, Bai Yong reluctantly put down 10,000 yuan. As for Bai Xingnan, she boldly put 5 million yuan into Lin Fei's account. Brother Lin, this is my private money. If I lose later, I'll blame it on you. Bai Xingnan joked. Lin Fei said, it's just 5 million. Don't worry. If I really lose it all, I'll pay you back. I'll even support you. Bai Xingnan's face turned red. Lin Fei's words were too bold and too ambiguous. After placing the bet, Lin Fei directly went to his Bentley Tianhua. The second-generation nouveau riche started discussing in low voices. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei would be able to take first place. What a joke. Didn't he look at who was ranked first? That was the number one in the country, the god of racing, Bing Qingya. Qingya, look at that kid. He actually has the nerve to bet 100 million on his own first place. He doesn't take you seriously. When Hofeng Phoenix heard the news, she also sneered. Later, I'll let him see what kind of tricks this guy has. He dares to say that he will take first place. Chapter 3943. Although both Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were seriously injured and were lying directly on the stretcher, they did not leave immediately. They were not willing to go to the hospital until they saw Lin Fei with their own eyes. If any of you cripple that kid, I will personally reward you with 10 million. Yu Longlai immediately arranged for someone to pass the message to the racers present. Originally, Yu Longlai planned to let Qin Wushuang deal with Lin Fei, but after suffering such a big loss, Yu Longlai was filled with hatred. He was no longer satisfied with just Qin Wushuang, so he wanted everyone present to take action. The 10 million reward was still tempting to many people, because Yu Longlai was from the Longting Villa. As long as they took care of that kid, not only would they earn 10 million, but they would also get a good impression. This kind of good thing was rare. Who wouldn't be willing? Without batting an eyelid, everyone started plotting to kill that Lin Fei fellow. Did he really think that there was nothing he could do to him on this winding mountain path? Ready. Half an hour later, on the top of the mountain road, luxury cars began to roar one after another. Among them, more than a dozen luxury cars began to withdraw from the race. These people were all injured by Lin Fei, so they lost the right to drive. A young female racer walked up, holding a flag in her hand. She came to the center of the entrance and waved it enthusiastically. 123. After 3 sounds, as the young woman waved the flag in her hand, a red light instantly rushed out. Bing Qingya's red Ferrari, which was in first place, instantly pulled away from everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The other luxury cars also rushed out, like sharp swords. However, the most incredible thing was that the Bentley Skyway did not move at all. What the hell is that guy trying to do? Is he planning to let everyone take a step back? What an arrogant guy. Many people could not guess. After all, this was the top race in Donghai and even the whole country. The owner of the Bentley Skyway even bet 100 million on him to win. In this kind of race, once you fell behind, it was basically very difficult to catch up, especially on this mountain road. There were a total of 108 turns, and it was also known as the 18 levels of hell. On the other hand, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the Bentley Timberwolf, looked very relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you all don't leave first, how am I supposed to teach you all a lesson? It would be more interesting to catch up to them now. Otherwise, I'm really not interested in chasing after them like a swarm of bees. If these words were to spread, it was unknown how many people would vomit 3 liters of blood. This was boundlessly arrogant. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley Timberlake rushed out. After rushing out, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator all the way, and the speed kept increasing. The roaring sound made the people watching through the big screens secretly click their tongues. This guy is definitely a newbie. I can guarantee that this road is full of twists and turns, yet he dares to step on the accelerator to the end. Madan, that's way too fast. He's almost broken 300. He's really not afraid of death. It's good that he's dead. I can't believe someone like him dares to drive here. He's almost at the first bend, but he's not slowing down. Is he planning to drift over? Too arrogant. Very quickly, the first bend appeared. This bend wasn't big, but it was very fast. Normally, people who were good at it would put on the brakes and slow down. Many people were cursing Lin Fei for getting into trouble at the first bend. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't be able to get through at this speed. But the Bentley Timberlake steadily circled around the edge and dashed out. At that moment, it was unknown how many people were shocked. He actually passed. He actually passed. This kid actually hit himself well. He actually passed at this speed. It's just a coincidence. Many people saw this scene and shook their heads. They didn't dare to believe that it was real. It must be a coincidence. Many people thought so. Under such circumstances, only a coincidence could explain it. Lin Fei's speed very quickly increased to 310 kilometers per hour. It was almost at the limit of the Bentley Timberlake. Under such a limit, the Bentley Timberlake was like a black shadow that continuously streaked past. The second bend, the third bend, the fourth bend. Everyone was cursing Lin Fei time and time again. However, he easily passed 4 bends. At the same time, he also destroyed quite a few cars and left them in the dust. This guy is too strong. He didn't slow down when passing bends. That's too unreasonable. Countless people saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. If it was them, they would have died 9 out of 10 times. If there was one more time, they would have been seriously injured and turned into a vegetable. But this guy actually passed them time and time again. He didn't even get hurt. He's too strong. Also, that's clearly a normal Bentley Timberlake. It's not a modified racing car. How can its performance be so high? They, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't understand it at all. Ah, that's great. Brother Lin is amazing. Although Bai Xingnan was worried, she couldn't help but feel excited when she saw Lin Fei surpass his opponents time and time again. Sister Shen, is this Brother Lin the god of racing? Bai Yong asked. He was also shocked by this scene. He even regretted placing so little bet. You guessed it right. He is the god of racing. Can't you see that he's preparing to teach everyone a lesson? Bai Xingnan said with a smile. Bai Yong seemed to understand why Lin Fei was the last to drive. He's really teaching everyone a lesson. This time, Bai Xingnan nodded vigorously. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After seeing the first car, he chased after it again and again. Those people who had originally wanted to scheme against Lin Fei saw the Bentley Timberlake charge forward without slowing down at all. They didn't dare to stop him at all. In the meantime, a few cars tried to stop him. When the Bentley Timberlake passed by them, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. There were even a few who were so scared that they crashed into the road. In terms of courage, they really weren't a match for Lin Fei. Hence, they could only watch as he passed them one by one. They didn't dare to stop him. They couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such guts. This wasn't racing. This was playing with their lives. This was too crazy. They couldn't afford to play with him. When they reached the 30th bend, there weren't many cars in front of them. It's a pity that this car is too slow. Otherwise, the speed could be increased. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator to the end. He was still very satisfied with this speed. After all, the Bentley Timberlake wasn't a sports car, nor was it a Ferrari, nor was it a Lamborghini. Naturally, it wasn't as fast as them. However, even so, the Bentley Timberlake's stable performance allowed Lin Fei to easily overtake them. Qin Wushuang's driving skills were very good. He maintained the 5th position. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that Lin Fei actually didn't catch up. This meant that he didn't even have the chance to show off. Virm. A sound came from behind. He subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. With this look, Qin Wushuang suddenly saw a Bentley Timberlake rushing forward. The bright lights made him excited. What? This kid actually caught up. Didn't he disappear just now? This speed is too fast. In a few moments, Qin Wushuang saw a car rushing forward. It was getting closer and closer to him. Moreover, this Bentley was the only one on this road. If it wasn't Lin Fei's car, then who else could it be? The heavens are helping me. If he didn't catch up, I wouldn't have the chance. Now, it's finally my chance to show off. Qin Wushuang was ecstatic. At this moment, there was a huge bend in front of him. Outside the bend was a cliff. This was a very dangerous bend. In the eyes of racers, this was called the Bend of Death. Great, let's kill him here. Chapter 3944. The turn of death was here. Qin Wushuang was ready to make his move. He stepped on the accelerator and looked as if he was going to make the turn of death. At the same time, he secretly observed the people behind him. He realized that Lin Fei was also following him without any signs of slowing down. Qin Wushuang was even happier. Looks like you don't know how powerful this turn of death is. You'll regret it later. No, I should say that you won't even have the chance to regret it. Qin Wushuang laughed coldly in his heart. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. Just as he was about to reach 20 meters, Qin Wushuang suddenly braked. His taillights lit up and he quickly changed gears. Then he lightly stepped on the accelerator and prepared to drift out. All of this was done smoothly. Qin Wushuang believed that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to react in time. There was only one outcome. He would charge out of the turn. Qin Wushuang couldn't be any more familiar with this death curve. Back then, he had knocked down a powerful racer here, and nothing had happened to him afterwards. However, just as Qin Wushuang was about to make the turn, a black shadow passed him with a whoosh. It was a Bentley Toyota. It brushed past Qin Wushuang's sports car and rushed out. Qin Wushuang felt his car shake slightly. It was this shake that caused his sports car to lose its stability and crash into the curve at the side. No! Qin Wushuang shouted. He wanted to step on the brakes. However, this time, Qin Wushuang was half a beat slower. He panicked. Because of this light touch, his sports car was already close to the edge of the turn. Bang! Just like that, the whole car rushed out and fell heavily. Then, it was swallowed by the night. Lin Fei continued to step on the accelerator. To him, what happened just now was just a small matter. If Qin Wushuang didn't have the intention to harm him, Lin Fei might have given him a chance to live. However, he had made a move. Only death awaited him. At the top of Mount Pan, many people saw this scene and screamed. They felt that Qin Wushuang was too unlucky. Who would have thought that the other party would be faster than him when he made the turn? In the end, Qin Wushuang didn't have time to dodge. If they were to go down this turn of death, they would definitely die. No one noticed the details of that light collision. After passing through more than a dozen bends, Lin Fei overtook one sports car after another and finally saw a white Lamborghini. The other party's driving skills were very good. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was not a big deal. As long as the other party wanted to live safely, their driving skills would never improve. After all, they were made of flesh and blood. No one would joke around with their lives. This brat actually caught up. The driver of the Lamborghini was Hofeng Phoenix. She was stuck in second place because the previous few people had been pushed down by her. When the Bentley Lexus rushed up, Hofeng Phoenix knew who it was. She was more or less surprised. It seems that this guy is quite good. He actually caught up so quickly. However, you can only consider yourself unlucky to meet me. I'm not that easy to bully. Hofeng Phoenix slowed down and waited for the other party to catch up. She would teach the other party a lesson. After Lin Fei caught up, Hofeng Phoenix also showed her strength. She blocked left and right, not letting Lin Fei overtake her. Even when they were passing corners, she could easily maintain her advantage. This woman is different when she's stingy. She can't do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Hofeng Phoenix blocked the other party again and again. Her heart was full of pride. You want to overtake me? Let's see how you overtake me. As long as I'm in front of you, you will obediently follow behind me. You still want to take first place? Do you really think that you're the god of racing in Donghai or even the whole country? Hofeng Phoenix was very proud. Through the rearview mirror, she stretched out her finger and gave Lin Fei the middle finger. If the speed of the car wasn't so fast, Hofeng Phoenix wouldn't have minded shouting and provoking this guy. But in the next second, a loud bang. Just as Hofeng Phoenix gave Lin Fei the middle finger, the Lamborghini actually swayed. Hofeng Phoenix suddenly couldn't lean forward in time. She lost her balance and crashed to the side. This scene frightened Fire Phoenix so much that she immediately stepped on the brakes, barely managing to turn around. However, this also caused Fire Phoenix's anger to soar to the heavens. This brat actually dared to hit me? How dare he hit me? This old lady isn't done with you. Hofeng Phoenix was also famous for her bad temper. When she encountered this kind of situation, she immediately remembered this guy. However, just as Hofeng Phoenix finished throwing her temper, the Bentley Toyota behind her hit her again. It was just a light hit. Hofeng Phoenix's Lamborghini shook again and swayed from side to side. B** starred. He's really a B** starred. How dare he hit me again? Hofeng Phoenix couldn't stop cursing. This was the first time she encountered this kind of situation while driving. On this kind of winding mountain road, there was actually someone who kept hitting her car. It was simply unimaginable. If they were on the ground, Hofeng Phoenix would definitely teach this guy a lesson. But in the car, even if she was strong, she couldn't withstand this kind of danger. If she was even a little bit careless, she would immediately rush off the cliff and die in the crash. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator again and stared at the Lamborghini. Isn't it just not letting me overtake? Then I'll keep hitting you. I guarantee that you'll feel good. Lin Fei laughed evilly. He did it on purpose. He wanted Hofeng Phoenix to know how powerful he was. Once, twice, thrice, she hit the Lamborghini again and again. Hofeng Phoenix also tried to pull away again and again, but she was always locked by the Bentley Toyota behind her. This made Hofeng Phoenix roar and curse, but she also felt uneasy and nervous. Almost every time, it made Hofeng Phoenix's heart beat faster. The feeling of stabilizing the car was like riding a roller coaster. Hofeng Phoenix couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Hofeng Phoenix was different from others. She wasn't a real racer. If she was a real racer, she would have rushed down a long time ago. How could she stop here? Hofeng Phoenix completely remembered this young man named Lin Fei. He drove so fiercely. Did he have to be so arrogant? Didn't I just say a few words? After hitting her again, Hofeng Phoenix's face turned pale and she cried directly. I'm done, I'm done. I'm done. This time, Hofeng Phoenix finally stepped on the brakes. The Lamborghini slid out and slid along the edge of the road. Sparks flew everywhere before the car finally stopped. The moment she stopped, Fire Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief. Even Hofeng Phoenix herself did not know how she had managed to get down here. When he finally stopped, he could only pant and feel a lingering fear in his heart. "Beauty, did you feel good just now?" Lin Fei's Bentley Timberwolf stopped next to the Lamborghini and rolled down the window. Wolfgang Phoenix was furious. "I don't care who you are or where you came from. I'll remember you. I'll definitely make you kneel in front of me and sing Conquer." For Wolfgang Phoenix to say something like that, it was obvious how angry she was. "Then I'll wait and see, beautiful." Lin Fei laughed. He stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley rushed out. Chapter 39:45. "Chinya, you have to be careful. That brat is catching up. Don't let him get close to you. This guy is a bastard. He actually used a Bentley Tianyu to hit my Lamborghini. Sob sob sob, he hit me 7 or 8 times. I almost couldn't talk to you anymore. Sob sob sob, you have to take revenge for me. Don't let that brat overtake you." Wolfgang Phoenix got out of the Lamborghini. Her legs were weak, and her eyes were filled with tears. However, she immediately called Bing Chinya and complained. The red Ferrari was like a stream of light, constantly passing through the bends. It was very skillful and it almost didn't stop at all. After receiving Wolfgang Phoenix's call, Bing Chinya was slightly surprised. "What? You got knocked down by him?" Fire Phoenix smiled bitterly. "Don't mention it, I was wrong. That guy is too savage. He actually used a Bentley to hit me at high speed. You have to be careful, that guy is not to be trifled with. To be able to hit an opponent's car at high speed and still be able to keep his own car intact, this kind of ability is not something that just anyone can do. No matter what, it is 1 in 100 or even 1 in 10,000, there may not even be one." That was why Wolfgang Phoenix contacted Bing Chinya as soon as possible. She was worried that something might happen. "Then I will be careful. If he dares to come up, I will definitely let him know the consequences." Bing Chinya was also looking forward to it. If this brat was really that powerful, then she had really met her match. After all, from the beginning, Bing Chinya really didn't pay much attention to her opponent. Not long after hanging up the phone, in less than 10 minutes, or even only 6 minutes, Bing Chinya heard the roaring sound of a fast engine coming from behind her. Then she saw a Bentley Tianyu rushing up. Wow, he actually didn't slow down when passing the bend. He didn't even change the gear. He kept maintaining a constant speed. How is this possible? Bing Chinya was an exception. However, this time, seeing that the opponent was also coming at him aggressively and didn't even seem to slow down, Bing Chinya had indeed found her opponent in an instant. This guy is an expert. It's not a waste of my effort to organize this race. Right now, only he can be my opponent. Bing Ching suddenly became spirited. I really want to see, how can you surpass me? Lin Fei finally caught up. At this time, he was at most 20 to 30 turns away from the finish line. This Bing Chinya's technique is really good. She actually managed to put such a distance between them. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Lin Fei said with some surprise. But this is good too. It's been a long time since I've met such an expert. No matter what, I have to have some fun. Previously, the Wolfgang Phoenix gave Lin Fei a little fun, but his psychological endurance was too poor. He only hit it 7 or 8 times and it actually stopped. Of course, this was because Lin Fei was lenient. If he had hit it hard, it would not have been able to withstand 3 hits. Lin Fei was not that kind of cruel person. He treated the girl well, and she did not really offend him, so he did not mind her suffering a little. Boom! The engine roared. Just like that, Lin Fei drove the Bentley Tianyu to get close. However, as soon as they collided, Bing Chinya controlled the Ferrari to dodge to the side, not giving Lin Fei any chance to collide. For the first time, Lin Fei missed. This Bing Chinya should know that I am dealing with the Wolfgang Phoenix. But even if you dodge, can you react faster than me? Lin Fei laughed and directly hit it. Driving a car, wasn't it for excitement? Obviously, there was nothing more exciting than this. Madman, this guy is definitely a madman. After dodging twice, the car shook as soon as it made a turn. Bing Chinya, who had always been as cold as frost, directly scolded, This is racing, this is the real Fast and Furious. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and you will die. This was the first time Bing Chinya encountered this kind of thing. She finally understood why her bestie, Huofeng Phoenix, would cry. Usually, when they were racing, which one was not careful? Which one was not as crazy as this guy? No, I have to get rid of him immediately. Bing Qingya didn't dare to be careless anymore. According to this cruel method, after 6 or 7 hits, people who couldn't bear it would be finished immediately. Bing Qingya wanted to get rid of him, but the Bentley Tim Yu was still following closely behind. Ferrari didn't have a chance to escape at all. Even when it was around the bend, it was still going straight, as if the Bentley Tianyue was a toy in the opponent's hands. Bing Qingya didn't have the ability to drive however she wanted. She dodged again and again, but she was still hit by the opponent's Bentley Tianyue, and the magnitude was not small. Bing Qingya believed that the rear of her Ferrari must have been damaged. This guy is definitely a madman, too crazy. How did I meet this guy? How did this guy appear in the East Sea? Is he not afraid of accidents? Bing Qingya's body shook again, and the frost on her face became even colder. She wanted to get rid of the opponent, but she couldn't. She could only bear the opponent's impact, and the angle of the impact was very good. It was neither light nor heavy, but it gave her a terrible threat, even life-threatening. This kind of situation once was enough, but 1, 2, 3 times, Bing Qingya was starting to feel unbearable. Lin Fei sat in the car calmly, the Bentley Tim Yu was like a toy in his hands, and every time he hit the Ferrari, Lin Fei would deliberately find the right angle so that Bing Qingya, who was in the car, could really feel the real speed and passion, and even her adrenaline was surging. Isn't it just racing? Then I will help you, I will give you a good time. After hitting for 10 times, Lin Fei also admired Bing Qingya. She actually didn't stop the car. At this time, there was another small turn in front of them, and they were almost at the finish line. This chase and collision, unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer to the finish line. Lin Fei smiled. Seems like I need to use my trump card, or else Bing Qingya will really win. Because the turn in front was too small, it was impossible to succeed if he tried to force it. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many opportunities. In the Ferrari, Bing Qingya's hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel. Fortunately, this Ferrari had been modified to be very good, or else it would have been finished. This time, I will definitely win, you can't surpass me. Bing Qingya believed that as long as she held this situation, she would definitely win. Not far away, there was a turn. This was the last big turn, and the remaining few turns were basically small turns. As long as she held this big turn, Bing Qingya would know that she had won. If you want to get first, I will make you lose 100 million Chinese dollars. Bing Qingya was a woman, but she also had times when she was petty. Wait, where is the car? Bing Qingya tried to drift through the big turn, and found that the car behind her had disappeared. Bing Qingya's heart shook, the Bentley Tim Yu was not on either side. Bing Qingya, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide as she saw a black figure rushing down from the back. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be? Suddenly, Bing Qingya saw the intersection below, and understood. Madman, he's a madman. How dare he? Chapter 3946. At this time, the people at the top of the mountain also saw this scene. They saw that the Bentley flew down from the bend and was instantly drowned in the night. Madman, he really is a madman. How dare he just rush out like that? He's dead. He's dead for sure. Why doesn't he look at where he is? Did he watch too many movies? Does he really think he won't die if he rushes down like this? Even an immortal wouldn't be able to handle this kind of crazy behavior. Everyone was dumbfounded. That guy was really a genius. Bai Xingnan and Bai Yong were nervous. They didn't dare to look anymore. It was too scary. Everyone knew that this was the holy land of death. Who knew how many people had rushed down from this bend and died? Brother Lin, he will be fine. He definitely won't. Bai Xingnan's face was pale. As for those who were originally prepared to settle the score with Lin Fei, they were all grinning from ear to ear. The only regretful thing was that they did not personally make a move. However, being able to watch Lin Fei charge down was already a relief to them. Yu Longrong and Yu Longfei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Good. After all, they had suffered a lot from Lin Fei. If this guy didn't die, they would have to think about how to deal with him. Now that he was dead, they didn't need to do anything. Where else could they find such a good thing? Bing Qingya, who was in the Ferrari, slowed down. She couldn't help but be startled. She couldn't believe this scene. That guy actually dared to rush down. How did he dare to go down? Doesn't he know what this means? Bing Qingya kept staring at that shadow. Then, she quickly turned around and rushed through a few checkpoints. She didn't hear any explosion or even the sound of falling. She didn't see any wreckage along the way. Did he succeed? Bing Qingya really wanted to say that this was impossible. Coming down from such a high place, no matter what kind of car it would be impossible to control it perfectly. If it was her, she would be the same. She wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. However, after passing through the last few corners, Bing Qingya suddenly saw a Bentley parked not far away. However, this Bentley Tianyue looked a bit messy. The rear of the car was starting to fall apart. However, it stopped steadily at the victory finish line. At this time, many people at the finish line were dumbfounded. Clearly, they could not accept the scene before them. This is ridiculous. That brat actually rushed down, and nothing happened to him. He even overtook Bing Qingya, the god of racing, and got the first place. This is too shocking. No one would be able to forget this scene tonight. The #1 car god of East Sea, Bing Qingya, was defeated. Lin Fei leaned against the car door next to the Bentley Lexus, looking very relaxed. He watched as the Ferrari drove over and finally stopped at the side. "Beauty, it seems like you're not brave enough, so I'll take first place. I think you won't have any objections, right?" Lin Fei laughed. Bing Qingya got out of the Ferrari and looked at the smiling young man. "You're crazier than I thought. In order to win, you actually rushed down from above. You're the craziest person I've ever seen. This time, I'm convinced of my loss." Bing Qingya indeed did not dare to do this. That was a challenge with her life. Even if she had 100% confidence, she would not do it. Lin Fei laughed. "Thank you for your compliment. Actually, you're not bad. To be able to withstand so many collisions with me, ordinary people do not have your quality." It would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but once he did, Bing Qingya instantly became angry. "You have no quality at all. Ordinary people would not dare to do what you did." Lin Fei laughed. "Is it because you're Bing Qingya? Can I do it? Ridiculous, it's useless to me. Even if a powerful person stood in front of me, he would still look the same. With 2 ears and 2 eyes, there's not much difference. What do you think?" This was the first time Bing Qingya heard someone talk to her like this. One must know that she was the #1 beauty of the East Ocean. Although she didn't care about this title, it was the first time she was ignored by a man like this. Bing Qingya felt a little uncomfortable. "Bastard, you actually dared to hit me just now." At this time, a Lamborghini caught up and quickly opened a big teleportation. A figure got out of the car. A red figure rushed out, coldly snorted, and directly kicked towards Lin Fei. Moreover, it was a series of kicks, bringing up a large number of shadows. Lin Fei did not care about the incoming attack at all. He lightly used his hand to block and push upwards. The woman in red, with a "hua" sound, flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. "Girl, what's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to be polite." Lin Fei faintly laughed. Bing Qingya's pupils also shrank. She quickly went to help Huofeng Phoenix. "Phoenix, are you okay?" Huofeng Phoenix raised her head and looked at Lin Fei, gritting her teeth. She wanted to cut him into 8 pieces. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury. It's nothing." Huofeng Phoenix was very clear that the series of kicks just now was not light. It was almost comparable to the martial power of a master, but in the end, it was easily blocked by this guy. Again! Huofeng Phoenix pushed Bing Qingya away. Suddenly, she took out a black dagger and slashed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still very calm. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, carrying a trace of a smile. "You're even playing with weapons. I think this dagger is not bad. I'll take it." Lin Fei smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab it. Without making any other movements, Fire Phoenix felt her hand becoming empty as the dagger in her hand disappeared, falling into Lin Fei's hand. Next, Lin Fei lightly slashed the dagger, bringing with it a chilling sensation as it landed on Fire Phoenix's neck. Wolfing Phoenix also stopped at this moment. She did not dare to move anymore, because the dagger was extremely sharp. The coldness fell on her neck, making it difficult for her to move. She subconsciously swallowed. Until now, she still did not know how her dagger was taken away by the opponent. "Sir, please have mercy." Bing Qingya was also anxious. She knew Wolfing Phoenix's strength, but she did not expect that she would be defeated in front of this strange man. Moreover, she was in danger. The dagger was only a hair's breadth away from Wolfing Phoenix's neck. If the opponent wanted to, he could just gently push it forward, and Wolfing Phoenix's head would be separated from her body. Lin Fei said, "Don't worry, I don't bully women. As long as she begs for mercy, I will let her go." After all, she dared to attack a man, and even used a dagger. No matter what, she has to suffer a bit. Otherwise, she will not learn her lesson. At this moment, Wolfing Phoenix was indeed panicking. After all, she did not usually fight much. Her strength was not bad, and under normal circumstances, she could crush her opponent. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was actually being threatened. "You want me to suffer, I won't agree." Wolfing Phoenix was also a person with a temper. Even with a dagger against her neck, she did not look like she was going to admit defeat. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Are you sure? Then I will cut your beautiful face a few times. I believe that with such a beautiful woman like you, it will be very interesting to have your face cut a few times. At the very least, you can get the title of ugly, don't you think so?" Wolfing Phoenix was completely anxious and said angrily, "You dare." These words began to reveal a kind of guilty conscience. No matter what, Wolfing Phoenix did not have enough confidence this time. She really did not dare to move. In her heart, she was very clear that if the opponent wanted to kill her, it would be easy for him to control this level of strength. Lin Fei was still smiling. "Then you can give it a try. See if I will make a move or not. It's a pity that this beautiful face will be wasted." Chapter 3947. Oh right, you can also tell me what word you want. I think you can write an ugly word on the left side, and a woman on the right side. Together, it will be an ugly woman. I believe it will fit your identity very well. Lin Fei laughed. "Don't worry, my strength is very good. I guarantee that you will not dissipate for the rest of your life." When Wolfing Phoenix came down, she had a bad temper. She just wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. She wanted to beat him to the ground and sing "Conquer." She had to sing it at least 10 times. It was a pity that her wish was good, but the result was not beautiful. How could she have known that the other party would transform from a sheep into a ferocious tiger, completely devouring her? Now, even her own safety was in the hands of the other party. This kind of huge difference made Wolfing Phoenix very upset. For a moment, she could not come back to her senses and accept the scene in front of her. Wolfing Phoenix was anxious. Her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her face. What do you want? I admit defeat, okay? You bully a weak woman like this, is it fun?" In one night, she had suffered twice and shed tears twice. Wolfing Phoenix wondered if she had come to the wrong place. How could she encounter such a thing? And this man did not have the demeanor of a gentleman at all. He even dared to make her suffer. Wolfing Phoenix really wanted to rush up and slap him a few times. But now, she did not dare to do anything. Even Bing Qingya, who was not far from her, did not dare to do anything. Because the dagger was too close to Wolfing Phoenix's neck, as long as the other side moved, she could easily slit Phoenix's throat. Now you know you are wrong, but it is too late. All right, you are not a weak woman. If I did not have some strength, I would have been at a disadvantage. You women are really unreasonable. Lin Fei joked, "You were in a hurry just now, acting like a big sister. Now, it is not like your style just now." Wolfing Phoenix was about to collapse. She wanted to say, "If I knew you were so powerful, I would not have done it. Well, I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. I'll admit defeat, okay?" Wolfing Phoenix's tears flowed down. She was like a pear blossom in the rain. It was a tragic sight. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel pity for him. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, when they thought about how powerful this person was, they immediately suppressed those thoughts. He had dared to rush down from above. He was a few dozen meters away, and he was completely fine. Who could do that? Lin Fei really admired Huofeng's crying skills. She looked delicate and pitiful, and it was indeed quite good. This made him feel like a demon king bullying a weak girl. He laughed out loud. "Beauty, you look pretty good when you cry. Why don't you cry a few more times? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go." Huofeng Phoenix was in a bad mood. How can this bastard say such a thing? This time, Huofeng Phoenix had suffered too much, but she didn't know what to say. She really couldn't understand this man's habits. Bing Qingya said with a cold voice, "Mr. Phoenix is my best friend. What happened just now was Phoenix's fault. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive her, okay? If you want compensation, I'll agree." Bing Qingya wasn't sure if she could make a move. Although the other side didn't make any movements, he just stood there casually, giving Bing Qingya a feeling that he was invulnerable and absurd. However, this absurd feeling didn't make her doubt it. Bing Qingya believed that if she dared to make a move against him, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. She might even implicate Huofeng Phoenix. Bing Qingya really couldn't see through this kind of person. Lin Fei smiled. "I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the #1 beauty of the East Ocean has spoken, I have to give you face. How about this? If your best friend calls me daddy and spare his life, I'll let him go. How about it?" Lin Fei looked at Bing Qingya with a smile. Fire Phoenix almost roared out, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. How could a young miss like her take the initiative to call him daddy, and even ask him to spare her life? Huofeng Phoenix felt extremely ashamed. He was obviously toying with her. Huofeng Phoenix really wanted to go up and fight, but she still didn't dare. Lin Fei said again, "I'll give you a choice. If you say it, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make my move. You should know that a powerful daddy like me can't be called by anyone. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Don't you think so?" Huofeng Phoenix cried even harder. This was too much of a bully. Although Huofeng Phoenix knew that this was a bad taste, calling a young man daddy was too awkward. Huofeng Phoenix really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. "Can you change it?" Bing Qingya asked. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "No, it has to be like this. Now, I'll count to 3. If you don't say it, then I'll make my move. You can try and see if I dare to make my move." Huofeng Phoenix looked at Bing Qingya with pleading eyes. However, Bing Qingya shook her head slightly, looking helpless. Huofeng Phoenix was very clear about her best friend's strength. Now, even she didn't dare to make her move. That meant that she didn't have any confidence. She could only clench her teeth to stop her tears. I'll say it, okay?" Huofeng Phoenix didn't lower her head. She really didn't dare to gamble anymore. Right now, she could only get rid of the danger first. As for whether she would take revenge or not, that was another matter. "Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, I won't dare to do it again." Huofeng Phoenix called a young man daddy. Her voice was almost no different from a mosquito. However, her whole face quickly turned red, like a red apple. Her whole body also became hot. This was too shameful. Huofeng Phoenix didn't even dare to face this man again. Lin Fei, however, was not very satisfied. He lightly snorted, "Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you at all. Please continue your performance." Huofeng Phoenix was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. "Remember, you don't have much time." Huofeng Phoenix suddenly quivered and didn't dare to think anymore. "Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Huofeng Phoenix closed her eyes and also threw caution to the wind. This time, the voice was very loud. Ordinary people would be shocked. However, Lin Fei was very satisfied. "Daughter is so obedient. Daddy will buy you candy." Huofeng Phoenix finally felt that the dagger had disappeared. She turned around and ran into the Lamborghini. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. "Lin Fei, I hate you. I will definitely take revenge on you." Bing Qingya smiled bitterly. She glanced at this strange man and hurriedly chased after her to comfort her best friend. Lin Fei didn't stop them from leaving. He was still smiling. What an interesting 2 women. However, this daddy is quite nice to hear. I hope there will be another chance next time. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 3948. When Lin Fei returned to the top of the mountain, everyone didn't dare to look down on this ordinary-looking young man anymore. Even those who had shouted for revenge earlier restrained themselves. That was Huofeng Phoenix. She had a bad temper. In the end, she still suffered a great loss at the hands of this young man. Although they didn't know what they had shouted, they knew that it definitely wasn't anything good. If he dared to offend someone like Huofeng Phoenix, he either had a problem with his brain or he had a powerful background. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was definitely the latter. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move again. Lin Fei easily obtained the gambling money. Those people didn't dare to refuse. Anyone who knew about this young man knew that he had a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he dare to beat up the young master of Longting Mountain Manor and even beat up Huofeng Phoenix? They had no choice but to lose a lot of money. Brother Lin, you're finally back. You scared me to death just now. Bai Shengnan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fei return. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you know who I am? All right, it's getting late. It's time for us to go back. Bai Shengnan nodded and followed Lin Fei into the car. After they left, Bai Yong regretted it. He didn't know what to say. He gave himself a tight slap. Why didn't you listen to me? Great, now it's 100,000. Why was I so stupid? It was a chance to get rich overnight. The rest of the people could only watch as they left. They didn't dare to say a word. Soon, the news about what happened on the top of the mountain spread like wildfire. However, it was quickly suppressed as if it had never happened. Brother Lin, I remember that Huofeng Phoenix. She has a powerful background. You offended her like that. What if she takes revenge? Bai Shengnan said worriedly. Lin Fei didn't care. It's okay. I'm an easygoing person. Everything can be solved easily. Bai Shengnan blinked. That was a good reason. On the way back, Bai Shengnan experienced the Fast and Furious again. In the end, he sent her out of the district. All right, I won't be going inside. Have a good sleep. Bai Shengnan actually wanted Lin Fei to come to her house. However, when she thought about what happened tonight, she thought that her father might be waiting for her at home. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me solve such a big problem tonight, Bai Shengnan said gratefully. Bai Shengnan said gratefully. While Lin Fei wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. This is my reward for you tonight. Then she ran away. When she saw this, he of Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Shengnan's face turned red. After all, Bai Shengnan had Bai was Bai. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Bai Shengnan sitting in the living room with her father, Bai Tianqing. Bai on Bai Yai Bai. Bai on. Bai Fei, Bai Tianan, Bai and on. Dad, it's very easy to scare people if you just sit there quietly, okay? Bai Shengnan complained. Bai Tianqing laughed dryly. Normally, he would have reprimanded him. However, he didn't dare to do so now. It should be known that Bai Tianqing had gained a lot of face at Tingqing Manor tonight. In particular, Master Yu had said a few words to him. This was something that he didn't dare to think about normally. Daughter, how's the progress between you and Lin Fei? Bai Tianqing's question made Bai Shengnan feel embarrassed. She wasn't his real girlfriend. She was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Her father thought that he was good at reading people, but he couldn't even tell. Dad, how old are you? Aren't you ashamed to ask this? Bai Shengnan pretended to be unhappy. Bai Tianqing realized that he might have said too much. After all, he didn't dare to say too much about this. Lin Fei was someone with a powerful background. Until now, he still didn't know where Lin Fei came from. However, he could roughly guess that Lin Fei was from Yanjing. Otherwise, why would young Master Yan take the initiative to leave? Alright, I'll stop talking. But you have to seize the opportunity this time. You won't get another outstanding young man like him if you miss this one, Bai Tianqing said as if he had been through it all. There were too many vixens nowadays. If he wasn't careful, he could be snatched away easily. Bai Tianqing felt that he had to talk to his woman about this. The relationship between Bai Shengnan and Lin Fei had developed step by step. However, she knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious and outstanding than she had imagined. Putting everything else aside, just the scene on the mountain road tonight was enough to shock many people. She believed that in the near future, this news would definitely spread in the circle of Donghai. I got it. By Tian Cheng's words gave Bai Xingnan a strange feeling. Do I really fall in love with Lin Fei? Bai Xingnan had seen many outstanding young men. When she thought about comparing herself with Lin Fei, she felt that there was a huge gap between them. Especially the scene tonight. It was the most exciting night in Bai Xingnan's life. She felt warm from the bottom of her heart. Lin Fei didn't go back to Xiaolin's home. Instead, he went directly to Xiaolan's home. Xiaolan was still living in the same house as before. Lin Fei didn't need a key to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. It turned out that Xiaolan was taking a shower. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He took off his clothes and walked over. Xiaolan, who was taking a shower, was suddenly hugged by a strange man. She was startled. However, when she smelled the familiar scent, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, why are you here?" "It's because you're so alluring and delicious. I also came to check the condition of the car. Who knows if the car will break down one day." Hearing this, Xiaolan's face turned red. She rebuked, "Honey, you're so bad. Let's check the condition of the car now." At dawn, Xiaolan was the first to wake up. Looking at the man lying next to her, a happy smile appeared on her face. These days were Xiaolan's favorite days. Although Lin Fei didn't come often, every time he came, she would experience a truly wonderful feeling. She could even buy the things she liked. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's smile became even brighter. She took the initiative to crawl under the quilt and reported her love. Lin Fei felt refreshed. However, when Xiaolan walked, she couldn't walk properly. Nevertheless, she still made breakfast with love for Lin Fei. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good." Lin Fei ate his fill. He had to admit that Xiaolan knew how to serve men very well. "Thank you for your compliment, honey. If you want to eat it, I can make it for you every day. I guarantee it won't be the same every day." Lin Fei laughed. No matter how delicious it is, it can't be as delicious as what you made." Xiaolan instantly became shy. Chapter 3949. "Hubby, are you free in a few days?" Xiaolan suddenly asked when Lin Fei was about to leave. Lin Fei stopped. "It's hard to say in a few days. What's the matter?" Xiaolan said, "It's the guys in my classmates group. They said that they plan to go to the seaside for a vacation and hold a class reunion. If you're free, I want you to accompany me and meet those old classmates." Lin Fei thought for a moment and said, "You can inform me one day in advance. If I'm free, then I'll go. If not, then you can go by yourself." Lin Fei actually had no impression of those old classmates. However, because he was a cultivator, he could still clearly recall those memories. Among his old classmates, Xiaolan, the class belle, had been eaten by him. The remaining old classmates were not worth his interest. Since Xiaolan had said so, Lin Fei could not refuse. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiaolan was relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, hubby. I'll call you one day in advance." On the way out, Xiaolan took the initiative to kiss Lin Fei again. Then, she closed the door reluctantly. After closing the door, Xiaolan thought of that matter again. No, hubby is too powerful. I can't handle it alone. No matter what, I have to bring a comrade with me. Otherwise, hubby might forget about me one day. And two is better than one. When we move to the new villa, I have to find a companion for myself." Lin Fei did not know that Xiaolan wanted to find a comrade for herself. Of course, even if Lin Fei knew, he would at most chuckle. Regardless of whether it was one or two, their combat strength was the same. They would only be able to withstand a few rounds and would have to surrender. In the parking lot of the community, Lin Fei saw many people pointing at the Bentley Toyota. Only then did he notice that the Bentley Toyota, which was originally in good condition, had become tattered after racing on the mountain road last night. The scratches all over its body made people feel that it was a pity. "Looks like it's time for me to change my car." Lin Fei sat in the Bentley Tianyue and drove out of the neighborhood. He was thinking about what kind of car he should change to. After all, The Bentley Tianjue was in such a dilapidated state. After repairing it, he didn't have the mood to drive it anymore. Moreover, after the race yesterday, he felt that the Bentley Tianjue was still a little lacking. In any case, he had earned 1 billion yuan last night. What kind of car could he not have? However, Lin Fei really didn't know much about the car. He wanted to call Xiao Lan, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Xiao Lan had been tortured by him last night. Looking at how she was walking, it was impossible for her to go out. Forget it, I'll just go to the car dealership. In the end, Lin Fei didn't go to the car dealership. Instead, he went to a car show. After all, it was summer now, which was the off-season for cars. However, many companies would hold car shows to attract customers. It was also a coincidence that Lin Fei heard the advertisement and drove over. You don't say, the scale of this auto show is quite big. Lin Fei casually parked the car in the parking lot and didn't care about the gazes of others. He walked into the center of the auto show. Today's auto show was actually all about high-end cars, and all of them were luxury cars. Relatively speaking, there weren't many people at the auto show today. Those who could come here were basically white-collar workers. Lin Fei looked around casually. He hadn't thought about what car to buy yet, because he was about to take over Longting Villa. All the cars he bought would be sent to Longting Villa. I think yesterday's Lamborghini is not bad. I can buy one. The Ferrari that Bing Qinya drives is also not bad. Of course, if there are classic models, I can also buy one. Lin Fei thought as he walked. He now had far more than 1 billion yuan in his card, and Yan Tianheng would soon transfer another sum of money to him. Therefore, Lin Fei was not short of money at all. Along the way, so far, there was no car that Lin Fei liked at first sight. Hey, this car is quite good. Lin Fei, who was walking, suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on a white Martin, which actually had a shark's face on the front. What else could it be if it wasn't a Martin? The price of a single car was more than 10 million yuan. There were also many people around the car, taking photos as a souvenir. Lin Fei walked in and asked, "May I know how much this Aston Martin is?" As soon as the manager of the auto show saw him, he had a faint smile on his face. He didn't look down on Lin Fei at all because of his ordinary clothes. Because of this young man. The manager saw a trace of difference because his temperament was very different. Even among ordinary people, it was very conspicuous. "Hello, sir. This is our Aston Martin." Lin Fei interrupted, "Just tell me the price. As for the rest, you don't have to say it." This scene fell into the eyes of many people around, and they all felt that this young man was too tactless. He directly asked the price of a car. Did he have to be so extravagant? Was he here to pretend to be 13? The face of the auto show manager also changed, but he immediately recovered. 13. 5 million. This time, the auto show manager learned to be smart. It's so cheap, and it's not expensive at all. Do you have a ready-made car? Can this car be taken away? If it's possible, I'll buy it right away. Otherwise, I'll go to another shop. In Lin Fei's eyes, this car was indeed very cheap, even less than 1% of yesterday's price. By the way, I'm paying in cash. He added the last sentence. The auto show manager's whole body was full of smiles. Of course, of course. It's not a problem if you want it. Please come with me, sir. Under the eyes of the crowd, this seemingly ordinary young man quickly bought an Aston Martin without blinking, spending 13.5 million just like that. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take the car away. Later, you will send the Aston Martin to Longting Villa. You know the place, right? How could the auto show manager not know what kind of place Longting Villa was? It was the most mysterious place in Donghai, a place that even rich people couldn't enter. Mr. Lin, don't worry. We will immediately arrange for someone to send it to you. The auto show manager knew that he had met a big shot. After the Aston Martin was exhibited, Lin Fei strolled around again and bought 3 supercars in succession. Lamborghini's Big Bird, Ferrari's Rafale supercar, and the famous Aries GTR. The total cost was less than 80 million, which was too cheap. However, this move in this auto show attracted countless people's envy. Buying a car was like buying vegetables. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Where did this big tycoon come from? Chapter 3950. Master, you're back. In the Longting Manor, Master Yu personally came to greet him. After buying a few supercars at the auto show, Lin Fei drove a Lamborghini into the Longting Manor. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei felt that the entire Longting Manor was much quieter. It was very different from last night. Yu Zishan said, "Master, I was afraid that these people would disturb your rest, so I dismissed most of the people in the manor. Other than a few chefs and servants, there are no more than 20 people in total." Lin Fei was very satisfied with Yu Zishan's actions. After all, he did not want so many people to appear in the Longting Manor. After all, he had to redecorate the place, and the fewer people, the better. "You've done very well. I'm very satisfied." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Go and make the arrangements. Someone will send a sports car here later. Don't let them wait." Yu Zishan nodded repeatedly. "Master, don't worry. I'll immediately arrange for someone to deal with it. By the way, Master, I know what happened last night. My 2 foster sons are waiting for Master to deal with them. How dare they offend Master? Master, you can deal with them however you want. You don't have to give me any face." Lin Fei really did not take those 2 guys seriously. However, since Yu Zishan made such a choice, he said casually, "Forget it, there's nothing to deal with. Just get rid of them. I don't want to see them in Donghai anymore. Moreover, your foster sons are not good people, so it's not good to keep them around." Lin Fei's casual words determined the future of Yu Zishan's 5 foster sons. Yu Zishan still had feelings for his 5 foster sons. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I want to thank Master for being merciful on behalf of my foster sons. I'll make them leave Donghai later and never come back again." After Yu Longlai and the others heard the results, they vomited blood and were filled with regret. The other foster sons were the same. Of course, this was a story for another time. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Lin Fei was more and more satisfied with the manor. However, some places still needed to be rearranged. After all, although this place was good, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many problems. After Yu Zishan dealt with things, he returned. Lin Fei said, "Go find a few people who can design antique buildings. I think our Longting Manor needs to be rearranged. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Also, from now on, I'll make Longting Manor into a real paradise." When Yu Zishan owned the Longting Manor, it was a waste. It had not been fully developed yet. Lin Fei was naturally different. "Lin Zishan, Longting Manor." "Yes, Master. I will make the arrangements immediately." Yu Zishan began making arrangements as well. Lin said, "Lins will long, I Lin long, Lin have long, I have Lu, I have long, I have Yun, I Fei, I have long, Lin Tian Shan, I have long, I have Lin Li have Yen, I Lon, Fei Chen, have, Chen, Lin Zhou, I'll have Zai, I seem I have, Z, I have Zizhou." Lin Fei walked into the garage. The underground garage of the manor was very big. At this time, there were more than a dozen luxury cars parked in the garage. Some of them were Yu Zishan's collection, but they were all given to Lin Fei. As a man, and an immortal at that, Lin Fei's mentality had finally returned to that of his youth. Therefore, he had a certain interest and hobby in collecting cars. Moreover, Longting Manor was so big. No matter what, he had to buy something to decorate it. For example, these luxury cars and supercars. If this idea were to spread and people found out about it, many people would cry for their parents. Others worked so hard for luxury cars, but Lin Li just put them up as if they were works of art. There was no one else like him. Rich people were indeed capricious. Lin Fei chose an Aston Martin. It was white in color and had smooth lines. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Lin Fei was going to buy a batch of jade stones to arrange a large-scale needle technique. As soon as the supercar appeared, the roar of the explosion attracted the attention of countless people. It's still better to drive a sports car. At least the explosion is not something a Bentley can compare to. After driving to the city, Lin Fei slowed down. Finally, he went all the way to the most famous Jade Street in Donghai. This was also his first time here. However, he learned from Yu Zishan that there were many top-grade jade stones on this Jade Street, and this was the only place in the entire Donghai that had enough jade stones. Lin Fei came here to try his luck. If he could buy top-grade jade stones, that would be the best thing. If not, he could only go out. After finding a nearby parking lot, Lin Fei parked the Aston Martin and walked into the Jade Street. When he walked into the Jade Street, he found that this Jade Street was very antique. It was antique and original. Lin Fei knew that this Jade Street should be one of the projects supported by the Donghai government. Otherwise, it would not be so eye-catching. The Jade Stone Street was bustling with people coming and going, making it very lively. Along the way, Lin Fei saw stones of different sizes placed in front of the shops. There were pieces of jade inside the shops, but Lin Fei was not interested in them because the quality was too low. They could only deceive outsiders, but not Lin Fei. Is there no good jade here? This is too ordinary. Lin Fei wanted to arrange a large array, so he definitely needed good jade stones. I can't come here for nothing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, Lin Fei heard the sound of firecrackers in front of him. Then, he heard voices coming from the street. There's jade. There's jade. Wow, it's the jade of glutinous rice. I'm going to be rich. Lin Fei's hearing was very good, so he could hear every word clearly the moment it was transmitted over. Many people took the initiative to run to the front. Therefore, Lin Fei also decided to go and have a look. After all, the jade in these shops was really ordinary. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to buy these jade stones. After all, he really did not lack money now. When he came to the end of the Jade Street, Lin Fei found that there was actually a large factory in front of him, with an area of at least 30,000 to 50,000 square meters. There was a roar of machines inside. It turned out that someone was cutting stones here. The place where the firecrackers were set off just now was one of the places where the stones were cut. When Lin Fei walked over, he heard the sound more clearly. This guy has a really sharp eye. That's right. The total cost is 200,000 yuan, but he actually cut out a green jade worth 5 million yuan in one go. That's because he has a good eye. Didn't you see the boss's expression as if his parents had died? Hee hee, but it's really satisfying. The boss is not a good person. Every time he sells something, he is extremely stingy. I didn't expect that this time someone would get a 5 million yuan jade for 200,000 yuan. I guess he won't be able to sleep well for a long time. Chapter 3951. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and knew what was going on. It turns out that this is the place for stone gambling. I didn't expect that there would be stone gambling in this kind of place in Donghai. No wonder they set off firecrackers just now. It's really interesting that the price of a raw stone that was worth 200,000 yuan rose to 5 million yuan. Moreover, the quality of this person's jade is not bad. Setting off firecrackers was also a kind of custom here to tell people that good jade was out. At this moment, Lin Fei finally knew why he couldn't see good jade in the shops outside. It turned out that they were all bought by others. If I want to set up a formation with good jade, I guess I have to open it myself. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and found that the jade was soon bought by someone for 5 million yuan. And this soon became something that everyone was talking about. Young man, do you want to stone gambling? The stones here are very good. If you want to have a look, I can give you a discount. There were many stalls in the big factory, with piles of gray stones. These inconspicuous stones were called raw stones. After opening them, there would be jade inside. When Lin Fei walked in front of a stall, the boss suddenly greeted Lin Fei with a simple and honest expression on his face. But this time, in Lin Fei's eyes, the simple and honest expression was full of acting. Whoever regarded the boss as a simple and honest person would definitely be at a disadvantage. The boss was a middle-aged man, tall and strong, about 40 years old. He looked simple and honest, commonly known as an honest person. If he was in the countryside, there would definitely be no doubt. But here, it was still a question mark. Lin Fei approached the stall and found that there were a lot of stones piled up here. It was a relatively large scale nearby. Young man, it should be your first time to stone gambling, right? The raw stones here are all from Myanmar. They are absolutely old pit stones, genuine at a fair price. The middle-aged boss tried his best to promote his products. This is a Jade Street. It's a relatively large raw gemstone collection area. Did you see that? The jade that the man just cut out is of the old pit type. The success rate is very high. Lin Fei laughed. Just because of what you said, I have to come in and have a look. Otherwise, I will really miss the opportunity. The middle-aged man smiled from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had met a big fat sheep. After all, stone gambling was not that easy. Moreover, it also depended on one's eyesight. As for luck, you would also believe it. If your luck was really that good, you wouldn't have been poor all your life. Little brother, do you want me to introduce you to a few raw gemstones? I can guarantee that they will contain jade. If they don't, I won't charge you. The middle-aged boss pointed at a few stones and said. Lin Fei glanced at the stones and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This boss really knows how to talk. If there's no jade, then he doesn't want to pay. What if it's a low-grade jade? Wouldn't it be a huge loss? The stones pointed out by the middle-aged man boss did have some green in them, but the green was very thin. Whoever bought it would lose a lot of money. At the very least, if they spent 10,000 yuan, they would only have 1,000 yuan left. The efficiency of losing money was even faster than buying stocks. Thank you, but there's no need. I want to have a look myself. Maybe I'll be lucky. The middle-aged boss didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already determined that the other party was a rookie. How could one look at raw gemstones like this? Lin Fei didn't care what the boss thought. He walked back and forth in the circle of raw gemstones. This behavior didn't seem like a stone gambling expert at all. As Lin Fei looked along the way, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that I have overestimated the raw gemstones on this jade street. The quality is not that good. Maybe the good raw gemstones have been taken away before they reach the East China Sea. And the high-quality raw gemstones here are pitifully few. After looking for a while, Lin Fei suddenly realized. Because there were no less than 300 raw gemstones, there were only a few that contained jade. It didn't meet Lin Fei's requirements at all. Hey, this raw gemstone is not bad. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei inadvertently saw a cracked raw gemstone. This raw gemstone weighed dozens of kilograms, but the cracked place was almost like a peach. There was a big crack in the middle, and a trace of green could be vaguely seen. However, such a stone was obviously thrown in the corner, and there was a lot of dust on it. Obviously, it had been left there for a long time. Little brother, good eyesight. This is a good jade. Do you see it? It's green. The middle-aged boss came out and introduced it enthusiastically. Lin Fei didn't believe the boss's words and said jokingly, Boss, if this is a high-quality jade, then why don't you open it yourself? Don't think that I don't know. It's cracked. Who knows if all the jade inside is cracked? Although I'm a rookie, I still know something. The middle-aged boss really wanted to fool this young man. After all, this stone had been left there for too long. So he smiled dryly and continued, although it's not a high-quality raw gemstone, it's also a good jade. Look at this green. At least you won't lose money if you buy it. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was a purple mass in the center of this cracked raw gemstone, and the color was very beautiful. When Lin Fei came, he also learned a little about the jade. There were many kinds of jade, among which purple jade was a very rare kind of jade. If it was a big piece, the value would undoubtedly be very amazing. The piece inside was really the size of an adult's fist. It was a big piece of jade, especially in this cracked raw gemstone. Nature was really magical. Give me an honest price. I'm very interested in this raw gemstone. Anyway, it's green. It's not bad to buy it and try it. The middle-aged boss was happy in his heart. Little brother, you're so bold. Since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll give you at most 400,000 for this top-quality raw gemstone. What do you think? I spent a full 1 million when I bought it. Lin Fei raised his leg and said, Forget it. You can sell it slowly for 400,000. What a joke. Lin Fei really didn't see this cracked raw gemstone along the way. This guy was too good at fooling people. The middle-aged boss was anxious when he heard that. He really wanted to fool people. After all, this raw gemstone was only 100,000 yuan when he bought it. But it had been left there for several years and no one dared to buy it. It was almost a waste. Now that someone was finally interested in it, how could he dare to keep it in his hands? Little brother, wait a minute. Is 400,000 enough? 300,000? No, 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 no. 200,000 is fine. I'm losing so much money. Lin Fei still didn't stop. He was the only one who could see through this kind of stone. Otherwise, no one would want it. There was only a trace of green. Who knew how much it had? It would probably be difficult to make a ring surface. 100,000 yuan. I'll sell it to you for 100,000 yuan. That's definitely the lowest price. The middle-aged boss said with a pained expression. Seeing that the other party was about to walk out of the stall and didn't look like he was going to stop, the middle-aged boss shouted, "Absolutely not. You can buy a raw gemstone that weighs 50 kilograms for only 50,000 yuan. It won't be a big loss." Lin Fei didn't know much about the price of raw gemstones. However, 50,000 yuan was still acceptable. After all, the difference in profits was too big. 30,000 yuan. I'll help you deal with it. I can also help you open it to see if there's any jade. How about that? Lin Fei stopped and said. The middle-aged boss smiled bitterly. Little brother, you win. 30,000 yuan it is. 2K reading net. Chapter 3952. Lin Fei smoothly bought a raw stone that looked like a cracked peach with 30,000 yuan. Only he knew that there would be a piece of purple jade in this raw stone. If it weren't for the beautiful color of this jade, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to buy this raw stone. Although it couldn't be used to set up a formation, it could be used as a gift. Anyway, he came to the Jade Street. He couldn't go back empty-handed. After paying the money, the boss enthusiastically took Lin Fei to the place where the stone was cut. In fact, the boss also wanted to see what kind of jade could be found in this cracked raw stone. The stone cutter was a strong man with dark skin. It was obvious that he had worked in this place for a long time. Sir, are you going to cut it open with one cut? Or do you want to cut it open while rubbing the stone? This was also one of the two ways to cut the raw stone. One cut was commonly known as the heaven of life and death. It allowed people to experience the rapid change from life to death. Because one cut could know whether there was jade or not. If there was jade, it would rise. If there was no jade, it would fall. The other way was to rub the stone, which was to keep rubbing along the green place. It took a certain amount of time, but the advantage was that it was stable. Each of the two ways had its own advantages. Just rub the stone. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think this stone should have jade. It would be a pity to cut it open with one cut. Because Lin Fei knew that there was a piece of purple jade inside. If he cut it open with one cut, the purple jade would be destroyed, so it was better not to cut it open. Originally, the boss thought that the young man would cut it open with one cut, but he chose to rub the stone. He despised him a little in his heart. He knew that this stone would definitely not rise. It was a complete waste of time. However, the boss didn't dare to say it. After all, it would be bad if it was spread out. Soon the machine rang. The stone cutter began to rub the stone according to Lin Fei's request. Soon some people came over, but when they saw this stone, they couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Because everyone knew the background of this stone here. It belonged to the kind that no one wanted. They also knew that the boss had made a big profit this time. They didn't know how much money this young man had been made. The stone-cutting master was in a good mood at first, but as he rubbed it in, he began to feel disappointed. That was because the green was very thin, and gradually, there were pieces of white cotton wadding inside. This was also one of the most common problems in stone gambling. It fell. It's better to just cut it off. Lin Fei was still very calm. Continue until you finish. I'll give you a reward for your hard work. Only Lin Fei could guarantee that there was jade in this kind of stone. Just the layer of white cotton on the outside would take a long time to polish. For stone gambling, it was very difficult for a stone with cotton wool to produce jade. Even if it did, it would be pitifully small. The machine roared, and the stone-cutting master continued to rub the stone. The huge stone, which weighed more than 100 pounds, became smaller and smaller. When everyone was disappointed, the stone-cutting master suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly sprinkle water." This was said to the disciple next to him. The disciple was also stunned for a moment, then hurriedly fetched some water and washed it. With this dash, a sparkling and translucent purple appeared just like that. Sir, it's a big increase. The stone-cutting master shouted happily. That purple was so clear. This was an amethyst. When Lin Fei saw this smear of purple, he broke into a smile. The amethyst looked much better than expected. After all, there was still a difference between what he sensed with his divine sense and what he saw with his own eyes. After all, it was different visually. The middle-aged boss next to him was completely disappointed, but when he saw this scene, he leaned forward. How is it possible? This is obviously a cracked stone, but there is an amethyst. Damn it. At this time, the middle-aged boss regretted it. If he had been given a chance, he wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. 30,000 yuan. If I had known, I would have cut it myself. The middle-aged boss wanted to slap himself. Continue to rub. Lin Fei laughed. The news that there was an amethyst here spread all the way. In a moment, a group of people came over, and each of their eyes lit up. Amethyst, it's really amethyst. Wow, it's been a long time since there was an amethyst in our Jade Street. I remember the last time there was an amethyst was 3 years ago, and this jade's color is clear. It's a top-grade jade. Many of the people who came here were salesmen of jewelry companies. They wandered in the Jade Street to buy jade when they had nothing to do. After all, jade and jadeite had become more and more expensive in recent years, and good goods were basically not easy to find. Therefore, these places would be guarded by people. Once there was one, they would buy it at a high price. Anyway, there would be no loss and someone would buy it. Sir, can we sell this jade for 1 million yuan? A round-faced fat man came over and asked. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, someone immediately slapped him in the face. Damn fat man, you are fooling people. Young man, this jade can be sold for at least 2 million yuan. Brother, our company is very sincere. We will buy it for you at 3 million yuan. Whether it was 1 million or 2 million yuan, Lin Fei pretended not to hear it. He knew in his heart that these people didn't offer the actual price, and he didn't intend to sell it at all. I'm sorry, I don't intend to sell this jade, no matter how high the price is. Lin Fei shook his head and said, originally, everyone thought that this young man was easy to fool. If they could cheat him, they would definitely make a fortune. However, they didn't expect that he wouldn't sell it at all. How could they be willing to sell it? The fat man said again, 3 million yuan. We are really sincere. Lin Yunfei's face slightly sank. I said I won't sell it. Didn't you hear me? I won't sell it even if you pay 30 million yuan. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei wouldn't be willing to throw them all out. The stone-cutting master was not affected and continued to rub the stones slowly. As time passed, a fist-sized purple jade was soon cut out. The whole amethyst was crystal clear and very beautiful. It had a kind of noble and fashionable atmosphere, which formed a difference from other ordinary jade. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's such a big amethyst. This guy made a big fortune. I heard that the raw stone bought for 30,000 yuan actually contained amethyst. This guy is so lucky. Everyone was drooling, and they couldn't wait to swallow it in one bite. The Jade Street hadn't had such a good jade for a long time, especially in amethyst. The salesmen of the jewelry princes also called the company one by one. They couldn't offer a high price, but the people in the company could. If they really bought it, then they could get a good fee, which would be enough for a few months. If they tipped it, they would be rich. Lin Fei took out 1,000 yuan as a tip to his stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master happily took the 1,000 yuan. He was in a good mood. After all, he had cut out an amethyst, which was known as the best jade with one eye. He could boast about it for a long time. Chapter 3953. After a complete piece of purple jade was dug out, many people envied it. Lin Fei casually put the purple jade in a plastic bag. Everyone was stunned. This was a piece of jade. If it was accidentally dropped, it would be very distressing. Lin Fei, on the other hand, did not feel that way. He politely declined everyone's offers and walked out of the Jade Street. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the Jade Street. There wasn't much top-quality jade to be dug out, so he had to change places. When he came out, Lin Fei noticed that he seemed to be stared at, but he didn't care much. He quickly walked to the parking lot and threw purple jade in the Aston Martin's passenger seat. He didn't even look at them as he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Those who followed up really had their own ideas, but when they saw the Aston Martin, they immediately gave up. This was a supercar that was worth tens of millions. How could they offend someone who could drive a supercar that was worth tens of millions in Donghai? At this time, in the base of the Yen Huang battle team, Director Taizhan had already received a complete set of information, but he felt uncomfortable looking at it. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" It was the clerk, Xiao Wu, who sent the information. She nodded and said, "Director, I didn't make a mistake. This is all about Lin Fei. This person is very ordinary, but he disappeared for 5 years. We don't know where he went. We have checked all the information but couldn't find him." Xiao Wu was a girl. In fact, she was also curious why the director would ask her to investigate a young man, and an ordinary young man at that. He had thought that this person's information was very simple, but he had suddenly disappeared for 5 years. It was indeed a bit unbelievable, because there were no clues to prove where he had gone during these 5 years. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was thought-provoking. Taizhan wanted to know the details of this Lin Fei more than anyone else. But when he looked at the information, he was really ordinary. He was an ordinary person since he was a child, and there was no difference between him and his university. Moreover, he was an orphan. Taizhan almost couldn't believe it was true. He actually disappeared for 5 years. There must be something wrong with these 5 years. Taizhan put down the documents and frowned. However, where had he gone in the past 5 years? Why had there been no news of him? The first thing that came to Chief Iron Zhan's mind was the hidden sections. This kid must have gone to some sects to cultivate. However, to be able to reach such a level in just 5 years, this person is definitely a genius, or even a god's favored one. No wonder he could crush grandmasters and Dao cultivators. Taizhan felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to deal with such an unstable factor in his territory? "Director, I have another piece of news about this Lin Fei. He should have moved into Longting Manor. This morning, Yu Zishan cleaned up all the people in Longting Manor. Except for the chefs and servants, there were no more than 20 people left. Also, 5 supercars were sent to Longting Manor from today's auto show. They were all young people named Lin Fei." Taizhan received another new piece of information. In fact, he was already mentally prepared for Longting Manor. After all, it was a blessed place that ordinary people could not get their hands on. However, it was not a problem for that kid. "It seems that I need to pay a visit to this Lin Fei again." Taizhan could not do anything to him. Moreover, the other party was from a sect. Although the sects did not dare to be too high-profile, they were still powerful and had to be guarded against. Taizhan had already decided that if that kid was obedient in Donghai, then everything would be fine. However, if he continued to cause trouble, then he did not mind catching that kid and teaching him a lesson. After all, he had the entire Yen Huang battle team behind him. Lin Fei did not know that his information was in front of Chief Iron Zhan. He drove the Aston Martin directly back to Longting Manor. If it were not for those people, Lin Fei had planned to take the jade and design it so that he could give it to someone when the time came. "Master, you're back so soon." Yu Zishan had already arranged everything properly. As soon as he heard that Lin Fei was back, he immediately came over. Lin Fei said, "Go and find out if there are other places in Donghai that have more jade. You said that the Jade Street is not good, so you have very little jade." Since he had taken down Longting Manor, Lin Fei planned to set up a large formation as soon as possible to completely activate the true effects of the blessed place. He could not afford to drag this on. "I'll go and find out more about it." "I believe there should be some," Yu Zishan said anxiously. After all, he was the one who suggested going to the Jade Street. "Right, help me contact a jade designer. I plan to use jade to design a few things." Yu Zishan immediately went to make the arrangements. In the evening, Yu Zishan told Lin Fei a piece of good news. "Master, I just received a piece of good news. In a few days, we will be holding an underground auction here. I heard that there will be a lot of top-grade jade. If Master is free, you can go and take a look. I don't think you will return empty-handed." Lin Fei was eating Western food. The chefs that Yu Zishan left behind were really good, especially this chef who knew how to cook Western food. The taste was top-notch, making Lin Fei very satisfied. He put down the knife. Lin Fei wiped his mouth. An underground auction? Are you sure that there will be top-grade jade? Since they were setting up a formation, they naturally needed top-grade jade, especially for the core. Normally, it would not be possible. Yu Zishan nodded. That's right. I'm an old customer there. If they say that there will be jade, then there will definitely be jade. Sometimes, there will even be some strange items. This underground auction is not open to ordinary people. It's open to rich people, most of whom are martial artists. Lin Fei immediately knew that this should be a cultivator's auction. I did not expect there to be such a place in the Eastern Sea. All right, you can accompany me there when the time comes. We can take this opportunity to see what the underground auctions in the Eastern Sea have. Ever since he returned to the East Sea, Lin Fei had never been to a place like this. Now that he had come across it, he had to take a look. He wanted to see what good things were left behind on Earth. Also, I've already arranged for the designer that Master needs. She will come to our Longting Manor tomorrow. She's a top-notch designer. She can design anything that Master needs. Her skills are really good. Lin Fei was glad that he had asked Yu Zishan to stay. If not, it would be quite troublesome if he had to rely on himself. Chapter 3954. The effect of the spiritual water is still the best. Beneath Longting Manor, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. As he refined and absorbed the spiritual water, the fine cracks on his body quickly disappeared. This was Lin Fei's first time cultivating in the underground of Longting Manor. The quality of the spiritual water here was indeed much better than medicinal pills. It could heal the wounds on Lin Fei's body. Currently, no wounds could be seen on the surface of Lin Fei's body. However, there were cracks deep within his flesh and cells. At present, however, they had already been stabilized. As he continued to consume the spiritual water, the rate of recovery gradually increased. As for the aura of the fish monster, it had improved a lot in just 2 or 3 days. A fish monster with a cultivation technique was equivalent to being enlightened. Lin Fei casually threw a few pills down. These pills didn't have much effect on him now, but they were still quite effective on the fish monster. Not bad, not bad. Continue to cultivate. It might be able to transform in a few decades. The stronger the fish monster was, the less worried Lin Fei was about someone sneaking underground to steal the spiritual water. Putting everything else aside, Yu Zishan wouldn't be a match for the fish monster now. He walked out of the underground. Yu Zishan arrived at the hillside. The hillside was filled with precious tree species. After all, it was impossible for a place like this to be filled with ordinary tree species. Therefore, Yu Zishan had spent a lot of effort on this. At the very least, it looked like moving banknotes. Now, an empty space in the forest had been cleared. Lin Fei took out a spiritual seed that he had obtained previously. Now it's time to plant it. Let me see what kind of spiritual seed you have. Ever since he got it, Lin Fei hadn't planted it. However, he couldn't tell what kind it was. After all, it didn't look like much from the surface. After planting it, Lin Fei watered it with spiritual water. Only by watering it with spiritual water could the spiritual seed quickly sprout and take root. After planting it, Lin Fei observed it. After the spiritual water was poured on the spirit seed, it was completely absorbed by the spirit seed. The scene of the spirit seed not germinating or taking root surprised Lin Fei. This spiritual seed is quite extraordinary. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and didn't care much about it. Anyway, he just needed to water it every day. He believed that no matter how powerful the spiritual energy seed was, it would still be able to take root and sprout. When they came down from the mountain, the sun had just risen. Yu Zishan had already prepared breakfast for them. Lin Fei was in a very good mood today, and he had also planted the spiritual energy seed. Yu Zishan took out 2 newspapers. One was about the East Ocean, and the other was an alternative newspaper. There is such a newspaper in Donghai? It turned out that this was not an ordinary newspaper, but a newspaper with information about martial artists. Its name was Yan Huang Daily. Yu Zishan explained. It turned out that the Yan Huang Daily was run by the Yan Huang battle team. It would list all the recent happenings, big or small. Such a martial arts newspaper was produced every half a month, and yesterday was the half-a-month mark. Anything big or small that happened could be found in the Yan Huang Daily News. Listening to Yu Zishan's report, Lin Fei smiled. Interesting. Lin Fei also admired the Yan Huang battle team's spirit of keeping up with the times. They actually produced such a newspaper. He picked up the newspaper and casually scanned through it. It was all about the martial arts circle. For example, someone had broken through to the obvious strength realm, someone had broken through to the next realm, and there were even some experts appearing somewhere. There were all kinds of things, and it was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This Chinese world is much more mysterious than I thought. There is actually so much information in this. This Yan Huang battle team is also very powerful. In the past, Lin Fei had never heard of such news. After reading it, he put the newspaper aside. Remember to remind me when the Yan Huang Daily is published in the future. Yu Zishan quickly noted it down. After breakfast, the designer came to the restaurant. Lin Fei, who was standing upstairs, saw a white Maserati drive in. Then a tall woman got out of the car. She was wearing a small black suit and trousers, and she looked very artistic. So it's a female designer. She looks pretty good. Lin Fei was dazzled at first glance. Lin Fei thought it was a man. After thinking about it, it was quite normal. After all, a man would definitely not be able to design anything good for something like the purple jade. Only a woman could design a perfect piece of art in this aspect. Su Mei got out of the car and subconsciously noticed that there was a gaze on her. She looked up and saw a young man standing on the railing. However, the appearance of this young man surprised Su Mei. She knew that this was Longting Villa, but who was this young man? Because she did not know him at all. Could he be Master Yu's new godson? Perhaps it was because of the first impression. Su Mei felt a tinge of disgust towards the young man on the balcony. The 5 godson of Longting Villa weren't good people. They were notorious for being playboys. Miss Su, please come in. Yu Zishan personally came to welcome Su Mei. Su Mei was flattered. Master Yu, you're too polite. I'll go in myself. This was the first time Su Man had encountered such a situation. One must know that Master Yu was a top figure in Donghai. Not everyone could meet him just because they wanted to. Now that he had taken the initiative to welcome her, it was definitely unprecedented. Su Mei was a little excited. Yu Zishan didn't know what Su Mei was thinking. He just wanted Su Mei to go in and design the purple jade for his master. He wouldn't think too much about it. My boss is waiting for you upstairs. Miss Su, you can go up yourself. Yu Zishan brought Su Mei downstairs, but he didn't go upstairs. When Su Mei heard this, she thought that she had heard wrongly. Boss? Since when does Master Yu have a boss? With an uneasy heart, Su Mei went upstairs. When she walked into a room, she saw a young man. Isn't this the young man on the balcony just now? He's Master Yu's boss? Su Mei couldn't believe it. Su Mei had never known that Master Yu had a boss. Who didn't know that Master Yu was a big shot? Now he actually had a boss. Furthermore, he was a young man. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? You're that designer? Lin Fei sat at the tea table and was slowly making tea. He raised his head and looked at the female designer who was at a loss at the door. This question actually made Su Mei feel a tinge of pressure. She couldn't help but panic. Hello, boss. I'm Su Mei. I made an appointment yesterday to help you design the jade. Lin Fei had requested for Yu Zishan to address him as boss. After all, it was too awkward to address someone as master in this day and age. Therefore, Yu Zishan simply asked him to address him as boss. Su Mei? Your name sounds pretty good. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3955. Others might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this Su Mei's physique was very unusual. It was a natural charm body. Although it had not yet been developed, that trace of charm could not be concealed. Only Lin Fei would say that it was a good name. A real person lived up to his name. Su Mei was a little nervous. After all, this was Master Yu's boss. If she guessed further, the Longting Mountain Manor might even belong to this young man. This was definitely a big shot. Su Mei didn't dare to imagine that she actually had the opportunity to design jade for such a big shot. Thank you for your compliment, sir. My name is just SOSO. Su Mei tried hard to calm herself down. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. My name is Lin Fei. You can call me young Master Lin. Lin Fei's words were like a spring breeze. Su Mei instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Master Lin, can I have a look at the jade? After Su Mei recovered, she immediately entered the working state. Only in this way, she felt that she could maintain her mentality. Even so, Su Mei still stole a few more glances at Lin Fei's man. Although his appearance wasn't that of a handsome young man, for some reason, the more one looked at him, the more attractive he seemed. It was a kind of captivating feeling. Lin Fei smiled. The jade is in the box in front of you. Take a look and see if there are any good designs. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. Oh, do you want some tea? Su Mei shook her head gently. I'd better take a look at the jade first. When she opened the box, the gorgeous colors made Su Mei feel deeply enchanted. At the same time, she was shocked. Purple jade. This is purple jade. I didn't expect it to be purple jade, and it's so big. No wonder the Jade Street was full of it yesterday. Yesterday, Sumin had also heard the news in many groups, but she had never thought that she would have the opportunity to design purple jade. After all, yesterday, Su Mei only knew that she was going to help a big shot design jade. She really didn't expect that it would be a purple jade, let alone such a big piece. It was beyond Su Mei's imagination that such a piece of purple jade would be in the hands of such a young man. What? Did the whole Donghai jewelry circle know about it yesterday? Lin Fei asked with a smile. After all, he didn't pay much attention to the Jade Street after he left yesterday. Su Mei nodded. Young Master Lin, you may not know this, but such a big piece of purple jade only appeared 3 years ago. Later, it was designed into several accessories by a master designer and won high praise. At that time, I was still an apprentice. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to design such a piece of purple jade. I really want to thank young Master Lin for giving me this opportunity. Su Mei's breathing quickened. After all, as a jewelry designer, her greatest achievement was to design her own jewelry. If she wanted to design jewelry that would be passed down, she must have good materials, and purple jade was one of the rare materials in jade. Is there such a thing? Lin Fei laughed heartily. Fortunately, I left early. Otherwise, I might have really been eaten. Su Mei chuckled. You're a big shot. They wouldn't dare to eat you even if they gave them 100 guts. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea and watched Su Mei studying the purple jade. He did not disturb her. After all, a piece of purple jadeite was nothing to him. His Longting villa needed a lot of jadeite to set up the formation. At this time, Yu Zishan walked in and reported to Lin Fei in a low voice. Lin Fei also stood up. Miss Su Mei, you design it yourself first. My request is to design some necklaces. If it's a ring, that's fine too. I want to give it to women who are not very old. You can think about it. I still have something to do. I'll come back later. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely design according to your requirements. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Su Mei stood up and replied. After Lin Fei and Master Yu left the room, Su Mei held the table with both hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Su Mei, you can finally hold your head high. Who would have thought that such a good thing would happen to me? And this Lin Fei, he's really too manly. How can there be such a man in this world? The scent on his body smells so good. If only I could get close and smell it. As an immortal realm expert, Lin Fei was naturally different from others. In particular, his body had surpassed the level of an ordinary body. Therefore, he could feel the aura on Lin Fei's body. To Su Mei, it was like a kind of poison. Her heart was pounding. Su Mei, what are you thinking? He's a big shot. Why would he look at a small designer like you? You should just honestly design purple jade for him. Master, this Chief Taijan has the entire Yen Huang battle team behind him. He also has the #1 expert in Yenjing. I think he is worried that there will be an unstable factor in the East Sea. Therefore, he came to find Master. He probably won't make things too difficult for Master, Yu Zishan said in a low voice. Normally, Yu Zishan would be polite to Chief Taizhan. However, this time, after he had his old boss, Lin Fei, his attitude was different. Lin Fei had long known that Chief Taizhan would come, but he had come earlier than expected. It's good that he's here. We can have a good chat and understand the current situation in China. I believe he will be very interested in telling me about the situation. Taizhan sat in the hall. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. He had come alone. He did not want too many people to know about Lin Fei's existence. Therefore, he had sealed off the incident at the Soaring Dragon Villa last night. Not everyone knew that there was another powerful person in Dongguan. Those people did not dare to say anything about the Yan Huang battle team's warning. They all kept their mouths shut. Chief Tai, we meet again. Lin Fei saw Taizhan as soon as he walked into the hall. Taizhan stood up. Young Master Lin, please forgive me for coming to visit. After all, someone like you is someone that the Yan Huang battle team must pay a visit to. Moreover, I would like to congratulate young Master Lin for moving into the Soaring Dragon Villa. Lin Fei sat down. Your Yan Huang battle team is quite capable. You received the information so quickly. You're much more impressive than I thought. Taizhan complained in his heart. If you're capable, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to pay a visit to not know where you've been in the past 5 years. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Speaking of impressive, you're the truly impressive one. In a short 5 years, you've gone from an ordinary person to this level. How many people can do that? What do you think? Lin Fei did not mind that the other party was investigating him. After all, it was a very normal thing. I more or less know why Chief Tai is here. If you want me to join the Yan Huang battle team, then forget it. I'm not too interested in any sects or organizations. Of course, I don't want anyone to disturb my life. It's that simple. Lin Fei said calmly. As long as Chief Tai can do it, I don't think anything bad will happen to you. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 2707, Chief Tai Comes to Visit, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3956. Taizhan had taken the initiative to come over because he wanted to recruit Lin Fei. After all, he was such an unstable factor. It would be best if he could recruit Lin Fei before he found out who his backer was. He was not afraid that something bad would happen to Lin Fei. But now that Lin Fei had said so, Taizhan naturally gave up the idea. Moreover, Lin Fei's words were acceptable. If possible, Taizhan did not want to have any conflict with Lin Fei. After all, not everyone could grow from an ordinary person to a warrior at the Supreme Power Realm in 5 years. After Lin Fei spoke up, the rest of the conversation was more pleasant. Before leaving, Taizhan said, Child Lin, the Martial Arts Circle convention will be held in our neighboring Hangzhou in a month. You are a young man, so I hope you can go there on behalf of Donghai. Is that okay? Lin Fei did not expect this. Lin Fei knew that the Martial Arts Circle convention would be held in the neighboring Hangzhou, but he did not expect that Taizhan would ask him to go there. It seemed that Taizhan was going to lead the team. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Director Tai, you seem to think too highly of me. Donghai is full of talents. Just find anyone to go there. You don't have to drag me along. Taizhan smiled bitterly and said, Child Lin, you really know how to joke. Who dares to treat you as an ordinary person now? There are not many people in this circle who have reached the Supreme Power Realm at your age. As for the younger generation, they are at most at the level of overt strength or covert strength. There are not many who have reached the covert strength realm. So, please help us. Our Yan Huang team will not let Lin Xiaobai go. This idea had just popped up in Taizhan's mind. After all, the Martial Arts Circle convention in Hangzhou was very important. If Donghai could find a powerful team leader, Taizhan would not have asked Lin Fei for help. As for the Martial Arts Circle convention in Hangzhou, Lin Fei really wanted to see it. After all, he had left a lot of memories in Hangzhou, so he could go there. Now that Director Taizhan said this, Lin Fei hesitated and said, Since Director Taizhan said so, I will reluctantly go there for you. but I can't guarantee what will happen. You have to be mentally prepared. Tai Zhan let out a long sigh of relief and immediately calmed down. With young Master Lin here, what else do I have to worry about? Just like that, Chief Iron Zhan left the Longting Manor. He looked back at the blessed land and sighed softly. I didn't expect that the Longting Manor that I've been planning for so long would be taken away by a young man. It seems that Yu Zishan has also submitted to him. This method is indeed impressive. Regarding this, Bureau Chief Iron Battle was also convinced. After Chief Iron Zhan left, Yu Zishan could not help but say, Master, I don't think you should have agreed to Chief Iron Zhan's words just now. After all, Hangzhou and East Ocean are like fire and water. If you had led the team, you might have caused some trouble. Lin Fei really did not know about this. He frowned slightly and asked, Is East Ocean and Hangzhou on bad terms? Yu Zishan smiled bitterly and said, This is a matter of the martial arts circle. Hangzhou and East Ocean have always been on bad terms. It's not a secret. In recent years, a lot of young disciples have emerged in Hangzhou, and East Ocean has always been suppressed by them. Under normal circumstances, East Ocean's martial artists rarely go to Hangzhou, and East Ocean's martial artists rarely come to East Ocean. Unless they have a great background, they basically won't go there. Since Lin Fei had already agreed, he did not care about Hangzhou's experts. He smiled and said, It's okay. Anyway, I'm bored. I'll go out and meet some experts. Since his master had already said so, Yu Zishan did not dare to say anything else. When Lin Fei returned upstairs, he saw Su Mei, who was deep in thought. She was sketching and did not notice that Lin Fei had come. Lin Fei walked closer and saw that there were sketches on the draft paper. He could see the general shape just from the sketches. Lin Fei's eyesight was good, and he approved of Su Mei's design very much. I didn't look for this designer in vain. Her skills are good. Lin Fei returned to his seat and did not disturb Su Mei's design. When Su Mei finished her design and saw Lin Fei, who was drinking tea, she was shocked on the spot. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, Don't be nervous. I think your design is good. Come, have a cup of tea first. Lin Fei poured a cup of tea, and Su Mei carefully picked it up. She was indeed thirsty after the design just now, so she drank the tea in a few gulps. Lin Fei poured another cup for her, which made Su Mei feel a little flattered. This is the rough design. Young Master Lin, do you think it's good? Su Mei handed the sketch to him. Lin Fei did not look at it. He nodded and said, I've seen it just now. It's really to my liking, so you can take the purple jade back to design it now. Until Su Mei left Longting Villa, her mind was still in a daze. Her eyes fell on the purple jade in the box next to her from time to time. Was this a dream? Su Mei, you succeeded. You got the design of the purple jade. You will soon become a famous person in the circle. In one day, the news of the purple jade spread in the circle. Everyone wanted to get the purple jade to design and become famous. Su Mei never thought that she would have the chance to get it. Does young Master Lin like me? Su Mei's face was filled with charm. She was very satisfied with her body. However, she couldn't figure it out. She was just a little famous designer. How could she be qualified to get the purple jade design? No matter how Su Mei thought about it, she couldn't figure it out for a while. Lin Fei really appreciated Su Mei's physique. After seeing the design, he directly handed it to Su Mei to design. He was not afraid that she would run away with the purple jade. After all, it was not so easy to get his things. Longting Villa was about to be renovated. Lin Fei was too lazy to stay in Longqing Villa anymore, so he directly returned to Xia Lin's residence. At least for the next month, he didn't need to go to Longting Villa. After returning to Xia Lin's place, Xia Lin was elated for quite a while. She said in a bitter tone, Brother Lin, I thought you really left. Although Xia Lin said so, her eyes were full of surprise and joy. These days, Lin Fei did not come back to live. Xia Lin was not used to it. She was depressed. Lin Fei said with a smile, I wanted to leave, but wouldn't it be a pity for a beauty like you to stay here? So I came back to take a look, lest someone snatch you away. Xia Lin was the kind of person who was thin-skinned. After being teased, her face instantly became red. It's good that you came back. We can go to the exhibition hall together tomorrow. I think Sister Shingen will be very happy to have a coolie like you, boss. Chapter 3957. When Lin Fei came back, Charlene's face lit up. She smiled the whole night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could tell how Charlene felt about him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Brother Lin, get up for breakfast. Lin Fei was woken up by Charlene. When he walked out and saw the breakfast on the table, Lin Fei was quite surprised even though it was just porridge and steamed buns. Yo, I didn't expect you to make breakfast today. Whoever marries you will be so happy. Charlene rolled her eyes. I'm not getting married. Lin Fei felt helpless at her sudden words. It seemed like he didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I'm not getting married, I'm not getting married. I said the wrong thing. Lin Fei picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. It tastes pretty good. It seems like you're quite good at cooking. Charlene beamed with joy at the light praise. When she came downstairs, Charlene was a little surprised to find that Lin Fei had changed another car. Wow, you're really rich now. I saw you driving a Bentley some time ago, and now you've changed to a Mercedes-Benz. There were quite a few cars in the garage of Longting Villa, but Lin Fei wasn't a high-profile person, so he drove a Mercedes-Benz out. It was an S-Class Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't expensive, around $1 million. It was too common in a place like Donghai. After all, Donghai was known for having many luxury cars. Cars worth millions could be seen everywhere, and it really wasn't eye-catching. Aren't I going to be your chauffeur? I can't possibly drive a sports car over. If that happens, you and Sister Xingnan won't have anywhere to sit. Don't tell me you're willing to sit on my lap? Lin Fei teased, but Charlene rolled her eyes again. Brother Lin, I realize that you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Are you planning to hit on me? Charlene also felt that she was getting bolder. If it was in the past, she would never have dared to say such things. Lin Fei chuckled. Beauty Charlene, I'm already living with you. It's considered cohabiting. Do I still need to hit on you? Charlene burst into laughter. They talked and laughed along the way until they reached the company. Bai Shengnan had already recovered from the incident at Longting Villa. She thought that what happened that day would spread among the upper echelons, but she was surprised to find out that it hadn't spread at all. She was curious as to what her boss had done to prevent the news from spreading. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Otherwise, the entire Donghai would be bustling about it. Bai Shengnan thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come. When she saw Lin Fei and Lin Fei, she and Charlene, Lin and Lin, she was very happy. After all, Lin had came. Bai to Lin to he to Lin to to it. Fei to Tian to Lin to and Bai. Lin, I thought you would not to Lin Fei. I to Lin. Lin and to Bai Fei. Bai Fei. T to he to say. And he to Li and Yang. Lin and White. Bai Shengnan and Charlene laughed. What happened next was simple. Bai Shengnan packed the shapewear and placed it in the car. Her employees also went to the exhibition hall. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was to bring the items over. Bai Shengnan's heart warmed when she heard that Lin Fei was the chauffeur. After all, it was rare for someone with Lin Fei's identity to take the initiative to drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the exhibition center. Today, the exhibition center was very lively. At a glance, most of them were girls. After all, this was an exhibition that involved women. However, there were also many men. Of course, whether the men were here to see the exhibition or to see the beauties was another matter. Bai Shengnan and Charlene got out of the car and took the shapewear from the box in the car. After making the shapewear, Bai Shengnan was worried that it would spread outside, so she had been carefully guarding it. When she walked into the exhibition hall, she found that it was already crowded. At a glance, it was filled with women's products, especially all kinds of clothes. There were exhibits everywhere, and it was quite lively. Manager Bai, we have a small situation. After they came in, the employee who was originally arranged here ran over to report. Her expression was a little ugly. Bai Shengnan's expression darkened slightly. She had made ample preparations for today's exhibition. What happened? Tell me slowly, there's no hurry. The employee was a girl with big and beautiful eyes. At this moment, she said with some grievance, "Manager Bai, the people in the exhibition hall are deliberately bullying us. They clearly said that we were arranged to be in the main exhibition location, but as soon as we came here today, they directly changed to a small remote location. What do you think we should do?" Bai Xingnan's expression also turned ugly. After all, in order to make the cloud shapewear an instant hit, Bai Xingnan had talked with the person in charge of the exhibition hall for a long time and paid a lot of price to get a good location. Who would have thought that in just one night, an accident would occur? Do you know who took our exhibition hall's location? Although Bai Xingnan was angry, she did not flare up on the spot. After all, this was the exhibition hall. "Manager Bai, how have you been?" Just as Bai Xingnan was about to find out who had taken the position, a voice suddenly sounded. A strange voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Xingnan turned around and saw a frivolous young man walking over. When she saw this young man, Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. "Lu Wuqing, aren't you overseas?" This fair and frivolous young man laughed. "Xingnan, it seems that you haven't paid attention to any news about me for a long time. It's been more than 3 months since I came back. I'm now the person in charge of the Prestige Group. I was the one who took your exhibition hall. I think a small company like yours doesn't have the qualifications to have this kind of counterposition. Only our Prestige Group has the qualifications. What do you think?" Xia Lin, who was at the side, said straightforwardly, "Nonsense. Who said that our company doesn't have the qualifications? How can your company's things compare to our company's?" Xia Lin was very clear about the effects of the cloud shapewear and was filled with confidence. The fair and clean Lu Wuqing laughed. "Whether we have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. Now that the exhibition hall belongs to our Prestige Group, you can only go to the small exhibition hall. If you're not satisfied, you can come and bite me." Xia Lin was very angry. "You're so shameless." Bai Xingnan pulled Xia Lin's hand. "Forget it, don't bother with a lunatic. Let's go to the small exhibition hall." Lin Fei, who was taking things from the side, watched this scene and did not say anything. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Chapter 3958. The fair-skinned Lu Wuqing didn't stop Bai Xingnan from leaving. Instead, there was a faint, evil smile on his face. "Bai Xingnan, I'm back now. This time, you can't hide from me no matter what. I'll let you experience failure first. When the time comes, I'll let you accept reality step by step." Lu Wuqing was Bai Xingnan's friend. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they were childhood sweethearts. Lu Wuqing had always treated Bai Xingnan as his own woman. The Lu family was also a big family in the East Sea. Even though their influence in recent years was not as great as before, they were still a famous big family in the East Sea with assets of more than 10 billion. "Sister Xingnan, that guy is too annoying. He actually swapped our positions." Charlene said whatever was on her mind. She was very unhappy. Bai Xingnan's face was slightly pale. She secretly glanced at Lin Fei, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. "Boss, that guy just now was a friend of mine when I was young. I didn't expect him to grow up and become like this. I will handle this matter myself." Bai Xingnan was worried that Lin Fei would misunderstand, so she simply explained. Lin Fei was not angry. "You are the general manager now. It is not worthwhile to make things difficult for these villains. Didn't he plot against you? Just let him do what he wants. Anyway, we won't lose anything. You just need to know that our company will be in the limelight in the exhibition hall today, so you should think about how to arrange it later." Bai Xingnan's mood was a lot better. After all, she was really angry just now, and since she was young, she had never been interested in Lu Wuqing. It was only when Lu Wuqing left the East Sea a few years ago that Bai Xingnan let out a sigh of relief, but she never thought that this guy would dare to play tricks on her the moment he came back. Now that she heard her boss's words, Bai Xingnan wasn't that angry anymore. "Boss, don't worry. Our company will definitely be the most dazzling one in the exhibition hall today. No one will be able to scheme against us. I've already made arrangements. We'll definitely leave a deep impression on them." Lin Fei nodded. "Then I'll wait and see." Soon, they arrived at a small exhibition hall. Compared to the exhibition halls outside, the location of this exhibition hall was indeed very remote and inconspicuous. It was also not big. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to stand out in an exhibition hall like this. This time, Bai Xingnan was very confident in her product. It would definitely be a hit. Is everyone here? These words were directed at his subordinates. They're all waiting outside. I'll bring them in now. Lin Fei moved the items to the exhibition hall. Although the exhibition hall was small, it did not mean that it could not be used. As long as the product was passable, it didn't matter where it was placed. Lin Fei understood this logic. There were a lot of people in the exhibition hall today, and all of them came for the various products in the exhibition hall. As a group of people came in, they immediately attracted the attention of others. It was hard not to notice. They were 6 well-endowed women in their 30s. Their bodies were so plump that they couldn't help but pay attention to them, especially since they had walked all the way here. What a pity! That's right. These women have beautiful faces and can be given at least 8 points. But their bodies are too hard to accept. If they could slim down, I believe they would all be beauties and goddesses. What a pity, what a pity. Many men shook their heads. That was why everyone liked beautiful women. However, not everyone could accept these kinds of women. As the saying goes, a white face covers all ugliness, a fat face ruins everything. These 6 women were the same type. The heavens had blessed them with beauty, but their bodies were a mess. Everyone was curious. At this time, there were actually 6 women with similar appearances and figures in the exhibition hall. What were they going for? If it was 6 goddesses, perhaps no one would think much of it. However, these 6 beautiful women with shockingly different figures appeared in the exhibition hall at the same time. Moreover, they were going in the same direction. That was a little strange. Hence, some people couldn't help but follow them. This was naturally Bai Xingnan's idea. When Lin Fei saw the 6 people, he was dumbfounded. The contrast between the past and the present was too great. Brother Lin, this is the idea that our sister Xingnan came up with. What do you think? Xia Lin said proudly. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. He knew what was going on. He had to admit that it was a really good idea. Boss, look at those people behind. I think they're all here for them. When Bai Xingnan heard Lin Fei's praise, a look of joy appeared on her face. After all, how to promote the cloud silk shapewear was really a headache. However, they had to think of a way. Inadvertently, Bai Xingnan and Xia Lin came up with a brilliant idea. The cloud silk shapewear was very effective. If they wanted people to remember it, they had to amaze everyone. When the 6 women arrived at the exhibition hall, many people suddenly realized that they were here for the shapewear. Everyone was confused. It seemed that no matter how good the shapewear was, it wouldn't be able to fit their figures. After all, although the shapewear was good, its side effects weren't small. It was very strenuous to wear it, and not everyone was willing to wear it. Moreover, it didn't mean that they could really lose weight. Bai Xingnan personally came to welcome the 6 women. Before this, Bai Xingnan had already explained it very clearly to them. Now, go in and change your clothes. Come out later. I believe that you definitely won't regret it. These 6 women were more or less like this because of their own elements. As beautiful women, who didn't want to have a good figure. When they heard that there was such a good thing, they came without hesitation. Of course, Bai Xingnan gave them a lot of benefits. Before they went in, Bai Xingnan asked them to weigh their lower body again, and someone recorded it. Only then did she ask someone to bring them to a small room at the back of the exhibition hall to change into the shapewear. What happened next was very simple. Bai Xingnan's subordinates began to advertise, and the slogan was not ordinary. Have you seen a miracle? Soon, you will see what a true miracle is. It is definitely a woman's lucky star. You won't regret it if you see it. If you don't see it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Everyone come and take a look. Under normal circumstances, very few people would pay attention to it. However, the 6 women just now had indeed left a deep impression on everyone, so the publicity also attracted their interest. A miracle? They really wanted to see how this exhibition hall would perform a miracle. Lu Wuqing was also standing not far away. He didn't really approve of the shapewear launched by Bai Xingnan. Although its market share wasn't small, it had been completely divided up. Other new brands couldn't compete with old brands at all. Bai Xingnan is such a smart woman. Her idea is not bad, but the product is not good. She still hopes that these people will buy it. How could she make such a mistake? I really don't know what she's thinking. Chapter 3959. Did you see that just now? 6 women came to this booth. Are they going to promote some kind of shapewear? Even if there's a shapewear, the effect might not be that good. It's a pity for these 6 women. Their faces are beautiful, but their figures are really a mess. Outside the small exhibition hall, many people were quietly discussing, but they did not leave. In fact, they all wanted to see what kind of shapewear was being promoted in this exhibition hall. Because until now, they had not seen anything, not even advertising slogans. This kind of thing was relatively rare. Invisibly, it was covered with a layer of mysterious veil. Therefore, they did not mind wasting some time here. Of course, this was also thanks to the deep impression of the 6 women. Otherwise, they would not have any interest in staying here. One must know that there were a lot of good things in the exhibition hall today. Who would waste time in such a place, especially a small booth? About 10 minutes later, the 6 women who had gone in before came out at the same time. However, when they came out, everyone was stunned, suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Brother, pinch me. Are you seeing things? One of the men's eyes widened and he really pinched it, shouting, "It's true, it's actually true, this is also, damn, this change is too big." Damn, could it be that they have changed their people? What kind of shapewear is so powerful? At this time, the 6 women had completely changed their appearance. Their bloated bodies were perfectly wrapped in the shapewear. At this time, through the clothes, they could not see any traces left behind from before. Soon, exclamations rang out at the scene. After all, the scene in front of them was too shocking, causing them to be unable to adapt to it for a while. It was really too exaggerated. In fact, the 6 women were also stunned by their own appearance. The change was too big. It was completely the figure that they had imagined. If it wasn't for the light feeling on their bodies, they would not have known that they were wearing something. Moreover, after wearing it, they did not feel that kind of tight feeling, but a very comfortable feeling. There was even a trace of faint heat that surged into their bodies. This kind of enjoyment was unprecedented, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. It's not that they haven't worn shapewear before, but there has never been a shapewear that can compare to what they are wearing. You're right. This is our company's newly launched Cloud Silk Shapewear. Our shapewear uses special materials that are easy to breathe. Not only that, but it can also burn fat when wearing the shapewear. Now let these 6 ladies remeasure their weight so that you can feel the powerful charm of our shapewear again. The next scene allowed everyone to clearly see the changes. After a local woman stood up, even she herself exclaimed, "I seem to have lost 4 tails. No, it should be half a caddy. This is too scary." Compared to her previous weight, the woman was now half a kilo lighter. Although it was only half a caddy, it was not a small number for a woman. When the remaining 5 women went up to measure, they all lost half a kilogram, which undoubtedly brought a huge shock to everyone. It was the first time for the people at the scene to hear of this kind of shapewear. Bai Shengnan immediately ordered her people to start the second step. She took out the cloud silk material. Everyone can feel it for yourself. This kind of allowed material is not ordinary. It was made by our company with a lot of manpower. It can be said to be the only good thing in the country. In fact, after the 6 women underwent such a huge change, all the women present became curious, and they were even a bit tempted. After all, who didn't want to have a beautiful and healthy body? And now, after they wore the shapewear, they had undergone such a huge change. For some plump women, it was filled with a huge temptation, as if it was poison. Soon, some women came up to look at the cloud silk material. After touching it, their eyes all widened. Oh my God, this material called cloud silk is too comfortable. This material can actually be made into shapewear. This is unbelievable. It's so comfortable. It's really comfortable. It's soft. This is one of the best materials I've ever seen. The women who touched the cloud silk began to guess. Could it really be a unique material for this company? It had to be said that the texture of the allowed material was unprecedented. After all, This was a material from another world. It wasn't something that could be made on Earth. A woman's sense of touch was top-notch. It was easy to tell whether the fabric was good or bad. Immediately, a woman couldn't help but ask, "I want to know how much this shapewear costs. How effective is it? Also, does this shapewear need to be cleaned regularly? Or do you need to wear it all day?" Even though everyone didn't wear it, after understanding the magic of the cloud silk material, they all took it seriously. In addition, these women also personally went to check the bodies of the 6 models. After putting on the shapewear, all the excess fat on their bodies was perfectly spread out, as if it had disappeared. It was a wonderful feeling. Everyone was full of expectations, and they couldn't wait to get their hands on one of them immediately. As the company's manager, Bai Shengnan personally stood up to explain to everyone, "Our shapewear doesn't need to be washed. It has an automatic filtration ability. Even if you wear it for a month, there won't be any smell. Our company can guarantee this. At the same time, the weight loss effect is also top-notch. We definitely won't disappoint everyone. In a month, you can lose at least 1/3 of the excess fat on your body. In other words, after wearing the shapewear, you can lose at least 30 pounds of weight in a month. This is our company's promise. Of course, this is limited to those who weigh more than 100 pounds. Bai Shengnan's words undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded once again. Was there really such a good shapewear in the world? How could women live like this? Of course, our price is also very beautiful. It doesn't cost 9,999 yuan or 8,899 yuan. Now, it only costs 999 yuan, and you can buy a set. It's a true top-notch shapewear and you'll have a beautiful figure. If someone else had said this, the effect would be different. But since it came from Bai Shengnan, the situation was completely different. Everyone already wanted to buy one. After all, the price was indeed not expensive. If the effect was really that good, they would definitely be able to get one. Lin Fei quietly watched all of this from the side. He felt that Bai Shengnan had already done very well. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to create such a scene, especially after finding those 6 women. Their faces were a complete mess, and their figures were also a complete mess, forming a sharp contrast. "Miss Bai, I don't agree with what you said. The market for shapewear is so big, but I've never seen any shapewear with such a strong effect. I suspect that you're tricking everyone." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, and standing next to him was a woman in her 30s. However, this woman's figure was not very good. Bai Shengnan knew that someone had come to cause trouble. Chapter 3960. In the exhibition hall. At this moment, many people had gathered. Everyone had been attracted by the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. However, as someone stepped forward, many people felt that something was about to happen. Bai Shengnan, on the other hand, was very calm. This was because she knew from the beginning that something like this would happen, and she hoped that this would happen more than anyone else. Only this could prove the power of the cloud silk shapewear. No matter who it was, Bai Shengnan had to thank this person for helping the company. Such a good thing was not easy to find. "I know this woman. I think she's a rich woman from Donghai." Yes, I think she's a rich woman. Now that you mention it, I remember that her name is Song Yunyue. That's right, her name is Song Yunyue. I heard that Song Yunyue was very beautiful in the past, but her figure changed after she got sick. Song Yunyue has a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. Many people at the scene recognized her. After all, when a person's name was called out, someone would definitely check it out. After checking, they found out that her name was really Song Yunyue. The information on the internet was exactly the same as this person. I don't think your cloud silk shapewear is real. What I hate the most is when people use things to deceive everyone, especially women. Don't think that it's easy to earn money from us women. I really don't believe that your cloud silk shapewear will have such a good effect. This woman's name was Song Yunyue. When she was young, she was indeed very beautiful. But now, she was in her 30s. Because of her illness, her figure had become very bloated. No matter how much she took care of herself, it would be useless. Song Yunyue didn't know how many times she had worn this kind of shapewear, but none of them had the same effect. Therefore, she absolutely hated shapewear. This time, she just happened to pass by and happened to hear what the other party said. As a result, a sense of annoyance rose up in her. Even if you want to lie, you shouldn't lie like this. Therefore, Song Yunyue decided to expose this company. She wanted to let them know that a woman's money was not so easily deceived. Song Yunyue's words were recognized by some people. After all, such a powerful cloud silk shapewear had such a good effect. The entire shapewear market did not have such a strong effect. There had to be a problem. Everyone felt that something had been done. Miss Song is right. This shapewear doesn't have such a good effect. It's a lie. It must be a lie. Nowadays, companies are really deceiving everyone. They actually used materials that we don't know to falsify. Everyone, don't believe it. Someone in the crowd shouted. Song Yunyue's face also revealed a proud expression, as if this was the result she wanted. The man standing next to her didn't speak. After all, as his wife, he understood her temper very well. Because she had suffered a lot from this shapewear, it was normal for her to say something. Bai Xingnan had also heard everyone's conversation. Naturally, she also noticed this woman. When she heard Song Yunyue's name, she immediately understood. After all, there were no secrets in the East Sea. Compared to outsiders, Bai Xingnan knew Song Yunyue better. Speaking of which, Song Yunyue was also a pitiful woman. In order to give birth to a child, she had taken all kinds of medicine, which caused her body to collapse. When she finally recovered with great difficulty, she became like this. At the same time, her mentality had also been affected to a certain extent. However, in terms of handling things, Song Yunyue was still a good person. At the very least, she wasn't the kind that was very annoying. Miss Song, I can understand your feelings. After all, you have suffered a lot in this aspect. However, our company's shapewear is completely different from other companies. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, perhaps you don't know this, but since you were able to come here, it's fate between us. So, I can allow you to wear our company's cloud shapewear and witness this effect. Everyone knows that good things are definitely not reliable. Only by experiencing it for yourself will you know the true benefits of the shapewear. I'm not bragging, nor am I fooling everyone. Everything is true when you see it with your own eyes. For example, Ms. Song Yunyue. I think everyone knows who she is, and it's even more impossible for me to hire someone to fake it. Don't you think so? Bai Xingnan had turned the situation around with just a few words, so everyone had no choice but to agree with her. After all, no matter how good something was, it was not as good as the actual effect of experiencing it. Moreover, Ms. Song was present, so it was absolutely impossible for her to fake it. Song Yunyue really did not take the cloud silk seriously. No matter how good the material was or how unique it was, the result was still the same. However, when Bai Xingnan said this, Song Yunyue was a little surprised. After all, not everyone was so confident. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose your company's shapewear later? Song Yunyue also had a trace of admiration for this young woman. One had to know that there were so many people present. If she said a few words casually, the consequences would not be small. If she wanted to turn the situation around, it would not be as simple as a few 100,000 or a few million yuan. Bai Xingnan said calmly, since our company dares to say that this is a unique shapewear, we naturally have great confidence in this cloud silk. We are not afraid of anyone challenging us, and I believe that Ms. Song is also a fair person. Whether something is good or bad, you will know after witnessing it. Ms. Song, don't you want to give yourself a chance to witness a miracle? Don't you think so, everyone? Bai Xingnan's last sentence undoubtedly stirred up the emotions of the people present. The 6 women on the stage had undergone a huge change, which indeed surprised everyone. However, no one knew if this was an exaggeration or not. However, Song Yunyue was not so easy to bribe. She had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and could be considered a real tycoon. They could not possibly think that in order to bribe this tycoon, the other party's company would be able to spend tens of millions of yuan. That would be thinking too much, and marketing would not be used like this. Song Yunyue laughed. Although she did not have a good impression of the shapewear, this woman's methods were quite impressive, and her last words had indeed moved her. If possible, who wouldn't want to have a beautiful future for themselves? For Ms. Bai's words, it would be a pity if I didn't try. Song Yunyue walked over. Then let me try your company's cloud silk shapewear and see what magical effects it has. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Miss Song, you will soon know how wise of a choice this is. She arranged for a girl to accompany Song Yunyue backstage to change into the shapewear. When Song Yunyue went in, she attracted even more attention. After all, Song Yunyue was a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. She was a well-known figure. Although her figure was a little lacking, she still had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. If they could personally see a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan get angry, it would definitely be something to applaud. After all, those who were watching the show would never complain about things getting bigger. Lin Fei had not said a word the entire time. He was very satisfied with Bai Xingnan's actions. This was good publicity, better than anyone else's advertisement. With a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and this figure, if it was a perfect reversal, it would have a greater impact than advertising for tens of millions of yuan. Chapter 3961. Is this me? Song Yunyue stood in front of the mirror. Facing her reflection in the mirror, she found it hard to believe. Song Yunyue had a lot of doubts about this kind of cloud wool shapewear, but when she actually put it on, those thoughts disappeared. The cloud wool shapewear had a huge impact on Song Yunyue. Most importantly, after wearing the shapewear, it actually tightly wrapped up the fat that Song Yunyue couldn't lose. This kind of wrapping didn't make her feel uncomfortable at all, and at the same time, there was no sense of restraint on her body. This was something that the previous shapewear didn't have. Miss Song, this is the magic of our cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it, it will reasonably distribute the weight, and it also has an automatic weight loss function. Do you feel a faint heat? That's the magical effect of the cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it for a month, you can successfully lose 30 kilograms without rebounding. After that, you can also wear the cloud wool shapewear as ordinary underwear. Soon, our company will also develop cloud wool pajamas, underwear, and so on. Song Yueyun had truly experienced it. Looking left, right, up and down, she became more and more satisfied with her body. This was something that she had never imagined before. It was really too comfortable. Under everyone's expectations, Song Yunyue finally walked out. Song Yunyue was still the same Song Yunyue, but when she stood in front of everyone, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, what an amazing shapewear! This cloud wool shapewear is too awesome." I clearly remember that Song Yunyue's figure wasn't very good, but now, coupled with that face, it's definitely 80 points. One had to know that Song Yunyue definitely wouldn't be able to score as high as 80 points in the past, at most 60 points. But now that the eyesore was gone, her temperament instantly improved. There was also the middle-aged man. After seeing his wife, Song Mingyue, he was overjoyed and suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Is this my wife? If they weren't familiar with each other, they would really suspect that it was a different person. Bai Xingnan smiled at Song Yunyue. Miss Song, do you still think that our cloud wool shapewear is a joke? I believe that the cloud shapewear is the lucky star of all women. I hope that all women in the world can find a good figure, and our cloud shapewear will be able to do that. Everyone present applauded with all their might, especially the women, who deeply agreed with these words. After all, as a woman, who didn't want to be beautiful, and their body was the biggest problem that troubled them. But this time, I just want to say that the cloud silk shapewear is really good. When you wear it, you don't feel any restraint at all. It feels like you're not wearing it at all, but that feeling is something that you won't be able to understand. I'm addicted to this feeling. I believe that when the cloud silk shapewear goes on the market, I'll definitely buy a few sets and bring them home. I'll recommend such a good item to everyone. Mrs. Song also turned around and said, Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I've previously admitted that I've underestimated the cloud silk shapewear. After all, there are too many shapewear on the market now. Song Yunyue's words were equivalent to confirming the extraordinariness of the cloud silk shapewear. The applause became even louder. No one doubted Song Mingyue's words. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Here, I would like to thank Ms. Song for your support. Our cloud silk shapewear is just the beginning. In the near future, we will invest in all kinds of research and development to design the most beautiful products suitable for us women. Let's wait and see. And the scene here quickly spread, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. There were more women at today's exhibition. After this commotion, the small exhibition hall was filled with women. All of them were looking at the cloud silk material. Coupled with the model's figure, they simply couldn't believe that there was such a magical material. The cloud silk shapewear had become popular. The kind that became popular. More and more people came to the small exhibition hall, stealing everyone's limelight. In the distance, Lu Wuqing's face was slightly gloomy. He really didn't expect Bai Xingnan to come up with a shapewear that was going to become popular. He knew about Song Yunyue. He had just checked her on the internet. She was the kind of person who would never lie when she spoke, and such a person was undoubtedly not someone that could be created by marketing. One of her subordinates also went in. Not long after, he came back with a face full of shock. "Manager, the cloud silk material is really magical. I've never seen such a material before. Manager, the cloud floss material is really amazing. I've never seen such a material with such tolerance. No wonder they can make this kind of shapewear. With my many years of experience, this cloud floss shapewear will definitely be popular all over the country. No one will be a match for this shapewear because the effect of this shapewear is too strong. If one can really lose 30 kilograms in a month, even if they can't do it, they can lose 20 kilograms without having to exercise or abstain from eating and drinking. This will be everyone's lucky star. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone will like it." Lu Wuqing really didn't believe that such a material existed in the world. After all, he was prepared to let Bai Xingnan experience the feeling of failure and beg him in the end. But now that this situation had happened, it seemed that his calculations had gone wrong. "Then get me this cloud silk material. Isn't it just a material? Since Bai Xingnan can make it, we can do the same." Although Lu Wuqing didn't really believe in this material, if the effect was really that good, then he didn't mind getting his hands on this material. If it really could suppress all the shapewear, then this cloud silk material would definitely be able to create a giant existence, or even more. "I don't care who you are. What's your relationship with Bai Xingnan? I advise you not to make any random plans. If you anger me, it won't end well for you." Just as Lu Wuqing finished speaking, a hand appeared out of nowhere on his shoulder, and a faint voice entered his ears. There was one more person next to him. Lu Wuqing looked over and subconsciously attacked with his elbow. It was very ruthless. But in the next second, with a crack, Lu Wuqing's elbow seemed to have hit a mountain, and he almost screamed. Lu Wuqing finally remembered who this person was. He had been following Bai Xingnan all this time. Previously, he thought that he was a porter and didn't pay attention to him. "Let go of me or I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Wuqing's face was pale, and his entire face began to distort. He knew that his elbow was definitely broken. "Remember what I said. That's right, Bai Xingnan has to be obedient. Otherwise, next time, you won't just suffer like this." Lin Fei patted Lu Wuqing's shoulder. Lu Wuqing's body sank, and he collapsed to the ground. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 2713, Warning: A warning from Lin Fei, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3962. Lu Wuqing made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Bai Xingnan didn't really notice Lu Wuqing's situation. Soon, Lu Wuqing was helped away by someone. "Boss, what's wrong with Lu Wuqing? Let me see if he's sick." Bai Xingnan also noticed that Lu Wuqing was being helped away. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You can tell with one look. This kind of person is probably too frivolous outside. This person needs to exercise more. Otherwise, he'll become very weak sooner or later." Hearing this, Bai Xingnan burst into laughter. After the cloud shape-shifting clothing became popular, more people came to the small exhibition hall. This also caused the person in charge of the exhibition hall to be alarmed. The person in charge brought the supervisor over and immediately apologized. After all, people were flocking over to see the cloud silk shapewear. The small exhibition hall was filled with people. Even the people on the third floor of the exhibition hall knew about it. Bai Xingnan was also very good at seizing the opportunity. It was inevitable that she would put on airs. After all, they were in the wrong this time. They had clearly negotiated, but they actually changed their seats. The Cloud shape-shifting clothing exhibition hall was quickly changed to a large one with the best location. None of this had much to do with Lin Fei. After he came out of the exhibition hall, he went straight to the outskirts of the Jiangbei district. He found Lu Qingfeng. He hadn't seen Lu Qingfeng for a few days. This guy was already full of energy. He wasn't as sloppy as he used to be. Brother Lin, I rented this place. I also found the guards. They're all reliable. See if there's anything else you need to prepare. There were only Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng in the huge warehouse. Lu Qingfeng introduced the place seriously. Lin Fei glanced at it and was quite satisfied. This place is not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Next, you just have to buy a lot of materials. The Cloud shape-shifting material wasn't very troublesome. It was nothing more than the conversion of liquid. Lin Fei had already thought about it. When the time came, he would just have to make a set of equipment. It sounded whimsical, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Brother Lin, I think we don't have to buy one of the materials. We can plant it ourselves, Lu Qingfeng said after a moment of hesitation. Lin Fei really didn't notice this. Tell me about it. Over the past few days, Lu Qingfeng had been searching for the warehouse mindlessly. Then, he had gone to collect things and studied them in detail. I think we should be able to plant this material on a large scale. I've done some research outside and there aren't many of them. We can buy them, but I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with the production. Lu Qingfeng took out the list and pointed at one of the materials. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for Lu Qingfeng. This was because this material was indeed a consumable, but at the same time, it was a necessary material. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not think about this material, but now that Lu Qingfeng mentioned it, he immediately realized the problem. If this material didn't keep up, the Cloud silk material would soon be stuck. If someone else mastered this material, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, Lin Fei did not specialize in business and had really underestimated this aspect. So, what do you suggest? Lu Qingfeng said, I think we can rent a large piece of land in a small county outside to build a production base. Then, we can be self-sufficient and even drive the development of the whole area. Lu Qingfeng's words were very detailed and logical. Lin Fei also thought that Lu Qingfeng was really capable. It seems that I did the right thing to ask Lu Qingfeng this time. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Lu Qingru. This little brother finally had a promising future. Lin Fei patted Lu Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, Not bad. You know how to consider the details. You didn't let me or your sister down. Well, you can go to the production base for a field trip. Later, I'll take you to talk to another general manager. Then, you can have a good discussion. Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng had a brief chat before they left the warehouse. On the way, he called Bai Xingnan and briefly told her about it. Then, he gave Lu Qingfeng's mobile number to Bai Xingnan. He drove all the way to Shuiyun Street. Little Fei, why are you here? Lu Qingru was doing the final work because the restaurant was about to open. When she suddenly saw Lin Fei, she was happy. I've been busy these days, so I came to see you and have some home-cooked food. By the way, did anyone from Perfect International come to bother you? Lu Qingru was very happy every day. Her current life was something she had never imagined before, and it was all thanks to Lin Fei. They don't dare to do it anymore. They don't even appear in this area. Everyone on this street thinks that I have a big shot. How do you think I should thank you? Lin Fei laughed and said, That's easy. Cook for me every day. What do you think? Lu Qingru rolled her eyes at Lin Fei and said, You might as well say that I have given myself to you. After saying this, Lu Qingru also felt that something was wrong and showed a trace of embarrassment. Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, Yes, no problem. I'm happy to have such a beautiful woman like Qingru. You wish. Lu Qingru rolled her eyes and turned to run into the kitchen. She didn't forget to stick her head out and said, Oh right, what do you want to eat? Sister will cook for you today. Lin Fei casually said a few dishes. After eating lunch, he sat in the restaurant for a while and helped with some things. Then, Lin Fei left the street. When he came out, he saw Yi Qinglong. This guy took the initiative to greet him like a pug. Young Master Lin. Yi Qinglong protected Lu Qingru very well. After all, he had gained a lot of benefits from the last confrontation with Perfect International. So much so that the people from Perfect International had to be well behaved. Even the Azure Dragon gang had to look up to Yi Qinglong. He even gave up this area. Help me look after Lu Qingru. Don't let anyone cause trouble. Lin Fei said lightly. The current Yi Qinglong was completely convinced by Lin Fei. He patted his chest and promised, Brother Lin, don't worry. No one will dare to cause trouble here. After Lin Fei left Watercloud Street, he didn't know where to go for a while. At this time, a phone call came. It was none other than Qin Shanshan. Beauty, are you looking for me for a meal? Lin Fei said teasingly. On the other side, Qin Shanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're really not polite. Lin Fei said, Of course I'm not polite. It's quite interesting to eat with a beauty. I just don't know if you're willing. Of course Qin Shanshan was willing. I want to eat with you, but I don't have time recently. By the way, did you offend someone again? I just received news that someone has accessed your information from our internal department. You have to be mentally prepared. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3963. I thought you wouldn't come. Qin Shanshan stood at the door. Who said I couldn't come? I can come to see you. After all, you still have to call me your savior. Lin Fei joked. Qin Shanshan didn't expect Lin Fei to come. When she heard this, she couldn't help but be a little excited. Women like good words. Lin Fei did come because of that sentence. Even Lin Fei himself felt strange. Someone actually investigated him. What was going on? Lin Fei at first thought that the Yan Huang battle team was investigating him, but then he thought that it shouldn't be the Yan Huang battle team. After all, with their ability, they definitely wouldn't use this method. So Lin Fei came in person. He wanted to see who was so bored that they dared to investigate him. Of course, he also came to see Qin Shanshan. It had been a while, and Qin Shanshan's injuries should have healed. No injuries could be seen. Qin Shanshan now didn't dare to have any violent behavior in front of Lin Fei. If someone dared to say this to her in the past, she would definitely let the other party know that disaster comes from a loose tongue. But in the face of Lin Fei, she really didn't dare. After all, he really was her savior. After knowing that someone was investigating Lin Fei, Qin Shanshan called Lin Fei immediately. It's not clear here. I'll take you inside to watch the video and see if you know these people. Qin Shanshan took Lin Fei upstairs. Soon, Lin Fei discovered something. Qin Shanshan actually had an independent office. The sign outside the office also surprised Lin Fei. You've been promoted. Qin Shanshan poured a glass of water for Lin Fei. You just found out. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would still be a captain. Lin Fei smiled and said, Does that mean I have to call you Bureau Chief Qin now? It turned out that in the last operation, Qin Shanshan made a great contribution. Coupled with her connections, she was directly promoted from captain to deputy bureau chief. This step wasn't something that anyone could do. Qin Shanshan laughed. What bureau chief am I? I'm just a deputy bureau chief, okay? Do you really think that you're a bureau chief? You think too much. Lin Fei smiled. Then I still have to congratulate you. You became a bureau chief at such a young age. If you're unhappy one day, you can arrest me. Qin Shanshan rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. I don't dare arrest you. Lin Fei finally understood why Qin Shanshan said that someone was investigating him. It was because she was promoted and she had more power. Come and take a look. Sitting next to Qin Shanshan, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance on Qin Shanshan's body. It was very comfortable, but his eyes soon fell on the video on the computer. Lin Fei, he no yun shant he ti that eat ti comma. T T T T T I T T T he I T, comma. Lin Fei did not recognize the two of them. However, he was able to glean some clues from their actions. Okay, I got it. You don't have to get involved. Now that Lin Fei was roughly sure who this person was, he already had a suspect in his heart. Qin Shanshan didn't ask much and said, If you really encounter any trouble, you can let me know. I can still help with some small things. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. If there's anything, I will definitely ask Bureau Chief Chen for help. After Lin Fei and Qin Shanshan chatted for a while, the door suddenly opened. A person came in. He was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a stocky build. His square face gave him a dignified look. Shanshan, I know a delicious place nearby. Do you have time? However, after he finished speaking, the young man noticed that there was another young man in the room. Chen Shanshan saw the person who came in and her pretty face sank slightly. Zhang Guoqing, I have told you many times that I'm not interested in you. Don't bother me when I'm working, okay? Lin Fei looked at the situation and knew that this man came to pursue Chen Shanshan. On the surface, this person was quite manly. Okay, Shanshan, I'll go first. You guys talk slowly. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in participating in such a thing. After all, the last time he pretended to be Bai Xingnan's boyfriend, Lin Fei had already experienced trouble once. Therefore, he didn't want to encounter trouble a second time. Chen Shanshan wanted Lin Fei to stay, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Guoqing, you can go out now. I still have something to do. Zhang Guoqing didn't get angry when he saw the scene. He still said with a smile, okay, let's make an appointment next time. When he came out of the office, Zhang Guoqing found the young man walking not far away. He thought about it and took the initiative to chase after him. Kid, if you have any thoughts about Chen Shanshan, I advise you to give up. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he regarded as a rival in love? He had to say that Zhang Guoqing's man was really good. At least he gave people a sense of security. Lin Fei stopped. You're quite an interesting person. Do you think that all the men you see are your love rivals? If that's the case, then I advise you to give up. With your mentality, you'll never catch up with any woman. At least I think so. Zhang Guoqing was a little unhappy. He glared at him. I don't understand what you're talking about. You just need to know that Chen Shanshan isn't someone you can pursue. Look at yourself. You don't dress up. You're probably just an ordinary person. It's not so easy to get close to her. Lin Fei really didn't think that his casual clothes would be regarded as an ordinary person by the other party. In fact, you really don't have to be like this. Even without my appearance, you still can't catch up with Chen Shanshan. If you don't believe me, you can continue to try. My words are still very accurate. Lin Fei turned around and left. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Guoqing really hadn't seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this. After all, he was the captain, a person with a certain amount of power. Even his kung fu wasn't bad. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the other person's shoulder. Stop right there. Make it clear before you go. This grab instantly fell on Lin Fei's shoulder. Zhang Guoqing instantly fell into the air. His hand was numb as if he was electrocuted. He lost his center of gravity, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. He could only watch the other person leave. Good boy, you actually have a knack. After Zhang Guoqing stood firm, he immediately calmed down. Chen Shanshan is mine. No one can chase her. The fastest website for the mobile version. Chapter 3964. These days, Lin Fei had a relaxing time. After returning from Chen Shanshan's place that day, Lin Fei went to Shuiyun Street to attend the opening of Lu Qingrou's shop. That day was very lively. Although Lin Fei didn't invite anyone, Yi Qinglong still found a large group of people to sing for him. The scene was very lively. When the immortal duck appeared, it stole everyone's limelight and became an instant hit. Lu Qingrou didn't mass-produce the immortal duck because of its popularity. Instead, she used a marketing method. She made a fixed amount of it every day and hired a chef. She was in charge of the core. For a while, the shop was very lively. Coupled with several other side dishes, it directly became an online shop. Lin Fei was the happiest one. The immortal duck was destined to be popular. Longting Villa also began to redesign and renovate, breaking ground again. During this period, Lin Fei also visited several times and was very satisfied with the progress of the villa. With Yu Zishan watching, he was quite relieved. The only thing that surprised Lin Fei was that the spiritual energy seed on the mountain still hadn't germinated. Such a spiritual energy seed was very rare. Lin Fei's anticipation was even stronger. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that this spiritual energy seed must have a great background. Maybe it would make him happy. That night, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into a very low-key building. An old man walked out from the side and took the initiative to open the door. "Boss, tonight's auction will be held here." The one who spoke was Yu Zishan. This time, he was personally driving. Lin Fei got out of the car and looked at the old building in front of him. He smiled and said, "I didn't think that there would be such an ancient building in Donghai. This family must have a great background to be able to defend it." Yu Zishan said, "I was also shocked when I first came here. There aren't many places like this in Donghai." Lin Fei naturally understood what this meant. He glanced around and found that there were still a lot of luxury cars, far more than he expected. When he walked inside, he found that compared to the outside, it was a completely different world. The decoration was very luxurious. It was truly low-key luxury. Everywhere was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. People who didn't know better would think that they had come to the wrong place. When they arrived at the hall, there were already many people standing in twos and threes. Many people took the initiative to greet Yu Zishan when they saw him. Lin Fei did not enter with Yu Zishan. Lin Fei was here tonight to take a look. He also wanted to see if there were any good jade stones to be auctioned. If there weren't, he would have to prepare some jade stones. If he couldn't get it tonight, Lin Fei was going to go to southern Yunnan to have a look. After all, that was the place that produced the most jade. If he couldn't find it there, he could only seek other ways. Lin Fei took a glass of champagne and drank it casually. Soon, he discovered that the people who came here were basically all martial artists, and they more or less had a trace of aura on them. As for people from the upper class, there were not many of them. With Lin Fei's powerful memory, he really hadn't seen many of them. "Hey, why is she here?" Lin Fei inadvertently saw a familiar face. Of course, to Lin Fei he was not really an acquaintance. That person was the female designer who helped design the purple jade, Su Mei. Lin Fei was also quite surprised to see Su Mei in such a place. One must know that the people here were all martial artists, and it could even be said that the people here were more or less related to martial artists. When Lin Fei saw Su Mei also saw Lin Fei and nodded with a smile. Lin Fei walked over and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. You're actually here to participate in the auction too." Su Mei smiled bitterly, "Actually, I didn't want to come. This time I was dragged here by my best friend." Lin Fei said, "Your best friend is quite capable. Ordinary people can't enter. Little Su, I brought you a few friends. You can get to know them." At this moment, a tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman walked over. However, when she saw Lin Fei, she frowned slightly. "Little Su, is this your friend?" From the mouth of the tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman, Lin Fei could hear a trace of hostility. He couldn't help but find it funny. It seemed that he had never seen this fair, rich, and beautiful woman before. However, when he saw the three young men behind her, he understood what was going on. She felt that he was an eyesore. Su Mei nodded and said, "Yeah, he's my friend." At first, Su Mei wanted to say that he was her client. However, after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. After all, he lived in the Longting Mountain Manor and Master Yu was like his servant. He was definitely someone with a high status. It would be unnecessary to say it. Su Mei still knew how to take care of other people's privacy. However, to this tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman, she didn't really like seeing this person appear in front of Su Mei. "So it's your friend. Little Su, come and get to know them. This is young Master Zhang, young Master Wang, and young Master Li. They are all famous young masters in Donghai." The tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman didn't even look at Lin Fei and directly pulled Su Mei over. Su Mei could only give him an apologetic look. Of course, Lin Fei didn't care about this. At this moment, two people walked towards Lin Fei. One of them was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. One of them was actually Lin Fei's acquaintance, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan seemed to be very low-key this time. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." Ever since Wang Yuan went back the last time, he had exaggerated the matter, which made the Medicine King Valley furious. After all, no one had ever dared to reject them outside. However, when they heard that this person could fight with Yu Zishan and was suspected to be a grandmaster, the Medicine King Valley didn't dare to let their guard down. A grandmaster was not as easy to deal with as overt strength and covert strength. Therefore, this time, Wang Yuan accompanied a senior elder of the Medicine King Valley. This senior elder was a veteran grandmaster powerhouse, and his strength was unfathomable. Back then, he had a fierce reputation. Although he hadn't shown himself for a long time, he still left an indelible impression on them. Lin Fei retracted his gaze from Su Mei and looked at Wang Yuan. You guys are finally willing to come. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Wang Yuan's face revealed a trace of anger, but he didn't dare to vent it out in this place. I wonder if young Master Lin is free. Let's talk outside. The old man next to him was also sizing this young man up. He had all sorts of doubts in his heart because he really couldn't sense any grandmaster aura from him. There were only two explanations. Either he was an ordinary person, or he had restrained his aura and reached the peak of perfection. Lin Fei laughed. I also want to hear what you guys have to say. The auction hasn't started anyway. Chapter 3965. Little Su, they are people with great backgrounds. You have to get to know them well. If they give you some benefits, you will become famous as a designer. The tall, fair, and rich beauty was called Li Tingting. She was also one of the designers, but she was not a real designer. She was just trying to sound good. Li Tingting had long wanted to introduce Su Mei, her bestie, to the rich second generations that she knew. This time, it was finally her turn. So when she saw the strange man talking and laughing in front of Su Mei just now, Li Tingting felt very uncomfortable in her heart. It should be known that she planned to use Su Mei in exchange for greater benefits. Otherwise, she would be easily abducted by others. Usually, Su Mei might really believe Li Tingting's words. After all, she had known Li Tingting for a long time and Li Tingting had always been helping her. However, after meeting Lin Fei, she found out that this person seemed to be very mysterious. Moreover, it was not common for Yu Zishan to be a guest usher. Yu Zishan was a top figure in Donghai. Many people would help him just by talking. Tingting, I got it. Su Mei did not refuse, but she was not interested in getting to know these young masters. Instead, she was curious about Lin Fei. Miss Su, you really live up to your name. When the three young masters saw Su Mei, their eyes suddenly lit up and their gazes became naked. This made Su Mei very uncomfortable, but with Li Tingting by her side, she couldn't say anything. At the balcony of the hall, Wang Yuan and the other two stood together. Young Master Lin, I wonder what price you want to give up Longting Villa. You should know the strength of our Medicine King Valley. It's not as simple as it sounds. The old man said faintly, full of majesty. Even his tone was full of coercion, as if he would make a move if the other party did not agree. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he had actually sensed Wang Yuan's aura. I heard that you have sent someone to investigate me, right? Did you manage to find anything? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Both of their faces did not look too good after this question. They did arrange for someone to investigate, but there were not many clues because this person had disappeared for 5 years. During these 5 years, there was no trace of him. Even the Medicine King Valley did not find anything. Such a mysterious person made Wang Yuan feel a little mysterious, so the scene of this conversation appeared. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already taken him down. Although I don't know where you have gone, I can roughly guess that you should have joined a sect. This is nothing to our Medicine King Valley because as long as we speak, no matter which sect you are from, we will ruthlessly abandon you. The only thing you can do now is to give up Longting Manor. It's that simple. The old man's eyes were cold. Even if you have the strength of a guru, in Huaxia, the waters are deeper than you think. It won't be easy for you to occupy Longting Manor. I don't even need to say more. As long as the news gets out, I believe that many guru masters will be interested in Longting Manor. Master Lin Fei said lightly. Anything else? The old man of Medicine King Valley was indeed threatening the other party. Otherwise, how could he make the other party obediently hand over Longting Villa? That was a blessed place. Medicine King Valley had coveted it for a long time, but they did not expect it to be snatched away at the critical moment. You should be a smart person. It is indeed not easy to cultivate to this realm in 5 hours. I will show you a way out. As long as you give Longting Villa to Medicine King Valley, we will give you a position as a deacon. At that time, with the resources of Medicine King Valley, you can also continue to break through the realm. It will not be difficult to break through to the god level one day in the future. Under the threat, the old man threw out another temptation. Lin Fei had to admit that the old man in front of him was really good at talking. First, he threatened, and then he tried to rope him in. If he was really in a sect, he might really believe the other party's words. After all, with the current resources in Huaxia, it was almost unrealistic to want to go to the next level, and only the resources in the sect could continue to improve. But Lin Fei was an immortal master, and he really did not lack this. I feel that this condition of yours is worse than I had imagined, Lin Fei said with a smile. The old man snorted coldly. This Lin Fei was really stubborn. Young man, our Medicine King Valley is giving you face by giving you the position of deacon. After all, there are many grandmasters that our Medicine King Valley doesn't want. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have broken through to the grandmaster realm. The world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. However, in view of your strength, our Medicine King Valley can still give you face. Then tell me, how can you join the Medicine King Valley? You should also know that this old man's patience is limited. Once my patience runs out, we want the Medicine King Valley to not mind attacking head-on. You should know that if a sect goes all out, their ability is not something you can imagine. They can easily crush a grandmaster, the old man said coldly. Wang Yuan also said at the side, Young Master Lin, our elder has already said very clearly that Medicine King Valley does not bully people. As long as you give us satisfactory conditions, anything can be discussed. For a grandmaster powerhouse, it would be best if they could settle things peacefully. Once they really started fighting, even Medicine King Valley would have to pay a price. After all, a grandmaster powerhouse was not that easy to suppress. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I will simply say that as long as Medicine King Valley chooses to rely on me, then everything can be discussed. Isn't it just a paradise? I can give you a few qualifications to cultivate. I don't know what you think. This is because I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't give you such conditions. The elder of Medicine King Valley originally thought that Lin Fei would agree, but now that he heard the conditions, his whole face turned livid. I can understand it, as if you don't take the Valley of the Medicine Masters seriously? You want Medicine King Valley to rely on you? Do you think that's possible? The old man was so angry that he laughed. Lin Fei laughed. I have already stated my conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. I hope that Medicine King Valley will consider it carefully. Alright, the auction is about to start. I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Fei swaggered away, leaving behind the two Grandmaster experts with ugly expressions. Bastard, does this guy really not know how powerful Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan also became gloomy. It seems that if we don't give this guy some suffering, he won't give up the paradise. The old man's expression was also ugly. Later, arrange for someone to spread the news. If he wants to guard Longting Villa with just a Grandmaster expert, he is thinking too much. Chapter 3966. When Lin Fei left, he quietly left a spiritual imprint on Wang Yuan and the old man. Although they were Grandmaster powerhouses, they were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. They didn't even know that they had been imprinted. Lin Fei was quite interested in Medicine King Valley, especially such a force. He could use them to refine elixirs for him. If the people of Medicine King Valley knew about Lin Fei's thoughts, they would probably want to die. The dignified Medicine King Valley was targeted by others and wanted to become their alchemist. What was going on? When he returned to the hall, not many people paid attention to his departure. Lin Fei was happy to do it. As for what Wang Yuan and the others would do, he knew without thinking that they would spread the news to lure those Grandmaster powerhouses to attack. Although this method of killing with a borrowed knife was old-fashioned, the effect was good. If it was a normal Grandmaster, they would definitely be scared out of their wits when they encountered such a thing. At that time, they would only have one choice, which was to obediently hand over the blessed place and seek protection. But for Lin Fei, this was really not a danger. It could only be said that Medicine King Valley had made a wrong calculation. Not long after, the auction began. Everyone took their seats. Lin Fei also found a place to sit down casually and did not let Yu Zishan come over. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's auction. No matter if you're a newcomer or an old customer, we welcome everyone. It's because of you that our auction is getting better and better. Without further ado, let's begin today's main event. A middle-aged man with white gloves walked up. After an opening speech, the auction began. The first auction of the day was a warm-up activity. It was a necklace of extraordinary quality. The starting price reached 2 million, which attracted many ladies to compete. This necklace was of quite good quality. Whether it was worn by oneself or used as an investment, it would not be a loss. The opening warm-up activity was very good. In the end, the necklace was sold for a high price of 4.8 million, and the auction began. One by one, the items were brought up and there were many people fighting for them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He wasn't too interested in these things. He had to admit that the quality of these items was pretty good. It could be seen that the auction house had prepared well. The next item for auction is a set of jade. There are 18 pieces of jade in this set. After our expert's appraisal, we can confirm that these 18 pieces of jade are all ancient jade. Everyone, please have a look. Immediately, someone brought them over. There were 18 pieces of jade, all of them rectangular and transparent. Under the illumination of the light, they appeared crystal clear and warm. For a time, it attracted countless people's praises. These are the 18 pieces of ancient jade that we are auctioning. Everyone can come up and check for themselves to see if they are real or not. Such a batch of jade stones had indeed aroused the interest of many people, especially the ancient jade, which was a rare good thing. Lin Fei didn't go up, but when he saw the ancient jade, his face lit up. Looks like I made the right decision to come here. There are actually 18 pieces of ancient jade of excellent quality. However, there's a small problem with the aura of the ancient jade. Lin Fei only needed one look to know the origin of these ancient jade pieces. These ancient jade pieces were all dug out from the graveyard, and they even carried some negative and cold aura. If this aura wasn't removed, no matter who obtained this batch of ancient jade, their body would be damaged. After a long time, their vitality would also be damaged. Lin Fei originally thought that 2 or 3 pieces of ancient jade would be very good, but he didn't expect to see 18 pieces at once. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. I don't need to run anymore. With these 18 pieces of ancient jade, I can cut them up and set up a formation. I can just about use them. After everyone came down from the stage, the auctioneers started the auction. There are a total of 18 pieces of ancient jade in this batch, all of which are of excellent quality. The starting price is 8 million, and each bid is 1 million. The highest bidder wins. The auction starts now. This time, for this batch of ancient jade, there were indeed many people competing. The 8 million price was quickly raised to 12 million, then 15 million, all the way up, and finally reached 23 million. The momentum didn't stop there. 52 million, going once. The auctioneers started shouting. After a few rounds, the price finally reached 52 million. The person who shouted this price was a middle-aged man. He was expressionless, and he wore jades around his neck. From his eyes, one could tell that he was ecstatic about this batch of ancient jade. He was very determined to get it. This person had already defeated several opponents. If there were no surprises, this middle-aged man would get this batch of ancient jade. I'll take 60 million. Lin Fei finally raised his hand. He didn't make a move at the beginning because he didn't find it troublesome. Now that there was finally one person left, it was time for him to make a move. As Lin Fei shouted, many people looked over. When they saw that it was a young man, they all shook their heads. This young man is quite bold. He actually dares to fight with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. Doesn't he know the Lord of Jade's identity? You should know that once the Lord of Jade has his eyes on an ancient jade, no one has ever been able to take it away from him. So this middle-aged man was called the Lord of Jade. The Lord of Jade looked in Lin Fei's direction. At the same time, he shot a cold glare at Lin Fei. At the same time, an invisible mental attack pierced into Lin Fei's mind. In the eyes of the crowd, the Lord of Jade was just glaring at Lin Fei. It seemed like he was being overbearing. However, no one expected that the Lord of Jade was an expert. He actually knew how to use mental attacks to attack his opponent. During the auction, no one noticed this. When they saw someone bid 60 million, they immediately shouted, "This gentleman bids 60 million. 60 million going once." The Lord of Jade raised his hand again. 61 million. After shouting, he didn't look over again. His face was still full of confidence. Lin Fei smiled. "I like this batch of ancient jade very much. You're being too stingy by adding 1 million. I'll bid 70 million. The Lord of Jade looked over again. There was even a hint of surprise on his face. "Young man, are you sure you want to fight with me for this ancient jade? Who are your parents? Didn't I teach you to speak less and look more when you're outside?" At the same time, he raised his hand. 71 million. When they saw the Lord of Jade and the young man fighting, everyone felt that the young man was courting death. That was the Lord of Jade. Whoever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the hands of the Lord of Jade would be seeking their own death. Lin Fei said, "I knew it. If you don't have money, don't act like a pretentious prick. I really look down on you. Now, I'll bid 100 million. If you have the ability, continue to follow. I'll play with you slowly." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3967. 100 million. This price shocked countless people. Especially that sentence, it was filled with provocation. What's the background of this young man? He's too arrogant. He actually dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Moreover, he asked for 100 million. Isn't he afraid of bringing trouble to his family? Not far away. Li Tingting also tried to persuade Su Mei. "Little Su, don't ever interact with this friend again. Don't you know who he offended? It's the Lord of Jade." Li Tingting said softly. "No one has ever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade, no matter who it is." Su Mei was also shocked by the scene in front of her. 18 pieces of ancient jade were offered for 100 million. Although she knew that Lin Fei was rich, it was too much. Moreover, she didn't think that the 18 pieces of ancient jade were worth much, but the price was so high. The Lord of Jade? Is he that middle-aged man? Does he have a powerful background? Su Mei couldn't help but ask. How could Li Tingting let go of such a good opportunity? She explained softly. The Lord of Jade has an impressive background. He's not from the East Sea, but he's one of the top figures in Hang City. His favorite hobby is to collect all kinds of ancient stones and jades. Wherever there's a jade, he'll appear. I heard that the Lord of Jade came to the East Sea to participate in the auction just for these 18 pieces of ancient jade. Your friend, on the other hand, is quite arrogant. He dares to compete with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. He might even lose his life." Li Tingting didn't like that Lin Fei. She didn't want that fella to appear beside Su Mei all the time. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, Su Mei knew that that fella wouldn't have a good ending. "Little Su, your friend is probably just talking nonsense. Those who dare to offend the Lord of Jade never have a good ending. Your friend is going to be unlucky. Is he that scary?" Su Mei couldn't help but get worried. However, when she thought about how Master Yu was like a servant, she felt better. She asked, "Who's stronger, Master Yu or him?" Li Tingting didn't say anything. Instead, it was a young master beside her who said, "If you really want to compare, the two of them should be about the same. However, it depends on the place. In the East Ocean, Master Yu is definitely more capable. In Hangzhou, however, he is no match for the Lord of Jade." When Su Mei heard this, she was relieved. That's good, that's good." Li Tingting didn't understand what he meant. Instead, she said, "Anyway, just remember not to get too close to that guy later. The Lord of Jade must hate that guy. Let's just watch quietly." Wang Yuan of the Valley of Medicine Masters also noticed it. Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile. This kid is really arrogant. He actually dares to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Doesn't he know who's backing the Lord of Jade? The competition between the Lord of Jade and the young man had indeed shocked countless people. Whether it was in the East Ocean or Hangzhou, the Lord of Jade was an extremely influential person. Anyone who offended the Lord of Jade would die silently. There were even a few who were still in mental hospitals. Hence, no one dared to offend the Lord of Jade. Even if they liked the jade, they would give it to him unless the Lord of Jade wasn't around. Of course, there were also some people who collected jade to give to the Lord of Jade in order to get closer to him. There were many such cases. The Lord of Jade really liked ancient jade. He could tell that this batch of ancient jade was valuable. Hence, he had to get it. He even rushed over from Hangzhou. Under normal circumstances, no one would snatch his jade. He still had the face to do so. However, a reckless young man actually dared to snatch his jade. This made the Lord of Jade very uncomfortable. "Young man, you talk big. You should know that ancient jade isn't that easy to collect." The Lord of Jade had just used his spiritual mystic art to attack. He didn't expect this young man to be completely fine. However, this didn't make the Lord of Jade give up on this batch of ancient jade. This kind of ancient jade was too rare. Once he got his hands on it, he would be able to obtain huge benefits. Lin Fei didn't care. "It's none of your business whether I know how to collect it or not. Anyway, this batch of ancient jade is mine. I advise you to forget about it." There was a loud bang. An invisible attack pierced into the Lord of Jade's mind. "Who do you think you are to fight with me? Other than me, no one can snatch my things away." Lin Fei's tone was cold. The Lord of Jade couldn't react in time. His mind went blank and his face turned pale. The auctioneer didn't notice what was going on. 100 million going once. Anyone else? 100 million going twice. Anyone else? The auctioneer got excited. He looked at the Lord of Jade. He didn't look like he was going to raise his hand. He knew that the winner was about to be decided. 100 million going thrice. Let's congratulate this young man for obtaining this batch of ancient jade. No one had expected that the last batch of ancient jade would be snatched by this young man. The Lord of Jade actually gave up at the most crucial moment. This was unbelievable. But when he saw the Lord of Jade's pale face, he suddenly realized that he had been taken advantage of by this young fellow. Lin Fei didn't think that it was expensive to get this batch of ancient jade for 100 million. It was worth it. As for the Lord of Jade plotting against him, he had to take revenge. He was wrong to think that Lin Fei was easy to bully. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. However, the Lord of Jade actually used his mental strength to attack him. This meant that he wasn't a good person. Lin Fei wouldn't show mercy to such a person. Hence, he directly used his divine sense to attack the Lord of Jade's mental strength. If there were no accidents, the Lord of Jade's mental strength would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. This was also a small warning from Lin Fei. After bidding for this batch of ancient jade, Lin Fei clearly felt that the surrounding people were looking at him like he was a dead man. Lin Fei could guess that the Lord of Jade had a powerful background. Of course, no matter who he was, it didn't make much of a difference in his eyes. After the ancient jade was auctioned off, a new auction started. This auction was indeed quite impressive. Not long after, some elixirs were auctioned off. The quality of these elixirs was very poor, but they were fought over by everyone and sold at high prices. Lin Fei also noticed Wang Yuan. He thought for a while and knew that he was from the Medicine King Valley. Only the Medicine King Valley could refine elixirs. This made Lin Fei even more interested in the Medicine King Valley. He had to go there when he had nothing to do. The last item for today's auction is something that no one would have thought of. It can be considered an exception for today's auction. If anyone is unhappy later, please don't mind. When the auctioneer said this, many people's expressions changed. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. What was being auctioned this time? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3968. Everyone was looking forward to the last item of the auction. This kind of thing was really rare. However, everyone believed that this auction would not cause any trouble for them. Their reputation was there. Tonight, the last item of the auction is our East Sea's #1 beauty, Bing Qingya. Hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone was shocked. Who is this Bing Qingya? East sees #1 beauty? Who dares to say that? Some people who did not know her couldn't help but mutter. But soon, a cold light shot over. If you don't know, just sit quietly and don't speak, someone shouted. At first, they were still angry, but when they saw who it was, they immediately shut their mouths. She was a big boss of the East Sea. They couldn't afford to offend her. Lin Fei was surprised. The last item of the auction was Bing Qingya. This kind of thing was really rare. Lin Fei still remembered that he had won against Bing Qingya. It seemed that she still owed him a meal. But last time, she disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect to see her here again. After the auctioneer finished speaking, a beautiful figure walked out. Just like last time, she was as cold as ice, making people unable to have any thoughts of blasphemy. When Bing Qingya arrived, Lin Fei immediately felt that something was wrong with Bing Qingya. The corner of his mouth slightly rose. So that's what happened. No wonder. This woman is a smart person. The auctioneer handed the microphone to Bing Qingya. Bing Qingya took the microphone and bowed deeply to everyone. I took the liberty to come up and disturb everyone. I would like to apologize to everyone here. Please forgive me. This action made many people nod their heads. The people from the Bing family were indeed different. Outsiders might not know Bing Qingya's background, but many people here knew. Today, as the last item of the auction, I am actually auctioning myself. Bing Qingya suddenly took a deep breath. As long as anyone can satisfy one of my conditions, I, Bing Qingya, will be his. I will accept any identity. Bing Qingya's words startled everyone. This was the first time they had seen such an auction. However, with Bing Qingya's identity, who would allow her to do this? This was what shocked them the most. You don't have to worry too much. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My conditions are also very simple. Bing Qingya took out something from her body. Looking closely, it turned out to be a secret book. Moreover, this secret book had traces of antiquity. Obviously, it was an ancient book. My condition is very simple. Whoever can help me restore this secret manual, then I, Bing Qingya, will be his. At this moment, a person who looked like a martial artist stood up. Miss Bing, may I ask what this secret manual is? Bing Qingya said coldly, this is the ice purity spell. There are 3 levels in total. Now that the 3rd level is gone, my request is to restore the 3rd level. I also hope that everyone here can help publicize this matter. This little girl will be very grateful. Those who were not martial artists might not know, but to those martial artists, they were all shocked when they heard this. One had to know that the clear ice art was a god-tier cultivation method. Rumor had it that cultivating the 3rd level would allow one to reach the god tier. But now, this person actually said that she wanted to restore the 3rd level. Didn't that mean that Bing Qingya's strength was close to the god tier, or had reached the edge of the god tier? She was also a master tier warrior. No, many people were silent. If it was something else, they might have been able to do it. However, this restoration cultivation technique wasn't a simple task. It required a lot of effort to calculate it. It wasn't something that anyone could calculate. This was an impossible task. After Bing Qingya finished speaking, she did not say anything else. No one knew better than herself that it was impossible to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. However, she still had a glimmer of hope, so she decided to give it a try. After all, many people from the south had come to this auction today. Therefore, she needed to spread the news in the south. She believed that someone would be able to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. Just as everyone remained silent, the doors of the auction house were suddenly pushed open. Miss Bing, in order to refuse me, you went to the auction to sell yourself? This is not the style of the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In the auction hall, the door was pushed open. The first thing that came into view were 2 big men in black. They pushed the door to the side and respectfully welcomed a young man in a suit. This young man was very handsome. Wearing a suit, he instantly made people think of the word, thug in a suit. For you, this is an auction. A warrior sitting behind the door suddenly stood up and said coldly. At this time, the man in black next to him suddenly made a move. He was like a dragon and a tiger, and the warrior was blown away. The warrior directly hit the wall and smashed a hole. The young master is talking. Others should shut up. The other man in black said coldly. As soon as the man in black opened his mouth, everyone felt like they were hit in the head. A fierce aura came towards them, and they did not dare to speak for a while. The man in the suit, who was called the young master, walked in, and his eyes fell on Bing Qingya. Miss Bing, even if you use this method, no one can restore the third level of the ice purity spell. So you should just accept your fate. Moreover, what's wrong with being my woman? You can have anything you want. Even your family can rise because of this. Are you really that heartless? When everyone saw this man clearly, many people secretly sucked in cold sweat. Especially Wang Yuan and the old man from the Medicine King Valley, they showed a trace of fear in their eyes. Why is this guy here? Didn't he stay in the south and not come out? And now he has his eyes on the most beautiful woman in the East Sea, Bing Qingya. Could it be? Bing Qingyang's eyes were cold. Invincible God, don't pretend. Others don't know what you do, but I do. You want me to be your woman? Don't even think about it. As soon as the words Invincible God came out, many warriors took a deep breath, and their faces were full of fear. Invincible God laughed. You know what I'm thinking. It's normal. Anyway, you are the woman I like. It's that simple. Without the third level of the ice purity spell, you know what will happen to you. If you want to live, you have to be my woman. Lin Fei was sitting in the crowd. When he saw Invincible God appear, he was also a little surprised. Seems like Wang Yuan's words are reasonable. The water in China is quite deep. I can't believe there is such a person. It seems like I have underestimated China. After all, it has been passed down for 5,000 years. Chapter 3969. Invincible God laughed. Bing Qingya, I like it when you're angry. Don't worry, I won't force you. I'll wait for you to slowly accept reality. As soon as he finished speaking, Invincible God swept his gaze across everyone. I welcome everyone's suggestions. After all, the Shen family agrees that there is strength in numbers. Who knows, there might be a miracle. His last words sounded like a suggestion, but everyone could tell that it was a threat in disguise. However, no one dared to say anything. They didn't even dare to show any dissatisfaction. Especially the two words, Shen family. It was like a dermic sword had appeared above their heads, ready to cut down at any time. Invincible God turned around and left, not even looking at the people who stayed. After Invincible God left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That was because the aura that Invincible God gave off was too strong. It was like an insurmountable mountain that was crushing down on them. Soon after, the owner of the auction came and apologized to everyone. He was very sincere. This made everyone reluctantly accept it. After all, no one wanted something like this to happen, especially at an auction. Everyone was very shameless. Now that something like this had happened, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. After Invincible God's actions, everyone knew that Invincible God had taken a fancy to Bing Qingya. Those who had thoughts just now completely gave up. They couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. If they didn't do well, they wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. They would drag their entire family down with them. The Shen family was a legendary existence. Only people like them knew about it. Even billionaires or billionaires might not know how powerful the Shen family was. Bing Qingya's body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. The final auction ended like a farce. Everyone didn't say anything else and chose to leave in a hurry. Young man, I advise you to give up this batch of ancient jade. There are some things that you can't get. After Lin Fei paid 100 million, he received 18 pieces of ancient jade. Before he could get his hands on the storage ring, the Lord of Jade stood in front of him and warned him in a warning tone. The influence of this auction was not small. Although the Lord of Jade said that he was influential, he was still lacking. He did not dare to cause trouble, but he could still give a warning. Lin Fei laughed. This warning is quite interesting. Don't worry, once the ancient jade is in my hands, no one can take it away. The Lord of Jade's face darkened. I hope you can still say this the next time. At this moment, a figure walked over and an invisible pressure struck the Lord of Jade's body. Lord of Jade, this is Dong Hai, not your Hangzhou. Also, you better not threaten my boss, because you don't have the right to do so. I hope you can remember my words clearly. The moment this figure appeared, the Lord of Jade took a few steps back, and his expression changed. Many people noticed this scene and could not help but feel shocked. Although Yu Zishan and Lin Fei came in one after the other, no one suspected their relationship. However, now that Yu Zishan had taken the initiative to support Lin Fei, things were different. Of course, what surprised them even more was that sentence. This young man was Yu Zishan's boss. This was too unbelievable. Master Yu, what do you mean? The Lord of Jade's heart skipped a beat. Yu Zishan said plainly, he's my boss. Is that enough? I'm already giving face to your identity as the Lord of Jade by not punishing you when you threaten the boss. The Lord of Jade did not think much of this young man. At most, he thought that he was someone from some faction. However, he did not expect him to have such a background. He actually made Yu Zishan his subordinate. This was completely unexpected. Lin Fei said plainly, you won't be able to get this batch of ancient jade. If you want to get it, you have to deal with him first. Otherwise, you don't even have the right to face me. Alright, let's go. The Lord of Jade did not dare to say anything else. After all, this was Donghai and Yu Zishan's strength was unfathomable. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he did not know this person. When did such a person appear in Donghai? He actually did not receive any news at all. Boss, do you want me to teach this Lord of Jade a lesson later? Yu Zishan asked softly. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. It's fine as long as I get it. Moreover, there's no point in teaching a person like him a lesson. If he really wants to snatch my ancient jade, I'll just cripple him. Why go through so much trouble? Yu Zishan also thought that Lin Fei was right. After all, the Lord of Jade's strength was similar to his. How could he be a match for his boss? But what's the background of this invincible god? It seems like everyone is very afraid of him, Lin Fei asked curiously. Yu Zishan suddenly took a deep breath. Boss, this invincible god is from one of the 3 big families in the south. Even I have only seen the tip of the iceberg. It is said that this invincible god has many experts. I heard that it has been passed down for a long time and has connections with many other powers. In the south, it is said that this invincible god is also very talented. It was just that they were not well known, and no one knew of the existence of the Shen family. However, the large conglomerates in the south basically all had their shadows in them. They were truly low-key families. It was said that this invincible god was also very talented. He was born with a vision, and at such a young age, he had already become a grandmaster. It was said that he was invincible among those of the same level. In front of him, even I am not a match for him. Lin Fei felt that this was interesting. There were still 3 big families in the south. Which families are the other 2 big families? Yu Zishan said, among the 3 big families in the south, the first is the Mu family, the second is the Chao family, and the third is the Shen family. Among these 3 families, the Shen family's influence has been increasing rapidly in recent years. It is said that the Shen family has the bloodline of the god race and can easily break through to the god realm. The Lord of Jade is a family on the periphery of the Chao family. If I am not wrong, the Lord of Jade is here to collect ancient jade and give it to the Chao family in exchange for merits. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He did not expect such a family to exist in the south. The days from now on won't be boring. Lin Fei smiled. Yu Zishan was worried for this invincible god. Lin Fei was only here to buy ancient jade. As for the 3 big families in the south, it was just an interesting event. Miss Bing, we meet again. When he went out to get his car, Lin Fei saw Bing Qingya. She stood by the car alone, looking very worried. Chapter 3970. It's you. Bing Qingya also saw the person walking over. When she saw the person walking over, she couldn't help but be shocked. This was someone Bing Qingya couldn't forget, especially the scene that happened that night. Yeah, it's me. Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled. I still remember that you still owe me a condition. Are you going to go back on your word? It's not easy to run into you, so I think I need to remind you in case you forget. At this moment, Many people in the parking lot saw this scene. So it's that kid. He's got some guts. He even dares to hit on the woman that invincible god likes. This kid wants to die. Hee hee, that's because he has the guts. I just saw that that person has a good relationship with Master Yu. He probably has Master Yu's support. Who cares about Master Yu? Even Master Yu can't take it after offending invincible god. Who doesn't know how powerful the three big families of the South are? If it were me, I would walk as far as I can. I definitely won't be with this kind of person. In everyone's eyes, Bing Qingya, the most beautiful woman in the East Ocean, was a time bomb. Whoever dared to provoke her might explode immediately. Not only would she blow herself up, but she would also blow up her family into pieces. Who would dare to approach this kind of person? No matter how beautiful a woman was, it wasn't like there weren't any outside. Bing Qingya didn't expect this young man to take the initiative to look for her at this time. Didn't he know that she was no different from a time bomb? Are you sure you still want me to complete the condition? Bing Qingya looked at this man. She didn't know what happened at the auction, so she didn't know that this man challenged the Lord of Jade and even stole a batch of ancient jade from him. Lin Fei smiled. I remember that you lost. Even though you went to chase after your friend, I still remember the promise you made. I think tonight is not bad. Why don't we have a meal and talk about life? Bing Qingya hesitated. Since you've asked, I'll do as you wish. But don't regret it when the time comes. Lin Fei didn't care. What's there to regret? I'm the biggest in the world. Do you believe me? This was the first time Bing Qingya met a man like this who dared to say something like this. But when she thought of his crazy behavior last time, it seemed that this man was crazier than she had imagined. Get in. Bing Qingya opened the car and got in. It was still the Ferrari from last time, but it was just a different color. Lin Fei opened the door and got in. Soon, the Ferrari rushed out like a stream of light. Now, we don't even need to do anything. Lin Fei will die a horrible death. He even dares to snatch invincible god's woman. This is going to be a good show. Wang Yuan and the elder walked out and saw what was happening. Wang Yuan and the old man walked out and saw the scene. I don't think this is enough. Let's pay a visit to Invincible God and reveal a piece of news to him. I believe the Southern Shen family will be very interested in this. Wang Yuan said worriedly, Elder Gao, that is a blessed paradise. If it is eaten by others, our Medicine King Valley will suffer a great loss. Gao Yishan sneered, I don't think it's a loss. You should know that the Shen family, one of the three great families in the south, has been improving rapidly in recent years. Maybe in a few years, they will become the head of the three great families. If we can make a connection with the Shen family in the south, a paradise is nothing. Wang Yuan hurriedly flattered, Elder Gao is indeed far-sighted. This blessed paradise is just ordinary. It's far from the secret realms of the Southern Shen family. Using a blessed paradise to gain the favor of the Southern Shen family is a good deal. The Ferrari blew up the streets. Driving in the middle of the heavy traffic, Bing Qingya was like a fish in the water. I see that you like Ferraris. Last time it was a red one, and this is a white one. Lin Fei smelled the fragrance in the carriage. Isn't it because you are a madman? You can't find a second person like this in the entire East China Sea. Bing Qingya's tone was still as cold as ever. I think racing is a man's game, and women can stand aside. How can it be called racing if you're not crazy? But you are a hero among women, so you can be counted as something else. Lin Fei looked ahead. I know a place that tastes good. It's rare to see someone like you who is not afraid of death. I think we can have a good drink. Lin Fei didn't mind where to go. As long as there is food, the rest is simple. Bing Qingya glanced at this man. Even now, she couldn't see through this man. She knew better than anyone that after tonight, the news about her would definitely spread within the upper class. No one would dare to have any thoughts about her, and even the Bing family wouldn't dare to say anything. Because the Shen family of the three southern families was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. But this mysterious man came to find her as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Bing Qingya really felt a trace of warmth. Bing Qingya drove the Ferrari all the way to a barbecue stall by the river. She brought Lin Fei to the outermost barbecue stall. She ordered a series of barbecue. Then she brought over a box of beer. How is it? Aren't you surprised? Lin Fei nodded. To be honest, it's my first time driving a Ferrari to eat barbecue. Bing Qingya sat down and looked at the river. Boats came and went, and the lights in the distance were brightly lit. I think eating barbecue is good. Do you have to eat good food to drive a Ferrari? I think the best food is those street snacks. They have a sense of history and taste good, unless you don't like them. To be honest, I haven't been to this kind of place for a long time since you brought me here to eat barbecue. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I would have forgotten how long I haven't eaten barbecue. Lin Fei said seriously. Since coming back, Lin Fei really hadn't sat on the side of the road to eat barbecue. It's been so long that he almost forgot the memories. Bing Qingya glanced at Lin Fei, picked up a bottle of beer, and opened the cap with one hand. You're really interesting. Lin Fei also opened a bottle of beer and took the initiative to touch with Bing Qingya. Sometimes I also feel that I'm quite interesting. It's rare for us to sit together tonight. Let's drink a bottle. The two beers touched. Bing Qingya's alcohol tolerance was quite good, and she drank a bottle of beer in one go. Lin Fei wasn't slow either. The barbecue boss brought over a plate of barbecue. There were all kinds of barbecue. The two just drank beer, ate barbecue, and enjoyed the river breeze. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 3971. While Bing Qingya and Lin Fei were eating barbecue and drinking beer by the river. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Donghai, Four Seasons Hotel. Invincible God held a glass of red wine elegantly. In front of him was Donghai's most famous bund. One could see the entire bund in one glance. There were even a few districts in the distance. It felt like one could see all the mountains. Young Master, Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan are here. They said they want to visit you. A muscular man walked in and stood behind Invincible God, reporting softly. Medicine King Valley? They're interesting. They actually came to visit me. Let's meet them. Invincible God took a sip of red wine. Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan walked in together. Outside they could put on airs. But in front of Invincible God, they were very respectful. Young Master God, sorry for the intrusion, Gao Yishan took the initiative to say. Invincible God said calmly, come here. If you have something to say, just say it. We're here to give young Master God a gift. Gao Yishan saw that Invincible God wasn't angry and let out a sigh of relief. Invincible God took a sip of red wine and a sharp look flashed across his eyes. Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan instantly felt an immense pressure. Gifts? That's quite interesting. When did the Medicine King Valley learn to play this trick? Elder Gao Yishan knew very well that it was impossible to get someone else to do the dirty work in front of Invincible God. They had to be honest about everything. He knew that Invincible God was a very conceited person. Any dissatisfaction would turn into murderous intent. There were many lessons learned from the mistakes of the past, and everyone was very clear about it. Gao Yishan smiled apologetically. You must be joking, young Master God. It's normal to give gifts. Plus, to young Master God, I think only young Master God can accept this gift. No one else is qualified. Invincible God was interested. After all, Medicine King Valley was powerful, especially their alchemy skills. They were famous and many forces were on good terms with them. Since the elder of Medicine King Valley was so polite, Invincible God naturally didn't mind giving him some face. Tell me then, just what kind of gift would make an elder like you come knocking on my door? This isn't something that happens often. The relationship between the Shen family and the Valley of the Medicine Masters was average, so Shen Wudi did have some thoughts about this elder's visit. Gao Yishan said, not long ago, our Medicine King Valley received a message saying that the Soaring Dragon Manor had a new owner. I think that such a place should be occupied by a virtuous person, not a person with no reputation. Young Master Shen, what do you think? Moreover, I feel that this person definitely doesn't have good intentions by staying in the Eastern Sea Grotto Heaven. If it becomes a base, I don't think it's a good thing for everyone. Gao Yishan didn't make it very clear, but to Invincible God, that was enough. You're saying that the Blessed Enclave has changed its owner? It's no longer Yuzishan. Invincible God was a little surprised. After all, it was a blessed land. Back then, many people had fought for it, but Yu Zishan had gotten it in the end. If not for Yu Zishan's strength and the Yan Huang battle team, no one would have let it go so easily. According to the news we received, the owner of the Soaring Dragon Manor is a young man. He's young, but his background is quite mysterious. He once said that no one in the Eastern Sea has the right to be presumptuous in front of him. Even our Medicine King Valley suffered a loss in front of him, Gao Yishan added. Invincible God looked at Gao Yishan thoughtfully. This gift of yours is pretty good. I've received your kind intentions. Gao Yishan was a little flustered and didn't dare to look at him. After they left, the brawny man at the side said in a low voice, "Young master, they don't have good intentions. They're probably trying to get someone else to do their dirty work." Shen Wudi was dismissive. The Medicine King Valley doesn't have the guts to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Moreover, I'm quite interested in Longting Villa. That place is a blessed place. If our Shen family can get our hands on it, it'll be equivalent to having half a foot in the East Sea. This is a pretty good gift. It just so happens that I have nothing to do this time, so I'll go to Longting Villa to have a look. Lin Fei and Bing Qingya drank God knows how much beer and barbecue they had. The two of them chatted more and more enthusiastically. Most of the time, it was Bing Qingya talking, while Lin Fei listened and became an audience. If there's an afterlife, I definitely don't want to become a disciple of a big family because I've lost my freedom. Bing Qingya's face was also a little red. Bing Qingya's tone was helpless and even a little pessimistic. Lin Fei could be considered a person who had been through this. He had fought and killed his way up from the other world, so he could understand Bing Qingya's feelings very well. He agreed with this. That's why you made that decision. Bing Qingya looked into the distance. Even if I made a decision, what can I do? The ice purity art is our family's most powerful technique. Unfortunately, we lost the third stage. Even the previous family leaders spent a lot of effort to create the third stage. I don't have the strength and opportunity to do so, but how would I know if I don't try? What if there are miracles in this world? Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I quite believe in miracles in this world. I hope so. Bing Qingya thought that Lin Fei was comforting her. For the sake of hope, let's drink another bottle. I'll accompany you to the end. Just like that, one bottle after another. Soon, there were wine bottles all around. In the end, Lin Fei found that Bing Qingya was actually drunk. She didn't even use her martial arts to force the alcohol out. Lin Fei suddenly realized, if I didn't come, she would go get drunk alone. Maybe this is the only way to vent the unwillingness in her heart. After Lin Fei paid the bill, he carried Bing Qingya into the Ferrari. On the way, he wanted to ask where Bing Qingya lived, but he didn't get the answer. In the end, he could only go to a big hotel and get a presidential suite. After settling Bing Qingya, Lin Fei left the room. When he went out, he also left a small mechanism. Once someone broke in, he would be aware. Bing Qingya had a very comfortable sleep. Where am I? Bing Qingya opened her eyes and quickly recovered. Last night's events also appeared in her mind. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. Looking at her body, Bing Qingya couldn't help but shake her head. Am I so unattractive? No matter what, I am still the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In fact, Bing Qingya didn't use her martial arts to force the alcohol out last night because she wanted to get drunk. As for what would happen after that, she didn't want to care, nor did she want to know. But she didn't expect that the man actually arranged for her to stay in the hotel. She got up from the bed. Bing Qingya saw the yellowed book on the table lamp. She picked it up and put it back on her body. Inadvertently, Bing Qingya's hand actually trembled. Because in the dense last few pages, the originally scattered words had now recovered, clearly visible, word by word, revealing a profound meaning. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Bing Qingya's whole body became excited. Is this the miracle you were talking about? Chapter 3972. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to recover the third stage of the secret manual. It was too easy. Lin Fei took a look at this technique. It was indeed an innate realm technique. Bing Qingya was a genius. She was only one step away from the innate realm, which was what they called the God realm. If she was given time, she would become an innate master in no time. Bing Qingya was definitely talented. It wasn't easy for her to reach this step. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind helping Bing Qingya. If there were no accidents, the possibility of recreating the third stage of the ice purity technique was very low. Even if an innate master came, they might not be able to completely restore it. This required a strong mental strength to calculate. It was very exhausting. What Lin Fei didn't lack was a strong mental strength. As for when Bing Qingya could break through to the innate realm, it wasn't Lin Fei's business. After settling Bing Qingya down, Lin Fei took a taxi. He didn't go to Xiao Qinglan's place. Instead, he went back to Charlene's place. When he arrived at Charlene's place, he turned on the lights and came in. Lin Fei saw Charlene, who was sleeping on the sofa. She seemed to be drunk. She was obviously drunk. After turning on the lights, Charlene called out in a daze. "Brother Lin, when are you coming back? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Fei saw some dishes and even a set of chopsticks on the table. He took out his phone and realized that it was broken. He thought about it. It should be when the Lord of Jade launched a mental attack on the phone at the auction. Lin Fei didn't notice it at that time. Lin Fei just remembered that after the exhibition, Charlene and Bai Xingnan proposed to celebrate. He agreed without hesitation. He didn't expect it to be tonight. Charlene must have been waiting for a long time. She didn't see me coming back. She was in a bad mood and drank too much. Lin Fei shook his head. He walked over and helped Xia Lin up. The drunk Xia Lin actually opened her eyes. She seemed to be drunk, but she wasn't. She smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." After Charlene said this, she leaned on Lin Fei. He spoke intermittently. Lin Fei helped Charlene back to her room and prepared to settle her down. One moment there was Bing Qingya, and the next moment, there was Xia Lin. Lin Fei also became proficient. When he was about to help Charlene take off her coat, Charlene suddenly hugged Lin Fei and kissed him. "Brother Lin, I've liked you for a long time. I want to be your woman. Please take me." Charlene was usually timid, but after getting drunk, she became bold and started to confess to Lin Fei. Charlene's confession was somewhat out of Lin Fei's expectations. It could be described as crazy. This made Lin Fei unable to come back to his senses for a moment. He was kissed by Charlene. "Xiao Lin, stop fooling around. Hurry up and go to sleep." However, Charlene seemed to have sobered up a lot. She threw a tantrum. "I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I want to be your woman because you're a gift from God. Unless Brother Lin doesn't like me at all." It turned out that at this moment, Charlene had sobered up. Her drunkenness had also dissipated by 70 to 80%. This made Charlene stronger and she immediately confessed again. Charlene knew that if she didn't confess this time, she would miss the opportunity. Hence, she had to confess. It wasn't a problem for Lin Fei to ask him to kill someone. In this kind of matter, he wasn't as direct as a woman. "Do you remember what I told you before? I'm not a loyal person. If you become my woman, you might only occupy a small portion of my heart. You should understand." Charlene smiled foolishly. "Aren't you just a scumbag? I like scumbags like you. As long as you have a small portion of my place in your heart, I'll be satisfied." Faced with such an answer, Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. "You're such a stupid woman." Charlene hugged him with both arms. "Even if you're a stupid woman, you're still a gift from God. I won't let go. I want to become your rightful woman." Charlene stared straight at Lin Fei. Since she was so direct, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. Moreover, he had drunk quite a lot tonight. Although he didn't drink much, with a woman in his arms, it would be a lie if he didn't feel anything. What else could he say? After this night, Charlene completely became Lin Fei's woman. Charlene felt that she was so happy. From the beginning, Charlene felt that Lin Fei had a unique taste. Now that she had truly become Lin Fei's woman, she was very satisfied. One must know that Charlene had gone all out last night. When she woke up, Charlene didn't see Lin Fei. Instead, she heard sounds in the kitchen and heaved a sigh of relief. Charlene was worried that yesterday was a dream. When she woke up, everything would be empty. "You don't have to go to work today. Rest well at home. I'll talk to Xingnan about it." Lin Fei came in. Charlene shook her head. It's fine. It's the busiest time at the company now. I have to go back to the company to help Sister Xingnan. Lin Fei couldn't say anything else, but he still walked in. Since you're going to the company, I'll treat it for you. At least you'll look normal when you walk. Otherwise, people will be able to tell at a glance. Then, you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Charlene nodded lightly. I'll listen to you. This was the first time Lin Fei had done something like this, but it was easy. After a little treatment, the wound healed. At least Charlene walked nimbly after getting out of bed. This breakfast was very sweet. Under Lin Fei's gaze, Charlene drove away from the neighborhood. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Charlene leave. I knew it would be like this. I've already said that I don't mess with women. It seems like I've messed with quite a lot of women now. Of course, Lin Fei also sighed softly. Anyway, it had already happened, so it didn't matter anymore. Lin Fei hailed a taxi and went to the nearest shopping mall to buy a new phone. Because the phone had been damaged by the Lord of Jade's mental strength yesterday, it could be said that it was in a state of intermittent good and bad, so it was better to get a new one. Lin Fei also remembered to put the phone in his storage ring when he had nothing to do in the future. After copying all the phone numbers, Lin Fei called Yu Zishan, intending to ask him to pick him up. After obtaining the ancient jade from the auction this time, Lin Fei was prepared to refurbish the Longting Manor and make it even safer. After the call went through, there was a sound of rapid breathing. Boss, something happened to the villa. Chapter 3973. The moment the phone was connected, Lin Fei heard Yu Zishan's weak voice. Boss, something happened in the villa. Lin Fei could tell that Yu Zishan's voice was not right. He must have been seriously injured. What happened? In Donghai, Lin Fei had some understanding of Yu Zishan's strength. There were only a few grandmasters in Donghai who could match a grandmaster middle stage expert. Lin Fei did not believe that anyone would attack Yu Zishan. A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Fei, if you don't want to see Yu Zishan die, then come to Longting Villa immediately. Our young master wants to see you. The phone on the other side of the phone was violently destroyed, making a cracking sound. Young master. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. No one knew better than him who this voice belonged to. Invincible God, who persuaded you to come to deal with me? Lin Fei's memory was very good. Even if he had not spoken to someone before, he would know who it was as soon as he heard their voice. The voice just now was one of the strong men who stood beside Invincible God at the auction last night. In this situation, it was obvious that Invincible God was persuaded by someone and came to Longting Villa to injure Yu Zishan. The Shen clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, is indeed influential. Even the Medicine King Valley has to curry favor with them. I guess he has given my Longting Manor to the Shen clan. Once the Shen clan gets the Longting Manor, they will have the opportunity to intervene in Donghai. It can be considered as taking a step forward, and no one will be able to stop them. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and stopped a taxi. He got in directly. Take me to Longting Villa. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. The taxi driver had naturally heard of Longting Villa, which was a mysterious existence in Donghai. He did not dare to ask anything and pulled Lin Fei away. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the parking lot of Longting Villa. At this time, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in the parking lot. The black body of the car looked very domineering. Lin Fei handed over 100 yuan and got out of the car. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Fei snorted and casually waved his hand. With a bang, the Lawrence Phantom was sent flying with a slap. It kept rolling on the ground, and when it stopped, it became tattered. A luxury car was destroyed just like that. The taxi driver was scared out of his wits and immediately fled. Too scary, too scary. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. How dare you behave atrociously in my territory? Your Shen family is not qualified. The interior of the Longting Villa was undergoing renovation, but it was quiet today. There was no dust flying everywhere, but the interior of the Longting Villa appeared to be in a mess. At this moment, a figure was sitting in the hall. 2 strong men stood on the left and right sides, glaring like tigers watching their prey like guards. Yu Zishan lay on the ground with a pale face. You will definitely regret becoming enemies with my boss, Yu Zishan said with difficulty. Even though the person in front of him was Shen Wudi, Yu Zishan was not afraid at all. He knew that his boss was more powerful than they were. Actually, ever since Shen Wudi came to the Longting Villa, Yu Zishan knew that this must be the Medicine King Valley's doing. Shen Wudi was convinced. He wanted to spy on the Longting Villa. However, Yu Zishan still underestimated Shen Wudi's power. Shen Wudi did not even need to make a move himself. His two subordinates defeated him. If the other party did not keep him alive, Yu Zishan knew that he would definitely die. Shen Wudi held a glass of red wine in his hand. This was his habit. No matter where he went, he liked to drink red wine. Yu Zishan, you are one of the grandmasters of East Sea. I never thought that there would be a day when you would rely on someone. However, the person you acknowledge doesn't seem to be very good. If you had chosen to rely on the Shen family of the South, your influence in East Sea would be even greater than before. Even the Yen Huang battle team would have to give you face. It's a pity that you chose a young man. Looks like you're getting old and muddled. Shen Wudi took a sip of red wine, full of disdain. Yu Zishan said coldly, so what if I'm willing? Who doesn't know that the Shen family of the South is like a pack of wolves, leopards, and tigers? Anything that you set your eyes on will not have a good ending. However, this East Sea is not a place for you to be so presumptuous. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Then I will slowly deal with you. For an old thing like you, I love to let you slowly accept reality. Only then can I better deal with you. That is why all my enemies have always died in agony, because killing them with a single slash is definitely not something that they will be happy about. It is equivalent to letting them off easy. Only by letting them live, and then ending their lives amidst their hatred, regret, and frustration, is the true meaning of teaching them a lesson. And you are qualified for me to teach you such a lesson. Invincible God laughed out loud. You are so confident that you dare to speak to me like this. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Invincible God suddenly looked towards the door and saw a figure walking towards them. Speak of the devil. Lin Fei, it seems like you have some guts. You actually came here so quickly. Invincible God looked at Invincible God. A figure appeared at the door and walked over unhurriedly. It was none other than Lin Fei. When he came to the door, he saw Yu Zishan lying on the ground. He was badly injured. Invincible God, you've got some guts. To think that you would dare to act so insolently in my Longting Mountain manor. I really wonder who gave you the guts to do so. Kneel down right now and apologize to Yu Zishan. Let's satisfy him first. Who knows, he might even show you mercy later on, Lin Fei said calmly with his hands behind his back. B** starred, how dare you speak to our young master like that? Instantly, two burly men pounced on him. They released their Grandmaster aura. They were both physique refinement Grandmasters. Their punches and kicks contained immense power. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Zishan hurriedly said, Boss, be careful. They're both physique refinement Grandmasters. They're at least in the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Usually, a single physique refinement Grandmaster was rather terrifying. Now that there were two of them, especially in close combat, they had an absolute advantage. Even if a mid-stage or late-stage Grandmaster came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If they were unlucky, they would suffer. Yu Zishan wasn't a match for them and was defeated easily. Break Lin Fei's legs first. How dare you speak to me like that? How impudent. Shen Wudi took another sip of red wine and revealed a cruel smile. I don't like people like you. So, you can only speak while kneeling. Chapter 3974. The two burly men attacked from all sides. When they attacked Lin Fei, the power of their punches and kicks caused an invisible impact on everything around them, making tearing sounds. This was the strength of a body-refining Grandmaster. Invincible God slowly tasted his red wine. He wanted to see what gave this Lin Fei the right to put on airs in front of him. In the territory of the South, he was the only one who could put on airs. No one else could. This was because he was the strongest of the generation. Facing the attacks of the two strong men, Lin Fei did not dodge. He just slowly extended his hands. He was neither fast nor slow. Like catching a snail in the water, he caught the fists of the two body-refining grandmasters in an instant. The moment their fists were caught, the expressions of the two body-tempering grandmasters suddenly changed. With the fastest speed they could muster, they ruthlessly kicked Lin Fei's body. They even used a series of kicks, one after the other. It was clear just how rich their combat experience was. Lin Fei was still very calm. He swung the hands that were holding their fists at them as if he was swinging noodles. Rumble! A wave of power exploded on their bodies. How strong were the physical bodies of the two tempered body cultivators! However, they were tossed aside like a pile of mud by Lin Fei in an instant. In my eyes, body-refining martial artists are the same. They are just more resilient than ordinary people, Lin Fei said with a smile. Invincible God, what do you think? Invincible God was unfazed. He drank all the wine in his mouth and threw the glass on the ground. He moved his body. No wonder you have the ability to make musicians submit to you. You do have some strength. These two body-refining grandmasters of mine have defeated countless grandmasters ever since they reached the body-refining grand completion. It's really rare to see someone like you seriously injure them without even making a sound. However, this kind of trash has lost, so be it. Shen Wudi was talking about a normal matter. With the strength of our Shen family, it's just a matter of time before we can train them again. However, I'm very interested in you. You're actually a master in body refinement as well. I wonder, between your body refinement and mine, who's better? Invincible God was interested in Lin Fei. As they chatted, they glided over. He closed the distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant and punched at Lin Fei's face. This punch was fast and ruthless, and it was quite ruthless. With such explosive power, Invincible God was indeed quite strong. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was still not enough. He raised his leg and sent a vicious kick over. This kick caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Invincible God indeed had the right to be arrogant. He was already a master at such a young age, and a body refinement master at that. He was extremely strong. Seeing how nonchalant Yi Futian was, a cruel smile appeared on his face once again. Who would have thought that this kick would land on Invincible God? Bang! Lin Fei's kick landed squarely on Invincible God's face. All of a sudden, Invincible God was reduced to a bloody mess. Tears and blood gushed out of his eyes as he slammed into the wall behind him. I actually didn't dodge. This is impossible. Invincible God struggled down from the wall and touched the blood on his face. His entire face was contorted. How dare you make me bleed? I'll kill you. Invincible God was furious. He swung his arm and pounced at Yi Futian again. The aura on his body was even more exuberant. Invincible punch. The power of Invincible God's punch was even more violent. In an instant, it reached the level of a late-stage master. There was even a hint of artistic conception in the punch. It was terrifying. Lin Fei saw this punch and laughed. Invincible God, you do have the right to be proud. You managed to comprehend the fist intent at such a young age, and it's such a domineering, invincible fist intent. You're indeed powerful, but it's not enough. Invincible God was shocked. You actually know about the fist intent. Since you do, you'd better accept your fate. Invincible fist intent, invincible in the world. Lin Fei took a step forward and met it with a simple punch. There was a loud bang. In the face of true power, any fist intent is nothing, even the invincible fist intent. Invincible God instantly felt his punch being crushed by an even more powerful force. His power could not even disintegrate the opponent's power in the face of this. Instead, it was crumbling. The force crushed Invincible God's body, and his entire body floated out like a lone boat, crashing onto the ground. Invincible God's fist intent, which had always been invincible, was now in tatters. Then, a figure appeared beside him and stepped on his arrogant face. Kacha! Half of Invincible God's head was stuck in the ground. Invincible God, You're the first person who dared to cause trouble in my villa. If I can take down Longting Villa, I won't take anyone seriously. You, invincible god, of all things, you had to injure my subordinate. Don't you know that? No matter how much Invincible God struggled, he could not move under the force of this kick. He felt that his pride and dignity were all crushed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Invincible God had always been arrogant, but now that he was being stepped on, he roared, and the aura on his body surged again and again. But as Lin Fei's foot came down, all his struggles were in vain. Invincible God was being stepped on. You're too used to being a young master that you don't know what suffering is. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei stepped down again. With a rumble, the ground shook. Does it feel good? With a rumbling sound, another kick came. Does it feel good? There was a loud boom. Does it feel good? How dare you come to my Longting Villa of East Sea and act so presumptuously? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei stepped down again and again. Invincible God, who was struggling, lost all his strength in the blink of an eye, leaving only blood flowing out. If not for the weak aura, he would have suspected that this guy was dead. This is just a warning. If you dare to come to Longting Villa again, I don't mind finishing you off. Lin Fei glanced at the two body refining masters. Take your master and get out of here right now. The two body refining masters looked heavily injured, but they were still stronger than normal people. They staggered over and dug Invincible God out of the ground. Looking at Invincible God, his entire face was ruined, and he was only breathing weakly. They couldn't imagine how this young man had such terrifying power that even young Master Invincible God was no match for him. They didn't even dare to say anything as they helped young Master Invincible God up and left Longting Villa quickly. When they got out of Longting Villa, they were dumbfounded. That was because the Rolls-Royce Phantom had turned into a pile of scrap metal. They knew that this was done by Lin Fei. Since there was no car, what else could they do? They could only continue along the way. Lin Fei helped Yu Zishan up. Wait here for a while. He turned around and left quickly. When he came back, there was a bottle of spiritual water in his hand. After feeding it to Yu Zishan, along with some healing pills, his injuries were completely healed. Thank you, boss. You stood up for me. This invincible god is so despicable. Chapter 3975. Yu Zishan felt very relieved. So what if they were from the Shen family, one of the three major families in the south? So what if they were favored by the heavens? So what if they were invincible god? In the end, he was still tortured by his own boss. Boss, the Shen family is one of the three major families in the south, and Invincible God is their favored one. I'm afraid that the Shen family won't be able to take it lying down and might come to our Longting Villa again. Yu Zishan said worriedly. I'm not afraid of one-on-one, but if a few more masters come, I won't be able to hold them off. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, they won't have a chance to come to the Longting Villa to make trouble. I didn't plan to set up the formation so early, but since they have their eyes on the Longting Villa, I can only set up the formation first. When they want to come to the Longting Villa, it will depend on whether they have the strength to do so. Yu Zishan was overjoyed. Boss, you want to set up the formation, but our villa, Yu Zishan had seen how powerful the formation was. Once it was set up, the Longting Villa would be as stable as Mount Tai. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. In fact, Lin Fei had not planned to set up the formation of the Longting Villa, but with the arrival of Invincible God, he had no choice but to set it up in advance. Although Lin Fei was not afraid of people coming, the Longting Villa was constantly sending masters, and he could not sit in the Longting Villa all day. Setting up the formation was something that had to be done. However, before setting up the formation, Lin Fei felt that there was one more thing that had to be done, and that was to have a good chat with the two from the Medicine King Valley. It was not easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If he had met someone else, he might have succeeded. Yi Xian let Yu Zishan stay in the Longting Villa. Yi Xian drove a Ferrari out of the Longting Mountain Villa. As expected of a martial artist. He's not slow at all. I wonder if Invincible God will learn his lesson this time. Don't make me attack you again. Lin Fei did not see Invincible God along the way. He believed that they must have taken a shortcut. The two body refining masters carried Invincible God because they were afraid that Lin Fei would catch up with them. Therefore, they did not take the main road and chose to take the mountain road. They suffered a lot. Of course, this was for another time. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari all the way to a villa area. This villa district wasn't very famous in the Eastern Sea, and it wasn't even as famous as the Soaring Dragon Manor villa he had bought in the past, but it had an elegant environment. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters really know how to enjoy themselves. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari directly into the villa area. The guard at the door acted as if he didn't see anything. Lin Fei drove the car and finally stopped in front of a villa. He got out of the car and locked onto Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. The two of them were in the villa. Inside the villa, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were also waiting for news because they had arranged for people to keep an eye on the situation. Knowing that Shen Wudi had gone to Longting Manor, they did not expect that Shen Wudi would make a move so quickly. Therefore, they were waiting for news. If Lin Fei suffered a great loss at Shen Wudi's hands, then they could make a move. Although they could not take Longting Manor, they had to teach Lin Fei a lesson, especially since he was such a mysterious person. I think there should be news in a while, Wang Yuan said. Gao Yishan was drinking tea and smiled. Who can stop Shen Wudi when he makes a move? Not to mention the others, just those two subordinates of his are body-refining grandmasters. Their strength is extraordinary. Only the Southern Shen family has this kind of foundation to cultivate body-refining grandmasters, and two of them at once. I also heard that there are more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the Shen family. If it wasn't for the one in Yanjing, they might have dominated the entire South long ago. Wang Yuan took a deep breath. More than a dozen body-refining grandmasters. This is too scary. It's simply unimaginable. Wang Yuan was a grandmaster powerhouse himself, but he had no chance of winning against a body-refining grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that there were more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the south, he felt terrible. Gao Yishan was used to it. To be able to become one of the three major families in the south, it's not as simple as you think. Although our Medicine King Valley is quite strong, in front of the three major families, we are too far behind. Now you should understand why I want to hand over Longting Villa. If we can be on good terms with the Southern Shen family, there will only be benefits for our Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan had finally experienced the Elder's power. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The door of the villa burst open with a crash, and countless fragments flew into the room. Even if Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan reacted quickly, they were still hit by the fragments of the sawdust and were directly knocked to the wall. The most frightening thing was that the sawdust pierced into their bodies, directly nailing them to the wall one by one, without the slightest resistance. Who is it? Who has such terrifying power that we can't fight back in time? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were so scared that their hands and feet turned cold. It was simply unprecedented that they did not notice such a powerhouse coming over. At the broken door, a figure walked over. You two, how do you like this tea? The taste is not bad, right? As this person walked in, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's faces instantly turned gloomy and pale. How did you know we were here? Wang Yuan had experienced Lin Fei's strength. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Fei's strength. After all, this villa was not registered under their names, so very few people knew their specific residence. However, Lin Fei could actually find them, and even they did not notice him at all. This was too terrifying. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down on the sofa. He casually grabbed a piece of sawdust and flicked it lightly. With a whoosh, it pierced into Gao Yishan's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Even though Gao Yishan's qi protected his body, it couldn't stop the sawdust from piercing into his body. In the entire Donghai, it's really not difficult for me to find someone. Moreover, the two of you are quite calculative. Are you waiting for news? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Invincible God has already gone back. Gao Yishan shouted, "That's impossible. Invincible God is the pride of the heavens, a master powerhouse. How can you be his match?" Gao Yishan definitely did not believe that Lin Fei could be Invincible God's match. It's normal for an old-fashioned person like you to be seeing things. However, I really have to tell you that Invincible God is really not my match. He left in a sorry state. Of course, I'm here to tell you that in the Donghai territory, don't plot against me. Don't think that I don't know that it was you who instigated Invincible God to come to Longting Villa. Therefore, I'm here to give you a gift. Gift? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had a bad feeling about this. Lin Fei waved his hand, and countless wood shavings flew out like the wind, piercing into the two men's bodies. Ah, my Dantian. You destroyed my Dantian. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan instantly screamed in pain. Their entire bodies aged in an instant because at this moment, their Dantian was shattered and all their strength was drained. They became useless people and were no longer martial artists. This method was very vicious. It was like killing one's parents and cutting off one's wealth. Lin Fei stood up. Go back and tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that they can either behave themselves and keep a low profile, or feel free to seek revenge. Right, remember to bring more people. Otherwise, if they aren't strong enough, they'll be nothing in my eyes. Chapter 3976. Lin Fei left after crippling Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As for the revenge of the Medicine King Valley, it would at most be a little troublesome. Anyway, he had to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. But there was no time now. He had to wait until the Longting Villa matter was completely resolved. Lin Fei would go to the Medicine King Valley to see what they were capable of. But for Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, both of them almost broke down. One had to know that becoming a martial artist was high and mighty. Although martial artists were not as powerful as they were in the past, they were still very popular and were welcomed by all the big families. They came from the Medicine King Valley, and with the influence of the Medicine King Valley, they were even more respected outside. But now that their Dantian was destroyed just like that, they would become useless people from now on. All the glory and wealth would be gone. What worried them the most was that once the sect abandoned them, those who they had offended would definitely not mind hitting them when they were down and teaching them a lesson. If it was just one humiliation, it would not be a big deal. But what if they were killed? This was something they did not dare to accept. Lin Fei, how dare he destroy our Dantians? Wang Yuan wailed out. Gao Yishan could not come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be so cruel. He did not even need to make a move to destroy their Dantian, making them useless people from now on. Call the Yan Huang battle team immediately. Tell them that Lin Fei stole a pill recipe from the Medicine King Valley. After they saw through it, he actually destroyed their Dantian. We must give the Yan Huang battle team an explanation for this. Gao Yishan's entire face was twisted, full of hatred and resentment. Yes, we must inform the Yan Huang battle team about this. This is the only way to vent our anger. Wang Yuan also knew that this was the only chance for them to take revenge on Lin Fei. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to vent their anger. Inside the Yan Huang battle team's base, Chief Tai Zhan was leisurely drinking tea. At the same time, he was looking through the latest news from the East Sea. But suddenly, Lin Ro came in. Chief Iron Battle sensed something was wrong. What happened? Lin Ro said, Bureau Chief, you really have good foresight. Something happened at the Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were robbed in the villa. Not only that, but their Dantians were also destroyed. Now, the Medicine King Valley is pressuring us to catch the culprit. Iron Scout was shocked. Who would be so bold as to attack someone from Medicine King Valley? Aren't Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan grandmasters? How could he be robbed like this? Crippling the Dantian? Don't you think it's a joke? Grandmaster powerhouses are not so easy to deal with, but his Dantian was destroyed. This is more difficult than killing a grandmaster. Tai Zhan felt like he was listening to a joke. Lin Ro smiled bitterly and said, Director, I didn't believe it at first, but the person who did it was Lin Fei from Longting Villa. What do you think we should do about this? Tai Tan slammed the table and stood up. What? It's Lin Fei from Longting Villa. Why is that kid fighting with Medicine King Valley again? Tai Zhan had been paying close attention to the recent events. Especially Lin Fei. This kid had openly bought the jade stone that the Lord of Jade had his eyes on at the auction, and even had an ambiguous relationship with Bing Qingya. Taizhan couldn't help but admire this Lin Fei. He was indeed a guy who loved to stir up trouble. No matter which one of the three big families in the south, they were all a headache for Director Taizhan. Until now, there was no effective way to control them. Even some of the Yan Huang battle teams in the south had completely chosen to give up. Lin Ro nodded. Yes, it's indeed Lin Fei. The two from Medicine King Valley said that Lin Fei coveted their Medicine King Valley's pill formula and directly stole it. We, the Yan Huang battle team, must give them an explanation for this matter. Iron Scout suddenly had a headache. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be fine. With a command, they would definitely be able to capture the person. But this person, Lin Fei, even until now, Taizhan still hadn't figured out his background. This was the most difficult thing to handle. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan are really useless. They can't beat him, but they have to let the Yan Huang battle team take action. Taizhan also frowned. I can't be the one to capture him. This kid is very strange. It was the first time Lin Ro saw her boss having a headache. We really can't not deal with this matter. After all, any grandmaster is our China's treasure. But now that we've lost two grandmasters, once the Medicine King Valley complains to the headquarters, we won't have a good time. Director Taizhan's eyes also darkened. I have to go to Longting Villa, but before that, I still have to meet Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. After all, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. This Lin Fei is really too much. He just has to snatch everything. Isn't the pill formula the lifeblood of the Medicine King Valley? Subconsciously, Taizhan didn't believe that Lin Fei would do that. But now that Lin Fei had crippled the other party, this was the key. Iron Scout immediately brought his men to the villa. When he saw the scene in the villa, he was secretly shocked. Because the scene was a mess, and he could even see that it was purely a violent act. The two grandmasters, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, were very weak, and they had aged a lot. Director Tai, you came at the right time. If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, the Medicine King Valley will go to the headquarters. What right does that Lin Fei have to snatch our Medicine King Valley's special pill formula? As soon as Wang Yuan saw the Director Taizhan, he immediately complained. That Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Originally, we cooperated with him out of goodwill, but as soon as he saw our pill formula, he coveted it. When we weren't paying attention, not only did he injure us, but he also crippled our Dantian. We hope that Director Tai can arrest Lin Fei and hand him over to the Medicine King Valley to deal with. Gao Yishan said, the Medicine King Valley is willing to donate 100 healing pills and 100 chi-gathering pills to the Yan Huang battle team. On the way here, Director Taizhan still couldn't believe that this was true. But when he saw these two grandmasters, Taizhan couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow and desolation. Grandmaster experts weren't necessarily very powerful. Just how powerful was that brat Lin Fei? This was too terrifying. He even faintly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. After all, back then, Taizhan still wanted to take down Lin Fei. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he might be like these two guys now, without any strength and becoming an ordinary person. And such an ordinary person could not enjoy the life of a real ordinary person, because those enemies wouldn't mind stabbing them. Both of you rest assured. Since this happened in the East Seas territory, the Yan Huang battle team will definitely give you an explanation. Lin Ro, come over and register for them. Chapter 3977. St. Mary Hospital. This was a very famous private hospital in Donghai. On the highest floor of the hospital, in the intensive care ward, a few doctors walked out of the room, wiping their sweat as they walked. The pressure of facing the people inside was too much. Even their director came. They stood at the side obediently, not daring to say a word. They were all trying to guess who the young man inside was. Young master, it's all our fault. Two strong men were already kneeling on the ground. Shen Wudi's face was simply bandaged, but even so, his handsome face was nowhere to be seen. What replaced it was a face that looked like a pig's head. His face was even bumpy with footprints. This wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time. Shen Wudi's expression was unreadable. No one could tell what he was thinking, but there was coldness in his eyes. Everyone knew that this young Master Shen Wudi was completely enraged. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a loss in Donghai. Shen Wudi's voice was cold. Get someone to investigate this Lin Fei and spread the news that whoever cuts off Lin Fei's head will get a breakthrough pill. The two strong men were shocked. That was a breakthrough pill, a magical pill that could help one break through bottlenecks. It was priceless. Now that it was being offered as a reward, one could tell how furious their young master was. Lin Fei, I, invincible god, have never suffered such a great loss in my entire life. Now that you've made me suffer such a great loss, you should be prepared to live through all kinds of assassinations. I don't believe that you'll be able to live forever. No matter how strong your body refinement is, there are so many experts in China. For the sake of a limit-breaking pill, no matter how much you struggle, it'll be useless. Invincible God walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Shen Wudi took out his phone and dialed a number. The call went through. Get a helicopter to pick me up at St. Mary Hospital. I'm going back. Shen Wudi suffered such a huge loss here, he didn't dare to stay here anymore. He wanted to go back and study this Lin Fei. If Lin Fei could fend off this wave of assassinations, then he would continue to give this guy big presents. He, invincible god, was not someone who could be trampled on so easily. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor because he was preparing to set up the formation of the Longting Manor. If the array formation was not set up properly, this kind of trouble would follow. This time, he had beaten up 2 grandmasters from the Valley of the Medicine Masters and even destroyed his elixir field. It was conceivable that there would be grandmasters constantly spying on Longting Villa, so the significance of the formation's existence was highlighted. No matter who wanted to enter the Longting Manor, they would have to break the formation first. Lin Fei came to a quiet room. He took out the 18 pieces of jade. The quality of these jade stones was quite good, and they even had a trace of spiritual energy. They were good materials for setting up arrays. The entire night, Lin Fei was making these jades because he had to carve runes on them. Although it was not a difficult task for Lin Fei, he still needed to be careful, afraid that he would damage a piece, which would be troublesome. Matching ancient jade like this was not easy to find, so Lin Fei had to be careful when making them. The 18 pieces of jade were divided into a total of 108 pieces, all of the same size. It took the entire night until 7 or 8 in the morning before Lin Fei finished carving the last piece. It's a pity that this material is too poor. It can only contain 1/3 of the power of the array pattern, but it's more than enough to deal with the Grandmaster. The quality of these jades was very good in the eyes of outsiders, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were very ordinary. When carving the array pattern, he did not dare to use too much force, so the engraved array pattern was only average. Boss, Chief Tai of the Yan Huang battle team is here. He seems to have something to talk to you about. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he heard Yu Zishan standing outside the door. Tai Zhan is here. Lin Fei smiled. He is quite well informed. I guess this matter has something to do with the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I want to see what he has to say. In the living room, Tai Zhan had come alone without any subordinates because Longting Villa was a force that he couldn't afford to offend for the time being, especially that brat, who was so slippery that he couldn't figure out his background until now. He was like a mysterious existence. Even the headquarters would need some time to investigate. Therefore, during this period of time, Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. This would affect the stability of Donghai. After all, the outbreak of a Grandmaster expert was very terrifying. Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. Generally, Tai Zhan would not offend a Grandmaster. Even if it was a secret arrest, they would only act after they were fully prepared. Chief Tai, what brings you to my Longting Villa today? You should know that I'm very busy. Lin Fei walked in and sat down opposite Tai Zhan. Tai Zhan said unhappily, "This is all because of you. Now Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan of the Medicine Masters have come to our Yan Huang battle team to report that you stole their guts and destroyed their Dantian. Therefore, you should give our Yan Huang battle team an explanation for this matter. After all, our Yan Huang battle team's duty is to maintain the peace of the city and deal with various conflicts between sections." Tai Zhan actually did not want to come, but this was not a small matter. Two grandmasters had their dantian destroyed, so Taizhan had no choice but to come. Lin Fei really did not know how the Yanhuang battle team usually dealt with such matters. Why, you even want to care about these things? Then do I think that you are here to arrest me? Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated the two elders of the Medicine Master's Valley. They were shameless enough to slander him for stealing the guts. Not to mention anything else, he did not know how many guts there were in his mind. Any one of them could shock countless people, so why would they steal it? Under normal circumstances, if someone dared to say this to Taizhan, he would definitely be angry. But now Taizhan did not dare to, his face darkening as he said, "Young Master Lin, you have misunderstood. I am only here to investigate. After all, our Yanhuang battle team's duty is to first investigate and then deal with it. Moreover, I think that there must have been some conflict between you and the Medicine Master's Valley. This kind of thing can still be resolved, but what you should not have done was destroy their dantian. This is a martial artist's lifeline." If it was an ordinary fight, Taizhan would not be very worried. He could just mediate. But now that the two people's dantian had been destroyed, this made it very difficult for Taizhan to explain. He could not possibly capture Lin Fei and bring him back. Taizhan might have had the guts before, but now he really did not have the confidence. He really could not see through this guy. Isn't it just destroying their dantian? Then you can just let the Medicine King Valley cause trouble for me. Why do you need to be the middleman? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of the Medicine King Valley. It was the first time Taizhan had seen such an arrogant person. He destroyed someone's dantian, and it was the dantian of a grandmaster at that, and he still dared to speak like this. But unfortunately, Taizhan could only smile bitterly. This matter is also a headache for our Yanhuang battle team. Once the headquarters find out, I, as the director, will not have a good time. So I hope that young Master Lin can cooperate with our work. Lin Fei smiled. I see that the overall strength of your Yanhuang battle team is not very strong. Then let's make a deal. I have some elixirs with me that can help you break through to the level of covert power. If you help me solve this matter and don't bother me, I can give you 10 pills. I guarantee that there will be no side effects. What do you think? Mobile version fastest updated website.